Chapter 4469. He completed the first training task. Lin Fei got 1,300 points. He planned to exchange the 1,300 points for rewards. But Lin Fei decided to forget it and record it. After all, he still had 2 training tasks. Only by completing the 3 training tasks could he become a personal disciple of the Heavens-Reaching Church. After completing the first training ground mission, he could rest for a period of time before starting the second mission. For Lin Fei, this break was quite useful. At least he could find another target, like the heavenly demonic tree. As soon as he came out of the place where he handed in the task, Lin Fei was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was a burly guy. He stood there casually, but his heavy aura seemed to be connected with the earth. Not far from him, there was another person standing. Lin Fei was most familiar with this person. It was Su Zhending. Su Zhending said with a faint smile, "Junior brother Lin Fei, we meet again. Congratulations on completing the first training task. You are really lucky. Who doesn't know that the demon desert is full of dangers? I didn't expect that you could come out of the demon desert." Su Zhending did not expect that Lin Fei would come out of the demon desert. When he learned that Lin Fei had handed in the task and came out, Su Zhending could not take it lying down. He was happy for nothing again. Lin Fei said with a smile when he saw Su Zhending, "Yeah, I also feel that I am very lucky. I didn't encounter any trouble in the demon desert and came out easily." Su Zhending tried his best not to be angry. "This is my senior brother. I heard that you are very strong, so I want to have a chat with you. Let's change places," Su Zhending said with a smile. This time, Su Zhending did not just come to see Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei was not unlucky, Su Zhending would never be able to calm down. This time, he specially asked his senior brother to come. His senior brother was not good at anything else, but his defense was rare. It was impossible for him to defeat someone of the same realm. Since the demon desert was not going to work, Su Zhending thought of something else. No matter what, he had to deal with Lin Fei. The middle-aged man said, "Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm Su Zhending's senior brother Yidazhuang. Nice to meet you." Of course, Lin Fei had no interest in getting to know Yidazhuang. However, this guy really lived up to his name. He was really tall and sturdy, and he even seemed to have some magical abilities. Let's leave the conversation here. After all, I still have a lot of things to do. Lin Fei had no interest in chatting with Su Zhending. Su Zhending laughed and said, "I wonder if junior brother Lin Fei has any thoughts about these points." Lin Fei might not have any interest in other things, but the points were really interesting. Yidazhuang said, "If junior brother Lin Fei wants to obtain more points, why don't you follow me? If you're lucky, you might even be able to obtain quite a few points. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by." Lin Fei was not afraid that these 2 people would show off. He thought about it. "Then lead the way. I also want to see what these points are all about." Su Zhending and Yidazhuang flew forward. Lin Fei followed them. The Sky-Reaching School was very big, and there was more than one place like Sky-Reaching City. Fortunately, he had read the ancient books before, so he did not care much about this situation. This city was obviously much smaller than Sky-Reaching City. Su Zhending was very familiar with this place. This is called Sky-Reaching Second City. Only people with a certain status can come here. Outsiders have no chance at all. Lin Fei didn't make a sound. He just followed behind. Finally, they came to a huge courtyard. However, when they entered the courtyard, they found it very lively inside. It was completely different from the outside. This is the first place that our Sky-Reaching School's disciples come to the most. Because you can buy anything with points here, and you can also use points to trade. It's a place for us disciples to communicate with each other, Yi Dazhuang said. After that, they entered the hall. It turned out that there was an underground square under this courtyard. This square was very large and very lively. When Lin Fei came in, he saw a lot of things placed here, which were dazzling. The sky-reaching tower seemed to be similar, but it seemed that points were used here. However, what caught Lin Fei's attention most was a place like an arena in the middle. At this time, there were two people fighting on it. There were layers of ripples. A lot of people were watching from below. In less than a blink of an eye, one of them was defeated. He was sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. After seeing the scene on the arena, Lin Fei understood what was going on. Perhaps Su Zhending was thinking about his points. 1,300 points were not a small amount. Lin Fei laughed inwardly. He was really short of points at this time. The more points he got, the better it would be. Junior fellow apprentice Lin, this is a place for us to learn from each other. However, it's a bit different from other places. We stop here. If you want to go up there to fight, you have to use points as a wager. You and I have conflicts. How about going up there to fight? Su Zhending looked at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei thought it was something important, but he really liked this kind of thing. Are you sure you want to learn from each other? I don't think you're strong enough. Yi Dazhuang laughed. Junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei, you're really straightforward. Of course, my junior fellow apprentice Su Zhending is no match for you. But this time, I'm ready to learn from you. I'm willing to pay 1,300 points. Let's go up there to learn from each other. How about it? Whoever wins can take the points. Lin Fei really wanted to tell Su Zhending that he was a good man. He actually gave him such a gift. 1,300 points. That would be earned for a long time. Lin Fei could even see that when Yi Dazhuang said 1,300 points, he more or less cared about it. One could imagine how difficult it was to earn points. Maybe Su Zhending contributed a part of the 1,300 points. Are you sure you want to fight me with 1,300 points? If you lose, it'll be really painful. Lin Fei said seriously, I think we should forget about it. Yi Dazhuang had never seen such a thick-skinned person. They haven't even fought yet, but he already thought that he was defeated. Did he really think that he was very powerful just because he was a personal disciple? Yi Dazhuang's earth defense was quite strong. I, Yi Dazhuang, am not that easy to defeat. I'm only asking you, do you dare? Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. Since someone is giving me points, I definitely won't have a problem. Chapter 4470. For Lin Fei, coming to this place was really the right choice. He really wanted to earn some points here. After all, 1,300 points might seem like a lot, but in fact, it was really not a lot. If he could get another sum of money from Yi Dazhuang, that would be the best. Lin Fei saw that this seemed to be a good place to earn points. If Su Zhending hadn't brought him here, he would really have missed the opportunity. Su Zhending was really a good person. It was really rare to see such a good person. When Su Zhending saw Lin Fei agree, he let out a sigh of relief. Wait a minute, you will regret it one day. No one knew how strong Yi Dazhuang's defense was. He was simply like a meat shield. Coupled with his close combat skills, he was simply a mess. He was already ranked at the top among those in the same realm. Only a strong force could defeat Yi Dazhuang in a head-on attack. There were really not many people like him, unless it was those saints. Even the chosen might not be interested in making a move against him. Hence, Yi Dazhuang's influence in this circle was not small. When they knew that Yi Dazhuang was going to fight in the arena, they were all a little stunned. At this time, there was actually someone who dared to fight Yi Dazhuang in the arena. He must be crazy. Everyone wanted to see who wanted to fight Yi Dazhuang in the arena. Everyone knew that Yi Dazhuang's defense was a mess. It was no different from a meat shield. In addition, the area of the arena was so small. Once they exchanged blows, there would be no advantage at all. This was not the first time such a situation had happened. Hence, almost no one would go to fight with Yi Dazhuang. Because there was no need. As long as you went up, you would definitely lose. Who do you think is going to fight with Yi Dazhuang this time? I think there is an 80% chance that he will lose. What 80%? He will definitely lose. Who doesn't know Yi Dazhuang's ability? After going up on the stage, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Until Lin Fei went up on the stage. This made them slightly stunned. For a moment, they didn't recognize this young man. Who is it? Why does he look so unfamiliar? Of course you don't know him. This is a fierce fellow that managed to rush through Skysplit Tower's 60th and 70th floors. I heard that his name is Lin Fei, and he has become a disciple of Guanjuanzi. That's right. That's the one who became Guanjuanzi's disciple. In that case, he will regret it. No wonder he dares to fight Yi Dazhuang at this moment. He has probably been fooled to the point of no return. In everyone's opinion, this Lin Fei had been duped. Although Lin Fei's previous performance in Tong Tian Tower was very good, Lin Fei was still able to defeat him. He was a far cry from Northern Sky Xian Ju Qin. Clearly, not many people remembered him. Right then. There were also many people gathered in the square. Among them were Northern Heavenly Immortal and Ju Qin. Both of them had their own circles. When they had nothing to do, they would come here to sit for a while. They were quite surprised to see Lin Fei. They had quite an impression of Lin Fei. Of course, it was just a vague impression. He didn't think much of it. Although there were quite a few levels between them, the difference between them was still quite huge. Just like them, they had become saints in one go. In addition to the short period of cultivation, they had improved by leaps and bounds. The two of them were already at the hollowness realm. Their cultivation speed was quite fast. Although they were only at the small hollowness realm, they were already top-notch existences in the small hollowness realm. This was where their foundation lay. When Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, he could feel many gazes landing on him. He didn't really care. Yi Dazhuang looked over, use all your skills to attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to attack later on. When Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, he had already left 1,300 points on the stage. Yi Dazhuang did the same as well. At that time, whoever won or lost, the points on the other party's card would be swiped. It was very simple. It was also very fair. At the very least, he didn't have to worry that the loser would go back on his word. Senior brother, since you are so polite, if I don't attack, I would be letting you down. Lin Fei chuckled and slashed with his sword. The sword transformed into thousands of sword shadows that bombarded Yi Dazhuang's body. With this attack, layers of scales appeared on Yi Dazhuang's body. The scales covered his entire body, making him look no different from a rock. Lin Fei knew that this fella had a defense. When the sword light landed on his body, sparks flew. This defense was indeed very strong. Even the people on the ground were shocked. Senior brother Ye's defense is even stronger now. That's right. I heard that this cultivation technique is a fusion of the demon clan's cultivation technique. It's most proficient in defense. That fella is probably a little dumbfounded. However, this sword technique is really strong. When Lin Fei attacked, everyone saw the strength of his sword technique. Lin Fei only used a little of his strength to test the waters. With this test, he knew that Yi Dazhuang's defense was really strong. If this is all you have, then you are going to lose today. Yi Dazhuang hooked his finger. Su Zhending, who was below, also had a smile on his face. This time, no matter what, he wanted to make Lin Fei suffer a big loss. It would be best to let him lie in bed for 3 to 5 years. It was inevitable that there would be mistakes in a spar. After all, no one could guarantee that they would have perfect control of their strength. Su Jinding didn't believe that Lin Fei could survive under Yi Dazhuang's strong defense. His attack now was nothing more than a joke. Lin Fei attacked again. It was still the same sword light. However, he still couldn't do anything to Yi Dazhuang. Yi Dazhuang laughed. It seems that you are going to lose today. Yi Dazhuang moved too. His whole body moved over in an instant. This kind of movement was not the same as usual. It was like shrinking a small area. Lin Fei knew at first glance that this should be the ability to shrink the ground to an inch. However, his shrinking the ground to an inch seemed to be higher and more powerful. Lin Fei blocked it with his sword light and saw Yi Dazhuang's fist smashing down. After the punch came down, one after another, the ripples were like sharp awls as they directly attacked. The sword light that Lin Fei displayed was constantly broken. Lin Fei took a step back, and the sword intent around him appeared even more. However, to Yi Dazhuang's surprise, his punch didn't reach the end. Just like that, his strength was drained. It was a little surprising. No wonder Su Jinding was not this guy's opponent. This sword technique was really good, but of course, that was all. Chapter 44-71. Yi Dazhuang's attacks didn't stop at all. One punch after another. The power of each punch would form a cone-shaped shape as it attacked ferociously. It had an extremely strong penetrative power, and the power instantly increased by several times. This was Yi Dazhuang's method. Coupled with the scales that covered his body, as well as his strength, no one would be able to withstand a single blow from him. This was also Yi Dazhuang's most powerful technique. Every strike sent chills down the spines of the people below. If they were to go up against him, they basically wouldn't be able to withstand it. At first, they thought that Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. They didn't expect him to be so hard to deal with. This guy's swordsmanship was also outstanding. It constantly created layers of ripples, and he was actually able to withstand it easily. This made many people suck in a breath of cold air. This kid's swordsmanship is amazing. The power can actually increase. Then you guys are very wrong. The biggest advantage of this guy's swordsmanship is his speed. Take a closer look and you'll know. An expert with a sword immediately said the reason. At first, everyone thought that Lin Fan was only good at swordsmanship. Now, it seemed to be a little different. After they carefully observed it, they really did see something unusual. Lin Fan's sword intent was very thick, and the important thing was that it was fast. Unknowingly, it disintegrated Yi Dazhuang's technique. He reckoned that even if the remaining power affected Lin Fei, it wouldn't be too much of a threat. After such a person saw it, the others also saw it one after another. Yi Dazhuang, who was in the arena, only felt that his ferocious and powerful punch didn't hit Lin Fan at all. Instead, it was easily disintegrated by Lin Fan. This was a little unbelievable. He hadn't encountered such a situation in a very long time. Because once he made his move, there was basically no one who could stop him. What kind of swordsmanship is this? After Yi Dazhuang punched out once again, the power instantly disintegrated into several parts. It kept losing contact with him. Yi Dazhuang couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Fei's life-taking sword was able to disintegrate this power layer by layer as soon as its speed increased. Lin Fei was the only one who could execute such a sword technique. My sword technique is actually quite ordinary. I can only say that your strength is too weak. It seems that your strength is only so-so. Then, it's my turn to attack. Lin Fei laughed. With this smile, the sword light shone brightly like a blazing sun. It instantly exploded in front of Yi Dazhuang. After hearing the clanking sounds, Yi Dazhuang didn't know how many attacks he had suffered. Every time a strike landed on his body, his entire body would tremble, and white marks would appear on his scales. Behind the white marks, there were actually pits. This situation had never happened before, but now it actually happened to him. Yi Dazhuang kept retreating, but the more he retreated, the more the sword light enveloped him, not dissipating at all. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't break through this dazzling light. No one knew how long this kind of attack lasted. Yi Dazhuang felt that it was 10 breaths, sometimes 30 breaths, and sometimes even longer. But soon, he retreated to the edge of the arena. As the sky full of sword light turned into a bright spot, it exploded on his body. Yi Dazhuang could hear the continuous cracking sounds in his ears. Then, the scales that he was so proud of actually shattered just like that, leaving countless cracks all over his body. A sword light landed in between his eyebrows. "Sorry, I won this round." Lin Fei's lips curled up, and he smiled faintly. This scene also shocked everyone present. After all, the sword light was so fast that they couldn't even catch a trace of it. They were shocked. This made them realize that Lin Fei wasn't as simple as he said. He was a little too strong, and he actually walked the swift sword Dao. And it was also the first time they had encountered such a fast sword technique. Now, they finally knew why Yi Dazhuang wasn't a match for him. It was because the power didn't even hit Lin Fei. It was disintegrated by the swift sword. Such an opponent was really difficult to deal with. Yi Dazhuang took a deep breath. This should be the swift sword Dao. I didn't expect there to be such a fast sword. No wonder my power didn't affect you at all. Lin Fei said, "If you want to spar with me next time, feel free to come. I'm always ready." Su Zhending, who was below the arena, felt his heart bleeding. One must know that he contributed 700 points. He didn't expect that he would give it to Lin Fei. How long would it take for him to earn those points back? Su Zhending wanted to roar. Yi Dazhuang flipped over and landed in the arena. Lin Fei also successfully got his points. From 1,300 points to 2,600 points. I heard that there are quite a few experts here. I, Lin Fei, would like to meet with everyone. Whoever defeats me will be able to take away these 2,600 points. However, if you lose, you will have to pay 500 points. I wonder if anyone would be interested in this. After Lin Fei got the points, he didn't come down. Instead, he said to everyone. Many people were agitated by his words. Using 500 points to earn 2,600 points. Such a good thing was really tempting. Many of the direct disciples felt that Lin Fei had some tricks up his sleeve. He dared to talk to them like that. It seemed that he wanted to fight with the expert disciples of the sky-reaching church. However, there were many expert disciples of the heavens-reaching church here. Lin Fei came up with such an idea on a whim. After all, using 500 points to earn 2,600 points was very attractive to anyone. Lin Fei rarely came here. He definitely wanted to earn some points. If he could defeat a dozen experts here, he might be able to earn 10,000 points. At that time, he could exchange them for good things. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Even if it was a little arrogant in their eyes, Lin Fei didn't think so. In fact, many people were tempted by Lin Fei's words. Using 500 points to earn 2,600 points was indeed a great temptation. The referee over there had obviously encountered this situation many times. Except for a little surprise, he didn't say anything. It seemed that he allowed everyone to come up and fight. Junior brother Lin, you practice swordsmanship, so do I. Let's have a try. It's just 500 points. At this time, a sword light flew over. It directly landed on the arena. The man was like a sword. The sword intent was sharp. Chapter 4472. A swordsman went up the stage. This swordsman was around 30 years old, but his entire body was as sharp as a sword. Even though he didn't attack, everyone could feel his terrifying sword intent. It was extremely strong. However, when this person went up the stage, many people recognized him. Isn't that the little sword saint? This is going to be interesting. Little Sword Saint vs. Lin Fei. I'm afraid that Lin Fei's fast sword won't be able to block the Little Sword Saint's fast sword. Who doesn't know that the Little Sword Saint specializes in fast swords? After everyone recognized him, they became even more excited. This was because the Little Sword Saint specialized in fast swords. Moreover, he was unbelievably fast. No one had ever been able to block his attacks during a fight. When Lin Fei saw that this was a swordsman expert, he was a little surprised. This was because his opponent's sword intent was quite strong. The words of the others also fell into Lin Fei's ears. Fast sword. This was interesting. No wonder the other party dared to come up. I heard that you use fast swords. I also use fast swords. Let's have a good fight. The moment the Little Sword Saint said that, he instantly attacked. Sword lights filled the sky, but he didn't move at all. The sword lights came one after another. Lin Fei smiled as ripples appeared around him. Actually, I also want to know how fast my fast sword is. Then, sword lights flashed and he moved. Everyone only heard the loud banging sounds. The Little Sword Saint staggered and retreated to the edge of the stage. White marks were left on his body. He looked a little lonely. As expected of Guang Yuanzi's personal disciple. I can't compare to you in terms of fast swords. The Little Sword Saint flipped and got off the stage. This scene happened too quickly, so quickly that everyone found it hard to believe. Everyone knew that the Little Sword Saint was famous for his fast sword, but now, he actually couldn't defeat Lin Fei. What was going on? There were only a few people present who could see clearly. Not far away, North Heaven Immortal smiled and said, "This Lin Fei has some skills. No wonder the Little Sword Saint couldn't defeat him." The people around him were all curious. Senior Bei, is that Lin Fei's fast sword really that powerful? Because they didn't see it clearly at all. Therefore, he was looking forward to this fight even more. Bei Tianxian smiled and said, "Just now, the Little Sword Saint used 128 swords. This Lin Fei is amazing. He used 238 swords, which is 100 swords more than him. How can the Little Sword Saint not lose?" The surrounding people also heard North Heaven Immortal's words and were shocked. Although they knew that the Little Sword Saint would appear very quickly, they didn't dare to underestimate him. Therefore, when they fought with the Little Sword Saint, they would always try to take the initiative. Once the opponent used his sword technique, he would be above you, and you would not have any advantage at all. However, in the blink of an eye, the Little Sword Saint had unleashed 138 swords. Lin Fei was even more terrifying. He had unleashed 238 swords, which was 100 swords more than the Little Sword Saint. It was no wonder that the Little Sword Saint had been unable to defeat him. After Lin Fei defeated the Little Sword Saint, he looked over. I wonder who else wants to come up and have a taste of my sword technique. Now, it's 500 points to bet on 3,100 points. Where else can I find such a good opportunity? When the people present heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From the moment the Little Sword Saint had unleashed his sword, they realized that Lin Fei was very strong. These 3,100 points weren't that easy to earn. However, it was extremely attractive. Since the Little Sword Saint isn't your opponent, let me do it. At this moment, another nimble figure flew up. It was the figure of a midget. After this figure flew up, an ominous glint flashed and instantly turned into an invisible tornado that covered the entire arena. As soon as the tornado opened, the dwarf boy disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the midget's voice echoed in the arena, "Aren't your sword technique very powerful? Then break my tornado. I have already fused with the tornado. If you want to defeat me, you have to break this tornado." The hurricane spun faster and faster. In an instant, it had enveloped Lin Fei. Countless attacks flew over continuously. Senior Brother Fong's tornado technique is still the best. This tornado technique is suitable for small places. Lin Fei won't be able to block it at all. Lin Fei's sword technique is fast, but Senior Brother Fong's movement technique is fused with the tornado. There's no way to find his true body. As long as you can't find his true body, you can't defeat him. This midget kid's surname was Fong and he could be considered a senior brother. He had the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator. His tornado technique was very powerful. In such a small position, he was able to gain a great advantage. When the other party spoke, Lin Fei knew that this guy still had some tricks up his sleeve. He actually knew a powerful concealment technique. Although he seemed to be talking to Lin Fei and seemed to be in the tornado, he wasn't. He was actually hiding in the depths of the void. This technique was very unbelievable. Lin Fei knew that an arena like this was covered with arrays and it was impossible to reach the depths of the void. However, this senior brother Fong was really hiding in the depths of the void and there was no trace of him. If one thought that he was hiding in the tornado, then that would be a huge mistake. He was afraid that this guy was hiding in the void and would secretly make a sneak attack. Lin Fei laughed, and his sword intent spread out in the surroundings. Then, he clashed with the tornado. The tornado got stronger and stronger. However, it still couldn't break Lin Fei's sword light. Just at that moment, a person appeared. It was the midget kid with 2 pairs of gloves. The gloves were claw-shaped and they shone with a cold light. Just as he was about to attack, Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword and thousands of sword lights struck the midget kid's body. The midget kid was sent flying. "I'm sorry, I have already found out where your true body is." Just as the midget kid was about to hide in the void once more, a miniature sword light prison instantly enveloped him. There was a loud explosion. The power exploded on the midget's body and he fell to the ground, injured. "You can actually see where I am hiding. Then, I won't lose unjustly." The midget kid admitted defeat without hesitation. He flipped and jumped off the arena. Lin Fei defeated 2 experts in a row. His points also increased from 3,100 to 3,600. This also made more people realize that Lin Fei was much stronger and more terrifying than they had imagined. If anyone were to go against such a person, they would definitely have no chance of winning. Lin Fei was still really calm. "Actually, my sword technique is a little stronger. Senior brothers, don't stand on ceremony. Come up and spar with me. It's okay even if you take turns to fight me. Otherwise, I will feel bad for taking so many points." Many people were speechless. Chapter 4473. The sparring in the ring continued. After all, the temptation of the points was still quite great. Especially since Lin Fei was still a newcomer. That's right. In the eyes of these pro-disciples, Lin Fei was a genuine newcomer. Relying on his powerful swordsmanship, he actually didn't take them seriously. Even if he defeated 2 experts in a row, in their eyes, he wasn't that powerful. What's more, he even proposed a tag battle. If they didn't teach Lin Fei a lesson, how would they survive in the future? So one by one, they went up to spar. There was a loud bang. Another was kicked down, fell to the ground, and took a few steps back. After cupping his hands, he turned around and left. This seems to be the 12th one. This Lin Fei is really powerful. With such a fast sword, he can actually defeat 12 pro-disciples in a row. If this guy reaches the insightful void realm, wouldn't his strength be even more terrifying? He's in the golden core realm, but his strength is really tyrannical. He can be compared with the veteran nascent soul realm. After seeing another disciple being kicked down, many people shook their heads. Everyone realized that this Lin Fei was indeed a bit strong. At least in the golden core realm, it was very rare to have such strength. This was clearly the strength of a veteran nascent soul realm cultivator. And the points also rose quickly, breaking through to 10,000 points. It was considered a big number. I don't know who is planning to come down and challenge me. If there's no one, then I'm leaving. These 10,000 points can be exchanged for a lot of things. Lin Fei chuckled. At this time, no one dared to casually go up to the ring. After all, their strength was similar. Even if they went up, they would be defeated. Instead, they would be giving points to others for no reason. They really couldn't do this kind of thing. Lin Fei was originally planning to wait for more people, but in the end, he was a little disappointed. No one actually came up. This made his intention to make a fortune completely disappear. And just when Lin Fei was planning to come down, a voice rang out, 10,000 points, so many points, I want it. A very ordinary person walked over. When this person appeared, many people blinked their eyes. He was a little unfamiliar. Because they really did not know who this person was. This person is quite unfamiliar. Who knows where he came from? I really can't recognize him. He must be a newcomer. After all, our heavens-reaching church has so many disciples, more than 100,000. It would be strange if he could recognize him. Many senior and junior brothers are not in the sky-reaching church. They are all out to gain experience. Everyone came back to their senses at once. This explanation was indeed very reliable. It was also very difficult for them to recognize all the disciples of the heavens-reaching church. What made them curious was that this person didn't know Lin Fei's strength and was really planning on fighting him. When Lin Fei heard the voice, he knew who it was. He didn't expect that the assassin would want to spar with him at this time. He was really bold. It seemed that he was determined to defeat him, or perhaps he was planning to play some tricks on the stage. Lin Fei hadn't even gone to look for him, but the other party had come first. This person didn't walk very fast. Very slowly. He went to the stage leisurely. From beginning to end, he didn't have a strong aura. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei knew that once this person took action, it would definitely be a storm-like attack. Lin Fei was also very curious about the killer move of this Dusk Tavern assassin. After all, such opportunities were really rare. Therefore, Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm going to attack now. You'd better be careful. I haven't used this move yet. After all, 10,000 points is too tempting. No matter what, I have to get my hands on it. This person's voice was very cold. It was as cold as being in an ice cave. Even this person was unreasonably ordinary. Even if Lin Fei took a look at him, he could not remember him for a moment. He also realized that this person must have a treasure or practice some secret method. It made people unable to remember him in a short time. Perhaps this was one of the great abilities of the Dusk Tavern. Lin Fei smiled. Don't worry. As long as you can defeat me, you can take these 10,000 points. I have nothing to say. After all, a loss is a loss. I'm a very open-minded person. Rainstorm. As soon as Lin Fei's words left his mouth, the man made his move. It was really like a storm. His entire body actually transformed into a black rain. Drip, drip, drip. This kind of method shocked everyone present. Not just anyone could use such a technique. He comprehended the great Tao. Heavens, an insightful emptiness expert actually came. This great Tao is also very powerful. He can actually comprehend it so quickly. Then this Lin Fei is definitely going to lose. Many people recognized that this was a technique of the great Tao. Because this was no longer something that simple techniques could compare to. North Heaven Immortal and Zhu Qin stood up. They were a little surprised. After all, there were no insightful emptiness experts among them. Insightful emptiness experts wouldn't come here and bully the weak. Even though these 10,000 points were useful to insightful emptiness experts, they wouldn't fight just to save face. But now, an insightful emptiness expert had actually made a move. Since when did the Sky-Reaching School have an insightful emptiness expert? They actually didn't know. One had to become an insightful emptiness expert to be on the Sky-Reaching list. But very quickly, Zhu Qin shook his head. No, this person isn't even at the insightful emptiness level. He just used a great Tao talisman. Damn, this guy is quite rich. When the surrounding people heard about the great Tao talisman, they were a little surprised. One had to know that such a great Tao talisman wasn't cheap. A great Tao talisman was personally made by a heaven insightful emptiness expert. Just this alone was worth 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the higher the level of the great Tao, the more powerful it was. The higher the great Tao talisman, the higher the price. Most people wouldn't bear to use it, but someone had actually used it for the sake of these 10,000 points. The price-to-performance ratio was a little high. Lin Fei's body was also hit by the power of the great Tao. This power was terrifyingly strong. It was even more penetrative. At the same time, Lin Fei could feel traces of special power in the air. This special power was none other than a type of poison. It was very strong. It was very well hidden. If Lin Fei didn't have the God Tree of Life, his undying body, and his sensitive perception, he wouldn't have been able to sense that this guy had used 2 levels of techniques. Damn, this Dusk Tavern is really capable. Chapter 44-74. This guy was quite strong. At the very least, Lin Fei was the first to meet him. Of course, he was also the first Dusk Assassin. At the same time, Lin Fei was very interested in this Dusk Tavern. This assassin really wasn't easy to deal with. Fortunately, Lin Fei's immortal body was unbelievably strong. He directly withstood the poison. As soon as the poison seeped in, Lin Fei's power enveloped it. The power of the raindrops on the surface was directly blocked by Lin Fei's sword intent. One after another, the sword intent spread all over his body. Lin Fei could see that the power of the Great Path was strong, but it wouldn't last long. It was just a one-time attack. Perhaps the opponent was using this method to attract his attention. The poison was the real focus. The opponent didn't care about the 500 points. He just wanted to kill him in secret. Lin Fei acted like he didn't know and blocked the power of the Great Path. The Great Path attack lasted for a very long time. The raindrops fell one by one, but Lin Fei continued to hold on. Even the surrounding people gasped when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe it. Junior brother Lin Fei is too strong. Yeah, he's so strong that it's terrifying. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. In the future, junior brother Lin Fei will probably have a high chance of fighting for the position of son. At this time, North Heaven Immortal and Zhu Qin were a little surprised. Although they knew from the beginning that Lin Fei was quite strong, they didn't think he would be that strong. But now, he could actually withstand the power of the Great Path God Talisman. This was rare. From this, it could be seen that Lin Fei's potential was limitless. At the very least, he had a chance of becoming a son. They had no choice but to take him seriously. When the power of the Great Path stopped, the sky full of swordlight gathered and instantly pierced through the body of the Dusk Tavern assassin. His opponent only appeared to be in a sorry state, but he didn't know that Lin Fei's attack wasn't that simple. Junior brother Lin Fei is really amazing. I've lost this battle, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. This person directly flipped over and fell off the stage. They left the underground plaza. He was no different from the previous few. But only he himself knew that Lin Fei was doomed. After being poisoned, there was no cure. Even if he wanted the antidote, it was not something he could obtain. Although he was a little surprised by Lin Fei's strength, he was still a little surprised. However, the assassin was still very satisfied. At the very least, he could kill this Lin Fei. What he needed to do now was to leave the heavens-reaching church. However, as soon as he left, the sky-reaching school was only 1,000,000 kilometers away. A wave of energy appeared at his heart and wrapped around him. Then, he completely lost consciousness. He had still underestimated Lin Fei's power. Even a trace of his sword intent could explode with brilliant power. It wasn't something that his small body could resist at all. After Lin Fei withstood the power of the Great Way, no one fought with him anymore. They didn't have the confidence to do so, unless the saints took action. But how could the saints take action? They were thinking too much. As a result, Lin Fei obtained 10,000 points. Of course, what made Lin Fei the happiest was that he had killed the assassin in the Dusk Tavern. He didn't have to worry about the other party watching him in the dark all the time. It was estimated that the assassin had already left the heavens-reaching church, so he could detonate the power in his body. When the power went further and further away, Lin Fei blew it decisively. After coming down from the stage, Yi Dazhuang and Su Zhending had already disappeared. They probably didn't have the face to stay here anymore. On the contrary, many people came to greet them. Most of these people were personal disciples, and they all had smiles on their faces. It seemed that they wanted to be familiar with them. After all, a personal disciple who could resist the divine talisman of the Great Way would probably spread throughout the heavens-reaching church soon. It was a good thing to get to know him earlier. Junior brother Lin Fei, your swordsmanship is really good. I wonder if you are interested in joining my immortal gang. At this time, a figure came over. There were quite a few people following behind him. When everyone saw this person, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Northern Heaven Immortal Saint was here. When they looked at Lin Fei again, they were full of envy and jealousy. They didn't expect that senior brother Northern Heaven Immortal would come to recruit him. The Immortal Gang was a powerful small gang in the heavens-reaching church. And this small gang was full of top figures. Because they all had a chance to reach the immortal realm in the future. This could be seen from the name of the Immortal Gang. With the support of the Immortal Gang, you would be able to live the life you really wanted in the heavens-reaching church and get more cultivation resources. The heavens-reaching church was not surprised that their disciples formed gangs. It seemed that they quite approved of it. In their opinion, only by competing with each other could they grow to a new realm in the future. Without competition, how could they cultivate stronger strength? So they didn't stop them at all. Therefore, there were many gangs in the sky-reaching church. They either had a large number of people or a small number of people. There weren't many top gangs like the Immortal Gang. There weren't many who could contend against him. Therefore, there were very few people who could be recruited by the Northern Heaven Immortal. As soon as North Heaven Immortal finished speaking, another figure appeared. It was Zhu Qin. I don't think it's interesting for the Immortal Gang to fight for it. Why don't you join our heavenly gates? We can guarantee that you'll have the chance to cultivate to the level of an immortal. The appearance of this Northern Heaven Immortal was unbelievable to everyone. There weren't many people they could recruit. But now, even Zhu Qin had come. It had to be known that Northern Heavenly Immortal and Zhu Qin were both extremely talented. They had been in the limelight at Skysplit Tower and had become holy sons as soon as they came out. He was even recruited by the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Gates. The resources came down. They had directly broken through to the insightful Emptiness realm. Such a rapid improvement in strength showed that the gangs behind them had contributed a lot. Now that both of them had taken a liking to Lin Fei, everyone was naturally surprised. It could be said that Lin Fei had reached the heavens in one step. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would be recruited by two people with great talent just by gaining some points. The Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Security sect seemed to have quite a strong background. He also knew that there were many gangs in the heavens reaching church, and they were all recruiting top-notch people. The Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Gates were both top-notch. If you want resources, you have resources. If you want cultivation techniques, you have cultivation techniques. As for recruiting, Lin Fei wasn't really interested. His only interest now was to get more points. Or a top-notch god tree. This was the best way to increase his strength. Senior brothers, you are so enthusiastic. I don't know how to choose. Why don't you give me some time to think about it? Chapter 44-75. Both Northern Immortal and Zhu Qin were not surprised by Lin Fei's rejection. If he agreed so quickly, then there must be something wrong with Lin Fei's brain. After obtaining 10,000 points, Lin Fei left the underground plaza. After leaving, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to return to his mountain peak. Instead, he went to the place where he could exchange points. After all, 10,000 points was not a small sum. Lin Fei could go and see what he could exchange points for. When he arrived at the place, there were not many people here. Senior apprentice brother, I wonder what you are planning to exchange for. There is a catalog here, you can take a look at the value. The items are all here. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, someone handed him a book. Lin Fei smiled as he took the book and casually flipped through it. It was filled with the list of things he could exchange for. There were all kinds of treasures. It could be said that the heaven-reaching church had a rather deep foundation. The first thing Lin Fei looked for was the items related to the refinement of the heavenly tree. As expected, there were quite a lot of things here. However, the points required for exchange were not low either. For example, this heavenly shield could release a defense. A wooden shield like this actually required 1,000 points. The heavenly treasure armor also required 5,000 points. Lin Fei could not help but be a little dumbfounded. It seemed like his 10,000 points were really not much. No wonder the Bountiful Treasures building had spent so much time collecting for him. Lin Fei felt that he had to take a look. For example, these medicinal herbs. Heaven and earth medicinal herbs were also much cheaper to exchange for. 10,000 to 50,000 years old medicinal herbs would basically only cost a few thousand points. Those that were 50,000 years old and above would require 5,000 points. Those that were 100,000 to 500,000 years old would require tens of thousands of points. Lin Fei was dumbfounded again. It seems like I was thinking too much. 10,000 points really cannot exchange for anything. Senior apprentice brother, if you think these things are more expensive, you can take a look at the last few pages. There are some cheaper things there. The senior apprentice brother smiled and said. Lin Fei flipped all the way to the end and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. These things were really cheap. They were not expensive at all, only about a few hundred points. None of them had more than 1,000 points. This was also a cheap local product. Lin Fei was speechless, but when he saw the last item, he was dumbfounded. He thought he was seeing things. The fragment of the Great Tao Heart. There was such a thing. Only 100 points for one. That's a little too cheap. Lin Fei hadn't noticed that the Tao Heart fragment was actually the cheapest, only 100 points. Senior Martial Brother said with a smile, this fragment of the heart of the Great Tao is actually condensed by an insightful emptiness realm expert's cultivation of the Great Tao. However, during a fight, the fragment of the heart of the Great Tao will break into pieces and scatter. These fragments will contain traces of the power of the Great Tao, which can be absorbed and refined. However, the effect is too low. Of course, this is also a way to cultivate a Great Tao. Lin Fei could tell that this person was telling a joke. Hey, can you take out a fragment of the heart of the Great Tao and let me take a look? Originally, Lin Fei had wanted to give up. However, on second thought, this thing belonged to the Great Tao. Even if it was broken, it would still contain the power of the Great Tao. He wondered if the Tree of Life would be interested. That was why Lin Fei asked such a question. How would he know if he didn't try? This senior martial brother was really enthusiastic. He turned around and took the fragment of the heart of the Great Tao. The fragment of the heart of the Great Tao was like a crystal. It was really beautiful and colorful. The crystal that Lin Fei saw was black. This is a fragment of the heart of the Great Tao with the power of destruction. It's a pity that the power within is almost all gone. What's left is almost an empty shell. Lin Fei took the fragment of the heart of the Great Tao. There were no more ripples, but he could more or less feel the aura of destruction. Lin Fei could imagine that such a great Tao of destruction was really extraordinary. No wonder it was said that the power of the Great Tao was higher than that of an original Soul Realm expert. This was obviously a higher level of power. After Lin Fei held it in his hand, the Tree of Life moved. This kind of movement was really sensitive. Lin Fei smiled. He knew that he had guessed right again. The heart of the Great Tao was also a part of the heaven and earth. Although it had become a fragment of the heart of the Great Tao, it was still a part of the heaven and earth. The Tree of Life's movement was not small. Lin Fei knew that he had done the right thing. Then give me 100 fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. Lin Fei had 10,000 points on him. He might as well exchange them all for the fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. The senior martial brother was stunned. He was obviously a little surprised. Junior brother, are you right? You want 100 fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. You should know that these things are basically useless. Lin Fei smiled. I found a few ancient books that have research on the fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. I don't really like other things, but I like to study the fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. Just exchange 100 fragments of the heart of the Great Tao for me. After hearing Lin Fei say this, the senior martial brother didn't say anything else. He really gave Lin Fei 100 fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. 10,000 points were used just like that. Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. After collecting the fragments of the heart of the Great Tao, he returned to the mountain where he was. As soon as he returned, Su Tianqing came out. Junior brother, you're still the best. You made Su Zhending suffer a big loss again. That guy's heart is probably bleeding. Su Tianqing also heard the news. In a short time, it had already spread like wildfire in the sky, reaching school. Especially when Zhu Qin and Northern Immortal tried to recruit him together. One was the Immortal Gang and the other was the Heavenly Gate. Both of them were top-notch small gangs. Lin Fei smiled and said, he asked for it. However, I still have to thank him for his contribution. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten 10,000 points. These days, Su Tianqing was really worried that Lin Fei wouldn't come back. After all, it was the Demon Desert. Moreover, it was Su Zhending's plan. Now that he saw Su Zhending suffer a loss, he was naturally very happy. After chatting with Su Tianqing for a while, Lin Fei returned to his residence. After setting up the method, he directly let the Divine Tree of Life devour the heart of the Great Tao. Lin Fei didn't check the fragments of the heart of the Great Tao, because the fluctuations of the fragments of the heart of the Great Tao were not big. It was obvious that it was useless. If not for the Tree of Life, Lin Fei would not have brought it back. There was simply no need for it. Chapter 4476. After the Tree of Life absorbed the fragments of the Heart of Tao. Under Lin Fei's watchful eyes, he grew rapidly. This surprised Lin Fei a little. To think that this empty shell of the Heart of Tao would be so effective. In the blink of an eye, the Tree of Life grew a lot taller. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a Heart of Tao at the top of the Tree of Life. However, it wasn't considered complete and seemed very illusory. It wasn't even a physical body, but it was enough to make Lin Fei take in a breath of cold air. No way. The Divine Tree of Life can do this. Doesn't that mean that if I can get more of the Heart of Great Tao fragments, I will be able to get a complete Heart of Great Tao? Then, I will be able to become an insightful emptiness realm expert. Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. He knew that countless people were stuck between the nascent soul realm and insightful emptiness realm. It was because the Tao was too difficult to form. But he didn't expect the Tree of Life to be so useful and forcefully form a Heart of Tao. Even though he didn't know what attribute this Heart of Tao had. He knew that as long as he collected more fragments of the Heart of Tao, he would be able to easily form a Heart of Tao. A Heart of Tao like this could definitely be sold for a high price. With this, Lin Fei's heart was moved. This time, he had really stumbled upon a huge bargain. One must know that this Heart of Tao was truly a good item. If this were to spread in the spiritual realm, who knew how many people would go crazy? After Lin Fei suppressed his thoughts, he called Su Tianqing in immediately. After all, this little heavenly king knew quite a bit of information. Su Tianqing came over eagerly. Do you know anything about this Heart of Tao fragment? Lin Fei asked with a smile. I've been researching this Heart of Tao fragment recently and read some ancient books. I have some ideas. Lin Fei didn't want people to suspect that he could use this Heart of Tao fragment. If he was really suspected, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to be careful about this matter. Therefore, Lin Fei came up with an excuse. For example, researching the Tao Heart fragment. It sounded rather absurd, but given how vast the spiritual realm was, there were still people who would more or less study it. So when Su Tianqing heard Lin Fei's words, other than feeling a little surprised, he didn't have any other thoughts. After all, there were many people who studied the fragment of the Heart of the Great Path. Everyone hoped to take a shortcut and become an insightful emptiness realm expert in one step. Without cultivating the Great Tao, it was impossible to become an insightful emptiness realm expert. This was an iron rule. Unfortunately, after researching for so long, no one was able to study the fragment of the Heart of the Great Tao in the end. This fragment of the Heart of Great Tao was actually left behind by the insightful emptiness realm experts after they died in a fight. Of course, this also depends on the opportunity. If you want to get the fragment of the Heart of Great Tao, it is actually very easy. You can exchange for it. However, the exchange is a little tricky. You can go to those forbidden areas to look for it. Su Tianqing had a rather deep understanding of the Heart of the Tao fragment. Therefore, after he mentioned it, Lin Fei had a deep impression of the Tao Heart fragment. So it was that simple. As long as he went to the forbidden areas, he would be able to find these fragments of the Heart of Great Tao. If junior brother Lin Fei wants to find these fragments of the Heart of Great Tao, you can go to a few of the bigger forbidden areas. There are many insightful emptiness realm experts who died in these forbidden areas. Lin Fei really had the idea of going to the forbidden areas to find the fragments of the Heart of Great Tao. Although the God Tree of Life already had the model of the Heart of Great Tao, it was still some time before it was fully formed. Of course, the prerequisite was that he needed enough fragments of the Heart of Great Tao. Therefore, Lin Fei wanted to collect a batch and see how many fragments of the Heart of Great Tao were needed to obtain the Heart of Great Tao. Other than this, there is actually another way. That is to go to the auction and exchange for items. As long as junior brother Lin can take out enough items, it is actually not difficult to obtain the fragments of the Heart of Great Tao. Many people bring them with them. Su Tianqing gave Lin Fei 2 suggestions in a short while. Initially, Lin Fei felt that going to the forbidden areas was not a bad idea. However, he thought that it would still take time to go to the forbidden areas. It was especially troublesome at this time. However, if he went to the auction and exchanged items, it would be much easier. Lin Fei still had some good things with him. For example, this life energy. This kind of thing could heal injuries. For experts, it was of great use. Given Lin Fei's current strength, even if an insightful emptiness realm expert attacked him, he would not be able to break his physical body. Therefore, he could really operate it. After Lin Fei understood a little more, he sent Su Tianqing away. After nightfall, Lin Fei left the heavenly reaching church and went to a chamber of commerce. Lin Fei did not want too many people to know that he had left the heavenly reaching church. This time, he went to a relatively famous place. It was called the Dark Chamber of Commerce. Of course, more people liked to call it the Underground Chamber of Commerce. It was also a relatively famous chamber of commerce in the spiritual world. It was also relatively close. In such a chamber of commerce, people would exchange items. As for the items, no one knew where they came from. Anyway, the underground chamber of commerce was quite capable. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to go there to try his luck. On the way, Lin Fei shook his body and changed his figure. Even his aura became very strange. Even if Su Tianqing stood in front of him, he would not be able to imagine it. It took Lin Fei 2 days to finally arrive at the Dark Chamber of Commerce. This place was a clue that he had painstakingly obtained. It was located in a forest and was very inconspicuous. Lin Fei took out a pass. After activating it, he saw a door slowly open. Lin Fei followed him in. There was a completely different world inside the door. It turned out to be a miniature world. This ability was a little big. Lin Fei was not a rookie now, so he had a clear understanding of these miniature worlds. He also knew that a place that could afford such a place must have a great background. When he entered the Dark Chamber of Commerce, it was no different from a small town. It looked ordinary. However, Lin Fei could feel a terrifying aura. Lin Fei maintained his strength at the Gold Core realm, which was not conspicuous. Then, he found a nearby inn to stay. The inn here was not cheap. It cost 1 million lower spiritual stones for 1 day. 3 days would cost 3 million lower spiritual stones. Lin Fei stayed and inquired about the news. The auction would be held in 8 days, so he had to stay here for at least 10 days. Time passed by in a flash. He checked out of the inn. He went to the underground auction. The underground chamber of commerce was really located underground. Chapter 4477. The moment Lin Fei entered, he realized that there was something different about this place. This was a very simple auction. There were no private rooms or anything like that. Instead, everyone was in the same place. There were many stools in front of them and cultivators were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Most of them wore masks and very few of them revealed their faces. The masks were not simple either. All of them had the energy waves of treasures. Lin Fei knew that this place was a shady business. However, this place was rather famous. Fortunately, I've changed my aura and my appearance. It's more useful than wearing a mask. At the very least, they'll only suspect me and not someone else. After looking around, Lin Fei headed towards a certain place. This place was for the appraisal of treasures. Lin Fei was prepared to use the sacred water of life to exchange for the Tao core fragment. The appraiser here was an old man. He was not young. "Sir, what do you want to appraise?" Lin Fei casually took out the sacred water of life. The old man seemed to have noticed that this was Lin Fei's first time here. He said calmly, "Don't worry. This place is isolated by an array. No one will be able to sneak in and no one will know." Actually, there was no need to say that. Lin Fei had sensed it long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the sacred water of life. "I want to use this to exchange for some Dao core fragments. Other items are fine too. Naturally, I will need medicinal herbs that are at least 100,000 years old," Lin Fei said. When the old man saw the few drops of sacred water of life, his eyes lit up. What a pure energy. It doesn't have any attributes. Lin Fei said, "This is a special type of energy. I don't know where it came from, but one drop of this energy can heal any injuries on the body. In other words, it can heal any injuries in an instant." After hearing what Lin Fei said, the old man became even more excited. He took out a series of items and began to verify them. After busying himself for a while, he finally approved of it. "According to my appraisal, this item can indeed heal injuries quickly. Are you sure you want to exchange it for the Dao core fragment and medicinal herbs that are at least 100,000 years old?" Lin Fei nodded. "Yes, I want these things. I don't want anything else." The old man stood up and returned the drops of God water of life to Lin Fei. "I wonder if Sire is interested in negotiating with our Chamber of Commerce. Our Chamber of Commerce is willing to purchase the God water of life as long as we can give you something satisfactory." Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. In fact, deep down in his heart, he was hoping that the auction house would take this item away. Because it was simple and straightforward. He would never expose himself. After seeing Lin Fei frown, the old man continued, "Our merchant guild might not be good at other things, but we have a lot of resources. Dao core fragments, medicinal herbs that are over 100,000 years old. I don't dare to speak too much about other people, but our merchant guild can still produce them. We are no less than other people." Lin Fei gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't matter if I sell it to your auction house, but the price must satisfy me. Otherwise, I'd rather take it out and exchange it for something else." The old man finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Sir, please follow me. Let's talk upstairs." Lin Fei followed the old man upstairs. There was a private room upstairs. After the old man brought Lin Fei in, he said, "Sir, please rest here for a while. I'll immediately invite our president over to talk with you." Lin Fei sat down casually. After the old man left, he immediately went to look for the president. Lin Fei didn't sit for long before the door to the private room was pushed open. Someone had entered. When the person entered, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. This was because the person who entered was actually a valiant and formidable-looking woman. She was dressed in a bright red robe, making her look extremely charming. "Hello sir, I am the president of this merchant guild, Hu Meili." After the red-robed woman walked over, she sat down opposite of Lin Fei. The old man also stood beside her. "What price can you offer for my item?" "As long as you meet my requirements, I'll naturally sell it to you." Lin Fei didn't look at Hu Meili as he spoke coldly. After all, the reason why Lin Fei came here to sell the God Water of Life was also for the sake of the Dao Core fragment. Therefore, he didn't want too many people to know about it. It would be best if things could be resolved quickly. There was nothing to worry about. Hu Meili didn't expect this person to actually dare to show his face and come to the merchant guild to sell something. She actually couldn't recall this person's origins. He was simply too ordinary and unfamiliar. However, according to the appraiser, this God water was really too precious. "I wonder if this sir can take out this God water for me to take a look. I guarantee that the price is not a problem. After all, our merchant guild can still afford it." Lin Fei took out the God Water of Life and placed it on the tea table. Hu Meili didn't pick it up. Instead, she used her spiritual sense to check it. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. However, she still maintained a charming smile on her face without any change in expression. Humeli knew that this god water was really a good thing. She didn't expect the spiritual realm to have such a thing. Of course, there were many mystical things in the spiritual realm that weren't easy to discover. You have 5 drops of god water here. I can give you 5,000 Tao core fragments and 5 100,000-year-old herbs. How about it? Humeli was also testing the waters. After all, the price of these 5 drops of god water was definitely very high. Especially if they were to exchange it outside, there would be people fighting over it. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie. He chuckled. You also know that the fragment of the Tao heart isn't worth much unless it's complete. However, it's just a fragment and 5 100,000-year-old herbs. It's too little. Lin Fei shook his head and said, I'll give you one more chance. If you can't meet my requirements, then I'll take it out and exchange it for something else. Lin Fei was also a decisive person. How could he not see that Humeli was testing him to see if he had obtained this god water by chance? It would be impossible for people not to suspect him. Some merchant guilds might even secretly investigate his origins. Now that Lin Fei had such a background, no one would be able to guess it. Humeli also realized that this person was somewhat difficult to deal with. He was actually so decisive without any hesitation. It seemed that he had some understanding of this god water of life. Tao core fragments aren't easy to obtain. I only have 5,000 Tao core fragments at most. However, I can give you more herbs. How about 500,000-year-old herbs? No, I'll give you 3 500,000-year-old herbs. That's the limit of our merchant guild. Lin Fei naturally knew that these Tao core fragments weren't very useful. It wouldn't be easy to gather more. 5,000 was not a small number. Of course, the main point was the 3 500,000-year-old herbs. This was indeed a sincere expression. Chapter 4478. This was the highest price that Humeli had ever offered. Subconsciously, she had to get her hands on this special energy no matter what. Because this thing was really too rare, Humeli had never seen it before. If he could get his hands on it, it would be no less than a divine elixir. Therefore, he offered a high price. Even if this person seemed unfamiliar, it would be great if he could buy the 5 drops of special energy. Your price is not bad. I am quite satisfied. I will sell these 5 drops of special energy to your Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei said coolly. Humeli heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was afraid that the other party would think that the price wasn't high enough. Fortunately, they finally got it. Thank you for selling these 5 drops of special energy to us, sir. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the fragment of the Tao heart and the 3 500,000-year-old herbs for you right now. Humeli turned around and went out, feeling relieved in her heart. After Humeli left, Lin Fei was calculating in his heart. Looks like the wealth of this dark spirit merchant group is pretty good. Since they are able to take out 5,000 great Tao core fragments in one go, I wonder if these 5,000 great Tao core fragments are enough to create a great Tao core. If they can create one, then this transaction will be huge. Others might not know the origin of this life energy, but Lin Fei knew very well that it was not condensed from the divine tree of life. This thing could be considered cheap, but it could also be considered expensive. Of course, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was a very cheap product. This trip would be a great harvest. After some time, Humeli had returned. She was still wearing a big red robe, but the smile on her face was even more enthusiastic. Sir, here are 5,000 fragments of the great Tao core and 3 500,000-year-old medicinal herbs. They're definitely the real deal. Please take a look. Humeli took the ring. He placed it in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei really checked it. After all, he had no choice but to check it. He was also afraid that Mei had arranged something. After a round of inspection, he heaved a sigh of relief when he found that there was nothing wrong with him. There really were 5,000 fragments of the Tao heart and 3 500,000-year-old herbs inside. Lin Fei put away the storage ring. You are very sincere. This is an invincible special divine water. Lin Fei gave them the divine water of life and stood up. Mei inspected it, and after confirming that it was genuine, she felt at ease. She was also afraid that the other party would do something to it. After all, who knew when she would be able to obtain such divine water again? Sir, if you have more of these things in the future, feel free to come to our Dark Chamber of Commerce. We will definitely be able to give you a satisfactory price. Lin Fei paused at the door and replied, if it's a complete Tao heart, what's your price? Lin Fei was very clearly aware that after he brought these 5,000 heart of the Grand Tao fragments back, he would definitely be able to condense a complete heart of the Grand Tao, and it might even be able to condense more than one. Therefore, he had to investigate the situation first. He could also see that Mei was an ambitious woman. For ambitious women, the heart of the Great Tao was very useful to anyone. For ambitious women, it was even more important. Lin Fei did not believe that this woman would not care about the heart of the Great Tao. As expected, after Mei heard that the heart of the Great Tao was complete, a trace of light flashed between her brows. She could hide it from others, but she could not hide it from Lin Fei. If it's a complete heart of the Great Tao, our Dark Chamber of Commerce will definitely be able to give you a satisfactory price. Whether you want spirit stones or something else, we can get it for you. Even high-grade spirit stones are not a problem. Mei took a deep breath. If it was someone else who said this, Mei would definitely not believe it. However, Mei believed the words of this person in front of her. This was a woman's intuition. Mei had always been very trusting of her intuition. What she believed was true. This person might really be able to obtain the heart of the Great Tao. This is my communication talisman. If you can really obtain the complete heart of the Great Tao, you can contact me at any time. We can discuss the price at any time. Mei took out another communication talisman. This was a single communication talisman, and it could only be used one-to-one. Lin Fei casually put it away, turned around, and left. After Lin Fei left, the old man beside Mei said, President, should we arrange for someone to keep an eye on him? I think this person is a little interesting. Mei shook her head and said, forget it. It's not worth it to follow this kind of person. I am still preparing for a second cooperation. The old man beside her said, a second cooperation. How is that possible? I don't think he will come to our Dark Chamber of Commerce again. This kind of person is very cunning. He will definitely change places. However, Mei laughed very happily and said, then you are wrong. This person will definitely come for a second time. This is my woman's intuition. Hence, there is no need for us to follow him. If he can really obtain the heart of the Great Tao for us, and a complete one at that, where else can we find such a good thing? You must know that a heart of the Great Tao can create an insightful emptiness realm expert. After Lin Fei left, he originally thought that Mei would arrange for someone to follow him. He did not expect that no one would follow him. He was somewhat surprised. It seems that this Mei is a smart woman. Sometimes, smart women are indeed a good partner. Lin Fei smiled. Along the way, he changed his identity countless times and changed his aura countless times. Only then did he change back to his original appearance. Finally, he returned to the sky-reaching church. Nothing unexpected happened during the whole process. Lin Fei easily exchanged 5 drops of divine water of life for 5,000 heart of the Great Tao fragments and 3 500,000-year-old medicinal herbs. As soon as he returned to his room, Lin Fei first absorbed and refined the 3 500,000-year-old medicinal herbs. As expected, it was effective. The divine tree of life had also grown a lot taller. Of course, the most important thing was the 5,000 Heart of the Great Tao fragments. It was not easy to find such fragments. In the blink of an eye, he had obtained 5,000 Heart of the Great Tao fragments. This was quite a good deal. He had refined all the fragments in one go for the divine tree of life. The refinement took 3 days. After 3 days, Lin Fei finally smiled. On the divine tree of life, he had obtained 5 complete Heart of the Great Tao. They were exuding traces of Tao will. However, these Tao wills were of the lowest level. Lin Fei could still feel that they were not very strong. A complete Heart of the Great Tao was good. That would make 5 cavern experts. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, the life statement actually sent him a message. Lin Fei's expression was one of astonishment. He was a little surprised. It turned out that the Heart of the Great Tao could be fused. If he kept fusing them, he could fuse them into a higher level Heart of the Great Tao. Chapter 4479. Lin Fei didn't think that the God Tree of Life would have such an effect. Being able to fuse the Tao heart was out of Lin Fei's expectations. He thought that 5,000 Tao heart fragments wouldn't be able to form many Tao hearts. He didn't expect to form 5 Tao hearts. Although the power of the Tao was very weak, it was still the power of the Tao. It was very safe to deal with nascent soul experts. Otherwise, why would they be called emptiness realm experts? Lin Fei could see the quality of the 5 Tao hearts. With a thought, these 5 Tao hearts fell into Lin Fei's hands. Indeed, each of them had the power of the Tao. Lin Fei didn't choose to refine them. After all, the power of the Tao was too weak. Even if Lin Fei wanted to refine them, he would need the best Tao heart. Of course, Lin Fei's Tao heart was dispensable. As long as his physical body came up, he could use all kinds of abilities. There was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei gave it a try and fused 4 of the great Tao hearts. Once the 4 Tao hearts fused, Lin Fei instantly felt that the power increased a lot. No matter who it was, they would become much stronger in the future. Lin Fei also smiled. Such a great Tao heart. If he brought it to the Chamber of Commerce, everyone would probably fight for it. Lin Fei put away the 2 Tao hearts. He didn't plan to go to the Chamber of Commerce again. Otherwise, it would be easy for people to associate it. Lin Fei's eyes were on the Heavenly Demon Tree again. After all, the Heavenly Demon Tree seemed to have a much better effect than the Tao heart. But after thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that it was better to wait. Anyway, he had been relying on the Tao heart to recover a lot. He might as well wait for the second mission. Su Zhending seemed to have suffered a loss and didn't come looking for trouble with Lin Fei again. In the end, Lin Fei rejected both the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Gates. This surprised the people who came forward. After all, this was the first time someone had rejected the Immortal Gang and the Elysium's recruitment. Not everyone could do such a thing. If he hadn't said it himself, they would have suspected that they had heard wrongly. There really was someone who dared to reject the recruitment. So he left in a huff. Before long, the news spread in the heaven-reaching church. When they heard the news, they were dumbfounded. That personal disciple Lin Fei actually missed such a good opportunity. If it were them, they would join even if they were beaten to death. Whether it was the Immortal Gang or the Elysium, joining either of them was enough to make them excited for an entire day. But now, he was rejected. It could only be said that this Lin Fei was really interesting. After Lin Fei refused, no one from the Immortal Gang and Elysium came. Even the other small gangs didn't come. Anyone could imagine that if they dared to reject the Immortal Gang and the Elysium, they would be oppressed in the future. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and in this month's time, Lin Fei did not come out at all. He had been in the palace the whole time. Lin Fei came to the place to accept the task again. This was the second time he had accepted an experience task. So he was quite looking forward to it. When he received this experience task, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Then, he returned to normal. He turned around and walked out of the place to accept the task. He returned to his palace. Junior brother, you've gone too far. Someone must have done something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have accepted such a difficult task. As a little heavenly king, when Su Tianqing saw this task, his face changed. The task that Lin Fei had accepted this time was not a small task. It was a big task. This task required Lin Fei to break through to the insightful void realm within 3 years. Such an experience task really made Lin Fei a little depressed. It was no wonder that Su Tianqing would speak with a displeased expression. This was simply too difficult. It was not easy to break through the nascent soul realm and reach the insightful void realm within 3 years. Su Tianqing was indeed a little angry. This was clearly bullying. Lin Fei did not know who had done something to this experience task. Without a doubt, it was the Immortal Gang or the Elysium. Su Zhending was also possible. After all, Yi Dazhuang was his senior brother. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't do anything. Lin Fei chuckled, it's actually not too difficult to reach the insightful void realm within 3 years. Didn't you see the reward of 10,000 points? They really put in a lot of effort. That's right. This experience task was worth 10,000 points. Why did everyone like to become a personal disciple? It was because these 3 tasks could give a lot of points. The first task was a few hundred to 1,000 points. The second task was a few thousand to 10,000 points. The last task was the most difficult. Of course, under normal circumstances, there were very few tasks that were this difficult. To use 3 years to break through to the insightful void realm was a good time for Lin Fei. He could use this time to study the heart of the Great Path. How could Lin Fei not see it? It was obvious that someone wanted him to lose his identity as a personal disciple of the Sky-Reaching School. After all, he would be expelled from the Sky-Reaching School if he failed 3 times. Therefore, it was not easy to become a disciple of the Sky-Reaching School. After receiving the second task, Lin Fei did not hesitate. After such a long time, he quietly left the Sky-Reaching Church. When Lin Fei left, someone noticed Lin Fei's departure. It was Northern Heaven Immortal of the Immortal Gang. Lin Fei doesn't even know who he offended. If it were me, I would definitely find a way to smooth things over. I didn't expect him to leave just like that. He thought he could reach the insightful void realm within 3 years. He thought too much. Northern Heaven Immortal shook his head and left. As the holy son of the Sky-Reaching School, he knew better than anyone else what was going on. Someone was targeting Lin Fei. Lin Fei's performance was a bit outstanding, which naturally made people unhappy. After all, such a person had the chance to become a holy son in the future. Once he became a holy son, he would have a lot of competition. Therefore, it was not easy to become a holy son. The competition was fierce. After Lin Fei left the Sky-Reaching School, he kept changing his appearance. In the end, he became an ordinary person. No one could recognize him. Lin Fei came to the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce again. After arriving at the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei used the communication device. Hu Meili came to the inn immediately. She was very low-key. If it was not for the red robe, Lin Fei would not have recognized her. I didn't expect President Hu to be so low-key, said Lin Fei with a smile as soon as Hu Meili came in. Since you are also a low-key person, I must also be low-key. Otherwise, how can we cooperate? Hu Meili sat down. Chapter 4480. P.S. Thank you Yunsler for the tip. Hu Meili didn't expect it. How long had it been? This mysterious person had actually come again. During these days, Hu Meili did want to arrange for someone to investigate, but in the end, she suppressed this idea. If she really wanted to inquire about it, she had the confidence to do so. At this time, Hu Meili was glad that she had made the right choice. Her woman's intuition was right. This mysterious man came to find her again. Her subconscious told her that the discussion this time might be about the heart of Tao. Hu Meili herself was quite surprised as to why she would have such a thought. She understood that a woman's intuition had always been very sensitive. Therefore, when Hu Meili came, she couldn't help but be excited. If he really had the heart of Tao, it would be equivalent to cultivating an insightful emptiness realm expert. Even the weakest insightful emptiness realm expert was still an insightful emptiness realm expert. It wasn't easy to find one. This is the second time we've met. Can I know how I address you? I can't call you, sir, every time. If you feel embarrassed, I'll feel embarrassed too. After all, we're business partners, don't you think so? Hu Meili took the initiative to make a pot of tea for Lin Fei. She poured a cup full of tea. Lin Fei knew what Hu Meili was thinking. He smiled and said, I don't mind telling you my name. I'm Lin Fei. In the entire spirit realm, there were at least 4,000 or 5,000 of such common names. Therefore, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. Even if Hu Meili knew, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lin Fei's current appearance was different. It couldn't be found or verified. Hu Meili had never heard of a powerful person named Lin Fei. She didn't know if this person was using a real name or a fake one. However, her subconscious instincts told her that the name given by this person might be the real one. This person was called Tian Fei. Daoist Lin, do you need any help this time? If you need anything, please let me know. The Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce is quite capable. Hu Meili didn't mention anything about the heart of Tao. Hu Meili really wanted to bring it up in her heart, but she chose to endure it. Lin Fei smiled and said, President Hu, since you know that I've come to find you, you must have a purpose. As for the abilities of your Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce, I've experienced it for myself. However, this time, I plan to sell you something. I believe that you will be very interested in it. Hu Meili's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Lin Fei knew. This woman was really smart. Hu Meili jumped for a moment before recovering. She knew that the other party must have found out. As the president of the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce, Hu Meili was very serious about her duties as the president. Basically, he would not reveal any trace of his emotions. However, he didn't expect his state of mind to fluctuate in front of this person. More importantly, this was only the second time he had met Lin Fei. They had only met twice. Hu Meili hurriedly put away her thoughts. Whatever fellow Daoist Lin is willing to take out, our Dark Nether Merchant Group will pay the absolute price to satisfy you. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei took out the Heart of Tao. This Heart of Tao was stored in a special box and sealed. Therefore, it perfectly isolated the aura of the Tao. When the Heart of Tao was placed in front of her, Hu Meili really couldn't suppress her emotions. She stole a glance at Lin Fei before shifting her gaze to the Heart of Tao. Finally, she took a deep breath. Hu Meili knew that she was still a little inexperienced. She had seen the Heart of Tao in the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. However, she had never thought that the Heart of Tao would be so close to her. Lin Fei observed silently. He felt that this Hu Meili was interesting. At first, Lin Fei felt that Hu Meili was a strong woman. However, as he observed more, he realized that this strong woman's mentality was a little weak. Facing the Heart of Tao, it was so easy for her to show emotions. This was something that had never happened before. It was clear that this Hu Meili still cared a lot about the Heart of Tao. This is the item that I want to sell. It's the real deal. I don't cheat anyone. I wonder if this item of mine is to your satisfaction, great beauty. This time around, Humeli was truly satisfied. Even though the other party called her a great beauty, Humeli didn't show any displeasure. Normally, as long as someone called her a great beauty, Humeli would definitely strike back coldly on the spot. She wouldn't show any courtesy to the other party. However, when facing Lin Fei, Humeli really didn't have such thoughts. She only felt that Lin Fei had come at the right time. It was like a timely rain. Her impression of him instantly soared. It was as though they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Although this heart of Tao of yours is only a level 9 heart of Tao, it's still a genuine heart of Tao. I really like this heart of Tao. May I know what you are looking for? Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the grades of the heart of Tao. When he heard this, he became a little interested. So, the heart of Tao has grades too. Interesting. Why don't you tell me about it? Humeli's gaze changed slightly, looking a little strange. After all, the grades of the heart of Tao weren't considered some secret. Could it be that this Lin Fei was trying to test her? No, he was testing her. Humeli let her imagination run wild. The heart of Tao that Lin Fei took out was the only one that hadn't been fused. To think that this was a level 9 heart of Tao. Since there was a level 9 heart of Tao, if it were to go up, it would probably be a level 8 heart of Tao, a level 7 heart of Tao, and a level 1 heart of Tao. A series of questions popped up in Lin Fei's mind. As for Humeli, she smiled and explained. There are naturally grades for the heart of Tao. The lowest grade is a level 9 heart of Tao, and the highest is a level 1 heart of Tao. Of course, above the level 1 heart of Tao, there are some fused hearts of Tao. The legendary King Heart, Emperor Heart, and even God Heart of Tao. I heard that any heart of Tao above the level 1 heart of Tao can only be obtained after countless fuses. There are no heart of Tao that is a top-notch existence right from the start. Of course, there are, but there are too few of them. Practically every single one that appears will become a target for competition. Lin Fei listened on without batting an eyelid. He could be considered to have gained some understanding of the heart of Tao. There were actually King Heart of Tao, Emperor Heart of Tao, and God Heart of Tao. All of these had to be fused in order to be produced. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Looks like this heart of Tao is still quite popular. Chapter 4481. After Humeli finished speaking, she also felt a little uneasy in her heart. She did not know what this Lin Fei was thinking, but if the other party had any dissatisfaction, whether or not she could successfully obtain this heart of great Tao would have a trace of uncertainty. From the bottom of her heart, Humeli did not wish for this kind of thing to happen. No matter what, she had to try her best to buy this heart of great Tao. Even if she had to pay a great price, it would be fine. Lin Fei picked up the teacup and smiled and took a sip. Then what price do you think you can offer me? If you satisfy me, then it's naturally easy to negotiate. If you're not satisfied, then this heart of great Tao is not fated with you. Although it's only a tier 9 heart of great Tao, it can also let an expert reach the void transformation realm. Lin Fei's words were somewhat mischievous. At least, it was still something that Humeli felt rather conflicted about. Humeli also did not know what kind of price she could offer. After hearing Lin Fei's words, her heart also somewhat sunk. If it was any other matter, then it would still be fine. But it just so happened that this matter was really hard to say. But no matter what, the heart of great Tao was placed in front of her. Then Humeli absolutely had to buy this heart of great Tao into her hands first. She absolutely could not miss it again. For Humeli to be able to become the president of the Dark Nether Merchant Group, her ability naturally did not need to be doubted. After pondering for a while, she finally understood what this Lin Fei wanted. Perhaps it might even be a fragment of the heart of Great Tao and some aged heaven and earth medicinal herbs. Hu Meili remembered the incident last time very clearly. It could be said to be vivid in her mind. Hence, after pondering for a while, she also had a rough idea in her heart. This Lin Fei definitely wanted these things. It was really hard for Hu Meili to gather the other things. Although this thing was a little troublesome for their dark nether merchant group, it was still achievable. It was just that this price had to be raised. Hu Meili even realized that this should be a test question that the other party gave her. If she could answer this question well, perhaps there might even be more hearts of Great Tao in the future. Thinking of this, Hu Meili's mood became somewhat excited. She did not expect that she could actually encounter such a great thing. This Lin Fei is really a good person. Hu Meili didn't try to guess why he had the heart of the Great Tao. To her, it was enough as long as she had the heart of the Great Tao. Everything else could be put aside. Lin Fei drank the tea in the cup unhurriedly. He knew that Hu Meili would definitely know. In fact, this was also a test that Lin Fei gave Hu Meili. If he did a good job with this case file, he would naturally have the heart of the Great Tao in the future. Lin Fei also hoped to cooperate with this beautiful Hu Meili. In any case, the heart of Tao was going to be sold, so selling it to Hu Meili was no different from selling it to someone else. More importantly, Lin Fei could see that Hu Meili was quite ambitious. As for why she had such great ambitions, Lin Fei didn't know. This had nothing to do with him. He only wanted the Great Tao core and the natural medicinal ingredients. It would be best if he could get some divine trees as well. It all depended on how Hu Meili gave this answer. Lin Fei laughed. "You don't have to be in a hurry. Take your time to consider. I can give you 3 days to think about it." Hu Meili's heart sank again. She knew that this was really a test. Daoist Lin, 3 days is too long. As the president of the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce, I don't need to think for that long. I can give you an answer now. Hu Meili took a deep breath. She knew that if she was given 3 days to think about it, something might go wrong during this time. The final result would be that the heart of the Great Tao would leave him. This was something that Hu Meili didn't want to see. It didn't matter at other times, but this was definitely not the time. Our Chamber of Commerce can take out 50,000 heart of the Great Tao fragments. This is our limit. Apart from that, we can also give you 10 500,000-year-old natural medicinal ingredients. Of course, the most important thing is that we have a divine tree. Although it isn't very famous, it is still in the top 100 divine trees. This is the price that I can offer to Daoist Lin. Lin Fei knew that this Hu Meili wouldn't let him down. This answer scroll was not bad. He knew that it wasn't easy to obtain heart of the Great Tao fragments. Not every Chamber of Commerce had that many in stock. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce had probably collected 50,000 heart of the Great Tao fragments for a long time. The natural medicinal ingredients were a little easier. Of course, what interested Lin Fei the most was this divine tree. It was actually in the top 100 divine trees. It seemed that this Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce knew a lot of things. They even knew about this divine tree. This was a lot better than other things. Hu Meili's heart was also a little uneasy. It was as if she was waiting for the verdict. This was the best thing that she could take out. Her palms started to sweat slowly. She had never been so nervous before. Although the person in front of her didn't look strong, he made Hu Meili feel a little moved. This was a very difficult person to deal with. Congratulations. This is your second cooperation. There shouldn't be any problems. Lin Fei smiled and extended his hand. Hu Meili was momentarily dazed. Her eyes lit up and she also extended her hand to shake Lin Fei's. Just at this moment, there was a clang. The door was pushed open and a young man walked in. This was an imposing young man. His entire body was overbearing and invincible. Just one look at him would make one want to kneel down. What a good president to actually have a private meeting with someone here. I have learned a lot. The moment this person came over, a cold light shot towards Lin Fei. This cold light wasn't simple. It was obvious that it was a killing move. It looked like he was treating him like an ant that could be killed at will. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed the cold light with his 5 fingers. He gently squeezed and with a crack, it broke into pieces. Scram. This isn't a place for you to talk. He turned his hand and hit the cold light fragment back. A ring lit up around the young man's body. A path actually appeared and he directly blocked it. This made him a little surprised. I never thought that there would be an expert here. Interesting, really interesting. You even dare to meet my woman in private. You're dead. Hu Meili, who was at the side, was also anxious. Her face turned cold. Xiong Badian, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's your woman? This is my dark spirit chamber of commerce's customer. Do you understand? Seeing that the transaction was about to succeed, she didn't expect to meet Xiong Badian. This made Hu Meili very worried. She also disliked Xiong Badian even more. Xiong Badian laughed out loud. Your customer, I think he's someone you're meeting in private. Chapter 4482. Get out, get out. You're not welcome here. Hu Meili pointed at the door and said coldly. Xiong Badian laughed. Get out. Why should I? Since he's a guest, I'm a guest too. What do you think? Unless your dark spirit merchant group wishes to continue operating in this area, otherwise, you should be clear about the consequences. Hu Meili was so angry that she was trembling. She knew Xiong Baishan's background. He wasn't someone the Dark Spirit Trade Association could afford to offend. Lin Fei was here to cooperate with the Dark Spirit Trade Association. After all, the Dark Spirit Trade Association wasn't a big trade association, but it had a strong background. It had some foundation and could keep a low profile. He didn't expect something like this to happen at this time. The guy called Xiong Badian was actually quite capable. He had cultivated a great Tao at such a young age. No wonder Hu Meili was so afraid. Lin Fei could feel the murderous intent in his eyes. This kid wanted to kill him. The murderous intent was very obvious. I advise you to listen to this great beauty and obediently scram from here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, said Lin Fei with a faint smile. Because I hate it when people disturb me. Even though the person in front of him had cultivated a great Tao, in Lin Fei's eyes, it wasn't anything special. He didn't take it too seriously. Xiong Badian laughed again. Interesting, really interesting. It's rare to see someone who dares to talk to me like that. You're just a golden core cultivator. Even if you're at the peak of your golden core, you wouldn't dare. Xiong Badian took a step forward and the circular great Tao behind him covered everything. The void around him turned into stone. It turned out that Xiong Baishan's great Tao was the petrification great Tao. It was a very special great Tao. Within the range of this great Tao, anything would be petrified and all life would be stripped away. You can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my petrification technique. Petrification rippled over continuously. Even the void was petrified. However, when it was about to reach Lin Fei, it was blocked by a layer of power. Only cracking sounds could be heard. Xiong Baishan's petrifying power could not penetrate through and was blocked just like that. I don't think your Tao is that great. You can't even take care of me, a golden core cultivator. How dare you brag here? Lin Fei laughed. He raised his fist and punched out. Wherever the punch passed, the petrified Xiong Badian raised both his hands and blocked the punch. However, he was forced to take 3 steps back as a result. With every step he took, the ground beneath his feet cracked. After 3 steps, the entire place was in shambles. Xiong Beishan's gaze changed as he stared coldly at Yi Futian. I didn't expect you to be so strong at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Interesting, very interesting. I, Xiong Badian, will remember you. After saying that, Xiong Badian turned around and left. Hu Meili heaved a sigh of relief after he left. He turned to Lin Fei and thanked him. Thank you, Dao friend Lin. Xiong Badian is a lunatic. I will definitely settle this matter today and not let him find trouble with you. Hu Meili hated Xiong Badian to the core. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. You won't be able to settle this matter. Based on this brat's mentality, he will definitely kill me. He hasn't made a move yet because he hasn't figured out my background. Once he does, he will make a move. No one can let him live after suffering a loss. Lin Fei had seen his fair share of people. Hence, this brat didn't make a move just now because he couldn't handle Yi Futian. He would either go back to investigate Yi Futian or call for reinforcements. Lin Fei was leaning towards the second option. Lin Fei's identity wasn't something that anyone could find out. Even if Xiong Badian had an impressive background, it wouldn't be easy. Hence, the possibility of him finding help was the highest, with a 90% chance of success. Oh yes, where did this brat come from? I think he's quite capable. He didn't even put your black nether chamber of commerce in his eyes. You're really a failure as the president of Black Nether Chamber of Commerce. Hu Meili also smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing we can do about it. This young master Xiong Beishan's background isn't small because his father is a Saint King Realm master. That is, the Saint King Realm above the Void Transformation Realm. Think about how capable this Xiong Badian is. Lin Fei didn't expect that this young master Xiong Beishan's background would be so great. He turned out to be a Saint King Realm master above the Void Transformation Realm. One had to know that not everyone could cultivate to the Saint King Realm successfully. If one wanted to become a Saint King Realm master, one had to fuse 2 grand Daos into a single principle. Only then could one become a Saint King Realm master. Our Black Nether Chamber of Commerce used to be a force on Xiong Beishan's side. Later on, we became independent. I didn't expect that Xiong Badian would chase after us. This time, I, Hu Meili, have implicated fellow Daoist Lin. I, Hu Meili, have truly let you down. Hu Meili said guiltily. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect President Hu to have such a suitor. With such a suitor, I don't think you need to open your Black Nether Chamber of Commerce anymore. Just follow him. It'll be much better than your current life. Hu Meili could also hear Lin Fei's ridicule. She wasn't angry. That's Xiong Badian, even if I die, it's impossible for me to become his woman. Since Xiong Badian is here, then his master should also be here. While fellow Daoist Lin hasn't set his eyes on you yet, it's better for you to leave here first to avoid any worries. Hu Meili was really thinking for Lin Fei's sake. Xiong Beishan's background wasn't small, and Hu Meili was well aware of it. This time, Xiong Badian was most likely here because of her. Lin Fei didn't really care. So what if Xiong Badian was strong? Moreover, he could see that there was something wrong with Xiong Badian. Actually, there's no need to be afraid. Xiong Badian wouldn't kill me so easily. Who knows, he might even beg me later. Lin Fei laughed. Hu Meili was filled with question marks. At this moment, Xiong Beishan's face was gloomy and even a little crazy. Xiong Badian knew that this person was most likely Hu Meili's client. However, Xiong Badian wanted to let Hu Meili know that even if it was a client, it was up to him. Eliminating a few clients would also let him know that not everyone could reject the woman that he, Xiong Badian, fancied. Immediately, go and find those people for me. Isn't this kid just a little capable? Let's see how long he can last. Xiong Badian was indeed a little fearful. To be able to resist his great Tao of petrification, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. Therefore, he decided to find a few experts to slowly play with him. It was really rare to see someone with such backbone. Chapter 4483. Young Master, this kid is out. It seems like he wants to escape. Hu Meili is also leading the way. Xiong Badian was sitting in the opposite inn. His subordinates saw Lin Fei coming out. Of course, Hu Meili was there too. Her red robe was the easiest to recognize. Xiong Badian smiled coldly. I thought this kid was brave. I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. It seems like he is prepared to leave. Did he ask me? Xiong Baishan's face was very pale. He had suffered a small loss. His petrification could freeze anyone, let alone a golden core cultivator. But this guy was terrifyingly strong. He was even more certain that he was a golden core cultivator. To be able to break his petrification, such a person must have a powerful background. Do you want me to bring people to stop him? His subordinate asked softly. Xiong Badian took a sip of tea and waved his hand. No need. Let's follow him. I want to see where he can escape to. It's better to fight outside when there are fewer people. I can't say that I bullied him with numbers. Xiong Badian wasn't old. He was only a few hundred years old. That's right. A few hundred years old. His potential was also very powerful. He had already cultivated a great Tao and was an insightful emptiness realm expert. Xiong Badian stood up and chased with his subordinates. Tao friend Lin, where are we going? Hu Meili had been following Lin Fei out, and she had some doubts in her heart. Lin Fei smiled and said, of course it's to give him a place to make his move. Don't you think that there are too many people there? If we really fight, a lot of people will die. After all, I love peace, so it's better to fight somewhere else. Hu Meili burst into laughter. Her smile was as bright as a flower. This was the first time she heard such words. As a cultivator, Hu Meili was used to life and death. It was rare to see someone like Lin Fei speaking like that. She was surprised and felt that Lin Fei was getting more and more interesting. If you can't find a suitable place to fight, why don't you go to the Hades illusion? That place is deserted and quiet. Netherworld fantasy. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. It sounds like a dangerous place. Hu Meili smiled and said, yes, it is a dangerous place. However, this 9U illusory realm is not dangerous at all. The dangers inside have all been cleared by someone. Now, it is just a small training field. Alright, let's go to the 9th Hell illusory realm. You lead the way. Xiong Badian followed behind unhurriedly. Young Master, they should be heading towards the 9 Nether illusory realm. Could it be that the 9 Nether illusory realm has this kid's helpers? Xiong Badian said disdainfully, what kind of helpers can this brat have? Even if he has helpers, so what? Don't tell me that I don't have subordinates. Are you kidding me? None of the people like Xiong Badian have ever lived to see the sun on the second day. The Netherworld illusory realm was indeed a huge illusory realm. The illusions inside had basically been broken by someone. After entering, Lin Fei felt that this place was quite big. It was the perfect time to strike. Thus, he simply stopped. Let's just wait here for them to come. Just here. Hu Meili looked at the surrounding empty space. If we were to really fight, this place is a little unsuitable. It doesn't matter. What I want is for this place to be empty. This way, no one will pay attention to us. Don't you think so? Hu Meili was even more confused about what Lin Fei was trying to do. Do you really intend to fight with Xiong Badian? I heard that Xiong Badian has a Sage King's treasure with him. It is extremely powerful and can kill insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Lin Fei laughed. I have already told you that I like peace. Why would I fight to the death with him? I just want to chat with him about some things. Chat about some things. Hu Meili didn't dare to believe it. In the end, she kept her thoughts to herself. She intended to see what the situation would be like in the end. In less than 10 minutes, Xiong Badian came down with his subordinates. Compared to before, there were 2 more old men behind him. These 2 old men were calm and their eyes were cold. No trace of emotion could be seen. However, when their eyes fell on Lin Fei, their murderous intent intensified. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Hu Meili, you really know how to choose a place. I think this place is not bad. Why don't we make it more convenient and have some fun here? Xiong Badian laughed. At the same time, the people behind him took out a flagpole. Instantly, layers of ripples appeared in the 9 nether illusory realm, forming a formation. Hu Meili, who was at the side, was a little anxious when she saw the formation. Not good. This is the Daluo Heaven formation. It can isolate everything and form an independent vacuum zone. This is bad. Hu Meili was still very knowledgeable. Therefore, she could recognize that this was the Daluo Heaven formation. It was also a very powerful formation. It seemed that Xiong Badian had brought this formation out. If it was an ordinary person, they really wouldn't be able to do it. Lin Fei could naturally see that this formation was very ordinary. It was no wonder that this guy was so confident to follow them. He even brought 2 insightful void experts with him. It seemed that they were in the late insightful void realm. This young master Xiong Badian really had a great background. The Sage King's father actually arranged for such experts to follow him. It was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the spiritual realm. Xiong Badian, you're so despicable. Since you're following us, aren't you afraid of embarrassing your father, the Sage King? Hu Meili also knew how to play tricks. Xiong Badian's face turned slightly cold. After all, if this matter with someone and a little golden core expert were to spread, it would indeed be embarrassing for his father. Shut up. So what if I'm bullying the weak? There's no one else here. I also have the Daluo Heaven formation. Do you think anyone else will come and save you? Only the heavens, the earth, and me know. Do you think anyone else will know? Lin Fei looked at Xiong Badian indifferently. I didn't expect you to really come. It seems that you found help, and 2 insightful void experts? But do you really think you can deal with me? Xiong Badian took a step forward and laughed out loud. It's you. Previously, I just didn't go all out. Now, I'll let you see what regret is. The 2 insightful void old men at the side immediately attacked. As soon as they attacked, Lin Fei felt that the great Tao of these 2 was very powerful. The great Tao of one of them was a little fierce. It turned out to be void corrosion. It was very powerful. It broke the body. There was a crackling sound in the void. As for the other old man's great Tao, it was a little special. It could actually instantly suck out a part of the energy of heaven and earth. Even a part of Lin Fei's body was sucked out. It was indeed an eye-opener. They really doted on him to the bone. Ordinary people really didn't have this ability. Chapter 4484. The 2 powerhouses that Xiong Badian brought were indeed very powerful. Lin Fei felt a great deal of pressure when he made his move. One was a corrosive great path, and the other was a great path that drained energy. No matter which one it was, they were both very powerful. Especially now that they were working together. No one would be able to take it. When Hu Meili saw this scene, she broke out in a cold sweat. The powerhouses that Xiong Badian brought were really too powerful. She would not be a match for any one of them, let alone two of them working together. Chairman Hu, you will see him being tortured to death by my subordinates later. Don't worry, I will keep him alive. I will let him know that anyone who gets close to you will not have a good ending. Xiong Badian snorted coldly. With these two elite subordinates, he was not afraid that this lad would survive. Both of them had cultivated a great Tao. However, this great Tao was no ordinary great Tao. Based on their calculations, it could be a 7th level great path. Therefore, this lad would not be able to take it no matter what he was capable of. Xiong Badian did not attack. He wanted to see what else this lad could do to withstand the attacks of his two subordinates. Lin Fei seemed to be under some pressure, but in fact, he was not. The corrosive great path did not even manage to penetrate the surface of his body before it was taken down. After all, Yi Xian's body was not that easy to break. As for the other one that drained energy, it was not a taboo. If it was an ordinary person, draining a portion of energy from their body would indeed affect their strength. But the energy in Lin Fei's body was indeed a little more vigorous. Therefore, it could not be drained at all. After a series of attacks, the two were a little surprised. They looked at each other. Surprisingly, they did not let this lad lose. Instead, he looked like he was fine. They could not help but feel a little anxious. They had patted their chests and promised to take down this lad. When the time came, they would bring him to their young master and teach him a lesson. This was a little different from what they had imagined. Therefore, they attacked even more violently. They even drained energy 3 times in a row. The old man's face was a little pale. As for the other, he had pushed the great Tao of corrosion to the limit, but it still seemed like he was unable to cause any harm to Lin Fei. I don't think the people you brought are good. This can't even be considered a warm-up exercise. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. His figure flickered and instantly broke through the corrosive path. With a single punch, there were hundreds of punches in the air. It landed on the two of them. Both of them activated their great path defenses, but as soon as they were activated, cracking sounds could be heard. Then, the two of them were sent flying. The two of you only have some ability in the Great Tao. But against me, you are a little lacking. You should be glad that I am still in a good mood. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. Lin Fei smiled at Xiong Badian. Didn't you say that you weren't satisfied yet? Then let's have a good fight. He threw a punch. Xiong Badian blocked. In the end, a huge palm appeared and landed on Xiong Beishan's body. Then, a knee landed on Xiong Beishan's body. Xiong Badian was sent flying. A ball of power kept exploding in his body. Then, Lin Fei appeared behind him. He clenched his fist and there was a loud rumbling sound. Xiong Badian was smashed into the ground. The ground cracked. The two old men had just gotten up when they saw an invisible sword light sweep over. They were sent flying. Even if they were great Tao experts, they weren't a match for Lin Fei at this moment. Lin Fei's foundation was too strong, and it wasn't something they could fight against. Lin Fei grabbed Xiong Badian from the ground again. He casually picked it up and knocked it on the ground like a stick, again and again. So what if you brought subordinates? In my eyes, you are just that. You are amazing to have cultivated a great Tao, and you are amazing to have a strong father. In my eyes, you are nothing. There was another loud rumbling sound. The surroundings had become extremely messy, and even Humeli couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She never thought that Lin Fei, who looked like a golden core, would be so terrifyingly strong. It was really unbelievable that a golden core expert could beat a great Tao expert. She couldn't believe it was true. When did such a super expert appear in the spiritual world? That's right. If such a person wasn't a super expert, then what was he? If he entered the nascent soul realm, he wouldn't just be able to kill great Tao experts. Xiong Badian didn't know how many times he had been attacked. He was completely exhausted and laid on the ground, looking up at the sky. He had never felt that he had lost so quickly and in such a pathetic manner. Even his life was in the hands of his opponent. But why was his opponent just a guy at the peak of the Golden Core? Why was that? This was the most difficult thing for Xiong Badian to accept. You will definitely regret attacking me like this. I will definitely gather experts to tear you into pieces. Even at this time, Xiong Badian was still very arrogant. Of course, he was a little guilty, but he couldn't let go of his pride. Yi Xiaolong kicked Xiong Badian's body again. This guy smashed down heavily in an arc. The ground caved in again. Half of his body had sunk into the ground. Lin Fei came in front of him unhurriedly. To be honest, it would be a waste of time to kill someone like you. You should be glad that you met me. If you didn't meet me, you wouldn't be able to live for long. Lin Fei chuckled. Xiong Badian, who was originally angry, suddenly changed his expression. He seemed to have heard something. Nonsense. How can I not be alive? No one in the spiritual world dares to kill me unless they are willing to offend my father. Lin Fei squatted down and patted Xiong Badian's face. Are you sure? You brat, I'm not saying that you can only live for half a year at most. By then, you will be dead. If it was someone else who said this, Xiong Badian might not believe it. But Xiong Badian had to consider this person's words. Could it be that he really couldn't save his life? If you're not sure, then I can remind you that you only have half a year left to live. No, that's not right. After fighting with me just now, I estimate that you only have 2 or 3 months left. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. Hu Meili was also surprised. Chapter 4485. Xiong Badian didn't really believe it at first, but now he was a little hesitant. It seemed like there was no need for this person to lie to him. If he wanted to kill him with his strength, it would be a piece of cake. But if he wanted to use underhanded methods, then there was no need. I guess you still have doubts in your heart. After all, my words sound like I'm trying to trick you. But you can try. Lin Fei smiled and said, this method of testing is quite simple. If you don't know, I can teach you one. I guarantee that you will know the condition of your body. Xiong Badian hesitated for a moment. I'll believe you this time. If you dare to lie to me, I have a sage ruler's treasure in my hands. I will definitely make you suffer. This was Xiong Badian's only source of confidence. Other than the sage ruler's treasure, there was really nothing else that could defeat this person. Then listen carefully. I'll pass on a little technique to you now. See for yourself if your life will be affected. Lin Fei said word by word. He was neither hurried nor slow. It was only a few hundred words, but it was filled with a mysterious aura. Be it Hu Meili or Xiong Badian, they were in disbelief and finally understood. This person really had a powerful background. A secret technique like this was really valuable. More importantly, not many people could master it. Lin Fei had a lot of secret techniques like this. So what if he took one out? Xiong Badian was stunned again. Then he started to comprehend this technique. In just a short time, he had completely mastered it. He started to check on his condition. His face was originally pale, but then it turned a little black. Finally, it turned green and his entire face was filled with anger. Despicable fella, someone actually dared to lay a hand on me. Xiong Badian roared. Through this technique, Xiong Badian could see the situation clearly. He had indeed been schemed against and he didn't know. That was the hardest thing to accept. Xiong Badian did not have any doubts. Even he didn't have a technique like this. Even his father couldn't find a technique like this. However, this person was able to casually take it out. It could be imagined that he should have many such techniques. Do you believe me now? You were indeed schemed against. There's no helping it. People like you have many brothers and sisters. It's hard to guarantee that you won't be schemed against. Fortunately, you met me. Otherwise, you'd be dead. Xiong Badian suddenly struggled to get up. Senior, save me, I only have 2 months left. If you don't save me, I will really die. Xiong Badian was very clear that he must have been schemed against by his siblings. As for how he was schemed against, he had no idea at all. Right now, he was in a very bad situation. He didn't have much lifespan left. He only had 2 months left. That was the worst part. 2 months was neither long nor short, but it could pass in the blink of an eye. Xiong Badian could not find a way to break his technique. Because he only had 2 months left to live, and the person in front of him could see that. Xiong Badian naturally hoped to get help from the other party. Lin Fei chuckled, now you know fear. I'm just reminding you that I can't do anything about your lifespan. Xiong Badian instantly felt a little desperate. He had pinned all his hopes on the other party. Senior, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. Please save me. As long as you can save me, I'm willing to give you everything I have without hesitation. In order to survive, Xiong Badian went all out. As for going back to find his siblings, he definitely wouldn't be able to find them. To be able to steal his lifespan without anyone noticing, it was naturally not something that he could easily track down. Even if he cried to his father, it would be useless. His father, as a Saint King Realm Master, never cared about such trivial things. He even encouraged brothers and sisters to fight against each other. Just like raising a gu, the most powerful one in the end would inherit everything. Xiong Badian knew this since he was very young, so it was useless for him to go back. He would be ridiculed as a waste. Right now, the only person worthy of his help was the person in front of him. Perhaps this person had a way. This was his only chance. Lin Fei didn't expect Xiong Badian to be so quick-witted. He immediately understood. He was indeed a little interested in this Xiong Badian. The other party was the son of a Saint King Realm Master. In this spirit world, Lin Fei didn't mind leaving a few more clues. And this Xiong Badian was a very good choice. Hu Meili, who was behind him, didn't expect Xiong Badian to be schemed against. The son of a Saint King Realm Master only had 2 months left to live. She didn't even dare to think about it. In particular, the other party was a Paradise Realm Master who had cultivated a great Tao. Therefore, Hu Meili was even more curious about this person called Lin Fei. It was as if he was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Like this veil, Hu Meili very much wanted to uncover it and see what this person's origins were. I really can't help you. After all, I don't have much lifespan left. Even if you take out something, it may not be to my liking. Xiong Badian wasn't stupid. As the son of a Saint King, his mind was quite sharp. He immediately understood what was going on. I don't know what Senior wants. As long as you want it, I will definitely help you get it. I'm not good at many things, but I have a wide network. Who doesn't give me face? If you don't believe me, you can ask President Hu. At this time, Xiong Badian even changed the way he addressed her. He didn't dare to directly call the other party Hu Meili. Hu Meili nodded and spoke for Xiong Badian. What he said is right. In terms of connections, even I am not as good as Xiong Badian. He knows more secrets than I do. If fellow Daoist Lin has any problems, you can ask him. He definitely won't let you down. Xiong Badian breathed a sigh of relief. He was secretly glad that he hadn't completely offended this Hu Meili. Otherwise, if she said a few bad things about him, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Lin Fei really liked this Xiong Badian. It was good to have a quick mind. Although Lin Fei had obtained a lot of Dao heart fragments in this dark nether chamber of commerce, it was still too little. It was far from meeting Lin Fei's requirements. Therefore, he had to obtain more Dao heart fragments. Then, if I want to make Dao heart fragments, as well as heaven and earth herbs that are hundreds of thousands of years old, do you have any way to get them? Chapter 4486. Xiong Baishan's brain reacted quickly. If he didn't react quickly, he might not have a chance at all. So Senior wants the Dao heart fragment and mature world herbs. That's easy, that's easy. Xiong Badian nodded repeatedly. How could there be any hesitation? The more he hesitated, the worse the situation would be. Give me 5 days, no, give me 3 days. I'll get you the Dao heart fragment and world herbs. Xiong Badian seemed to be afraid that Lin Fan would go back on his word, so he hurriedly said. Lin Fei said, all right, I'll wait for you in this black nether chamber of commerce. When you bring the things here, as long as I'm satisfied, I'll think of some ways to extend your life. At least you won't die in 2 months. The sun is very beautiful and the spiritual world is very interesting. What do you think? Xiong Badian nodded repeatedly, turned around, and left. Fellow Daoist Lin, your methods are really impressive. Xiong Badian is the son of a Saint King realm, but I didn't expect him to be scared by you so easily. Now he's even helping you search for things. Are you looking down on our black nether chamber of commerce? Hu Meili walked over, revealing a charming smile. Lin Fei laughed. Isn't it because your black nether chamber of commerce is afraid that you can't take it out, so you can only ask someone else? If you can take it out, then we'll naturally have a deal. Lin Fei didn't say it too clearly. He believed that Hu Meili would definitely understand. As expected. After Lin Fei said this, Hu Meili's expression changed a little. It was indeed a little different. Hu Meili was a smart woman, so of course she could tell. She didn't expect that this Lin Fei really needed the Dao heart fragment and world herbs again. Could it be that this fellow is really studying the fragment of the heart of great Dao? No one would dare to do such a thing. He had already negotiated with him, yet he actually wanted even more fragments of the heart of the great Dao. This person was too mysterious. Then I'll try my best to help you collect them in the next 3 days. What do you think? Lin Fei smiled. With a great beauty helping me collect the fragments of the great Dao heart, I naturally have no objections. However, I will have to stay at your dark spirit merchant group for 3 days. You won't find it troublesome, right? Hu Meili shook her head. Of course it's no trouble at all. You are an esteemed guest. Even I feel honored to have you come to our dark nether chamber of commerce. Hu Meili really hoped that Lin Fei could stay in their dark nether chamber of commerce for a few days. Only such a distinguished guest could be kept. More importantly, Lin Fei still had a Dao heart in his possession. He had to get it. Now that he had the fragment of the great Dao core, he had to collect the worldly medicinal ingredients. Just like that, Lin Fei moved into the dark spirit merchant group. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The first to arrive was Hu Meili. She had finally collected the Dao core fragment, as well as the medicinal ingredients. He did not expect the beauty to be so fast. 50,000 fragments of the great Dao core, 10 500,000-year-old herbs, and even a divine tree. As soon as Hu Meili came in, Lin Fei felt it. Even the tree of life was rippling. He also rejoiced that he came to the right place. This Hu Meili indeed had her own ideas. Her speed of doing things was also quite fast. 50,000 fragments of the great Dao core could really condense quite a number of great Dao cores. Moreover, it could carry out continuous fusion. This was what Lin Fei was interested in. A Tier 9 Great Dao core was really useless. Those that could be taken out had to be fused more than a few times. That was the best. Unlike the two experts by Xiong Baishan's side, they had definitely passed this Great Dao more than once. Hence, this allowed Lin Fei to see the unusualness of this fused Great Dao core. If this fused into a Tier 1 Great Dao core, it would definitely be priceless. Hu Meili also spent a very long time to gather all these things. After all, the time was too short. If she was given a little more time, it would definitely be easier than it was now. Fortunately, she had finally completed the mission this time. Hu Meili had been thinking about this Tier 9 Great Dao core constantly. Dao friend Lin, the things that you wanted, I have gathered them for you. Take a look yourself. Hu Meili took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei casually glanced at it. I am very satisfied with the things that you have gathered. It seems like this cooperation is quite enjoyable. Lin Fei also took out the Great Dao core and handed it to Hu Meili. Hu Meili carefully received it. It was genuine and honest. She heaved a sigh of relief and quickly kept it. Thank you, Dao friend Lin. You have brought such a good thing for our Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. I thank you on behalf of the entire Chamber of Commerce. Although a Tier 9 Great Dao core was nothing. However, such a Great Dao core was something that many people dreamed of. Many nascent Soul Realm experts couldn't break through because they couldn't cultivate a Great Dao core. However, if one had a complete Great Dao core, they could casually refine it and become an insightful Emptiness Realm expert. Not only would their lifespan increase, but their strength would also increase. Their future potential would be limited, but they would still be an insightful Emptiness Realm expert. If they obtained another Great Dao core, they could still fuse it. They could still find a way out in the future. After Lin Fei received the storage item, he didn't absorb it immediately. Instead, he put it away. Because there was still one person who didn't appear, and that was Xiong Badian. The agreement was for 3 days. Today was the 3rd day. It was time to see if Xiong Badian would come. As he waited, it was almost afternoon. Hu Meili brought over dishes. They were all exquisite and could be considered the specialty of this place. Dao friend Lin, will Xiong Badian not come? Hu Meili said. Lin Fei leisurely tasted the delicacies. To be honest, the food tasted good. At least Lin Fei liked it. Xiong Badian will definitely come because he really only has 2 months to live. Do you think he won't come? This time, Lin Fei was sure to eat Xiong Badian. Unless he really didn't care about his 2 months of life. As long as he wanted to continue living, he would definitely come. When the time came, he would regret it. As expected. In the evening, Xiong Badian came. However, when Hu Meili saw Xiong Badian, she was a little surprised and even a little shocked. How did you end up like this? It turned out that Xiong Badian was in a sorry state. Even his complexion had deteriorated. It seemed like he didn't have 2 months left and was on the verge of death. Senior, you have to save me. I've already brought you the item. If you don't save me, I'm really done for. I only have 3 days left to live. Xiong Badian knelt down with a plop the moment he came over and cried out in disappointment. Even if Hu Meili was beside him, it was the same. Xiong Badian presented the ring with both hands. Chapter 4487. Xiong Badian was indeed in a sorry state. It was as though he had been ambushed, and even his life force was extremely weak. Hu Meili might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. This Xiong Badian was definitely ambushed, and it might even be one of his brothers and sisters. What a pitiful fellow. Looks like you're quite trustworthy. You came back in 3 days. If you were half a minute late, I would have left. Lin Fei smiled. Xiong Badian hurriedly said, "The things are all in the ring. Senior, please take a look. This is the best I can do. I believe you will be satisfied." Xiong Badian did not dare to guarantee anything. He did not expect to be ambushed when he went back to collect things. In the end, he finally managed to break out of the encirclement, but instead, he felt the taste of death. This feeling of death was getting closer and closer to him, and there was even a deathly aura around him. This deathly aura was very obvious, and this made Xiong Badian even more afraid and anxious. He was very careful along the way. Finally, he arrived at the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce and saw Senior Lin Fei. He could finally heave a sigh of relief. He was afraid that if he was late, the other party would leave, and he would really be dead. Lin Fei picked up the ring, and wanted to see how capable this Xiong Badian was to be able to get what he wanted for him. Even though he had obtained 50,000 fragments of the Great Tao Heart from Humeli, and some natural herbs, it was still too little for Lin Fei. If Lin Fei wanted to have a stronger Great Tao Heart, he would have to keep fusing and fusing. Therefore, he needed a huge number. When he sent his spiritual sense into the ring, Lin Fei secretly took in a breath of cold air. He was a little shocked by this fellow. Good heavens, he actually took out so many fragments of the Great Tao Heart. This fellow couldn't have dug out a few forbidden areas, right? It turned out that there were a total of 100,000 fragments of the Great Tao Heart. There were all sorts of them. Apart from that, he also saw the natural herbs. The natural herbs were all at least 100,000 years old. There were 20 to 30 that were 100,000 to 1 million years old. And there were actually as many as 10 that were more than 1 million years old, which was quite a lot more than Humeli. After all, medicinal herbs that were tens of thousands of years old to hundreds of thousands of years old naturally had different effects. Those that were over 1 million years old could be counted on one's fingers. Not everyone could get their hands on it. Even if one wanted to buy it, one would need a huge sum of middle or upper rank spirit stones. Lin Fei knew that he did not have the ability to get his hands on it. This time, he really admired Xiong Badian. Sure enough, he was capable. Apart from these two things, what interested Lin Fei the most was, this guy actually put a piece of wood in the ring. This piece of wood was not very long, only about 2 meters or so, and it gave off an ancient aura. However, to Lin Fei, this piece of wood filled Lin Fei with excitement. It was actually a piece of heavenly divine wood, and it was a complete one at that. It had not been refined at all. This was what made Lin Fei the most excited. From the start, he never thought that Xiong Badian would be able to get him the original version of heavenly divine wood. Although Lin Fei had obtained quite a few items refined from the sky-piercing divine wood, these sky-piercing divine woods had all lost their original power. It had become completely different. And now, this original piece of heavenly divine wood was the most original, and there were no changes at all. He did not know who collected it back then. This heavenly divine wood was better than other things. This was what Lin Fei cared about the most, and even the Tree of Life showed some fluctuations. It seemed that this Xiong Badian really did something right for once. At this moment, Xiong Badian was feeling uneasy. For this item, he had spent a lot of effort, and in the end, he was ambushed. It was not easy for him to escape to this dark spirit chamber of commerce, and he was almost completely finished. He could not hold on any longer. His lifespan was not long now, so at this time, he was more looking forward to it than anyone else, and more nervous than anyone else. What if this thing was not enough? Xiong Badian had never cared so much before. In the past, Xiong Badian did not need to worry at all. But now, he had no choice but to worry, because if he was not careful, he would really die here. His bright future would be completely gone, and he did not even have the chance to seek revenge on his brothers and sisters. Although he did not know which of his brothers and sisters did it, Xiong Badian more or less knew something about the situation. Maybe it was one of them. This time, the items you took were not bad, and still caught my eye, especially the last piece of heavenly divine wood. You are quite capable, kid. Lin Fei smiled. This smile gave Xiong Batian a chance to heave a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that Lin Fei would say that he was not satisfied with the item, and then he would be completely hopeless. Senior, it's good that you like it. I also got the heavenly divine wood from somewhere else, and it was not easy. Xiong Batian did not dare to be complacent at this time. Seeing that you're so diligent, I'll give you a hand. The answer that Xiong Batian took out was indeed quite satisfactory to Lin Fei. Naturally, he did not mind helping Xiong Batian. As for whether Xiong Batian could live longer in the future, it would naturally depend on Xiong Batian's ability. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a few water droplets instantly fell into Xiong Batian's body. Xiong Batian did not resist at all, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body looked much better. Even the deathly aura on his body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Hu Meili, who was standing at the side, was very shocked. Such a huge change was simply unbelievable. Furthermore, it was done by the hands of a young man, and she almost screamed out loud. Fortunately, she managed to control herself in the end. Xiong Batian also exclaimed in surprise, "Finally, I can no longer feel the deathly aura in my body, I can finally live for a long time." Xiong Batian had never been so happy. Originally, he had already felt the deathly aura. The deathly aura had disappeared completely. Even his injuries seemed to have recovered. Don't be too happy too early, your current lifespan is only 10 years, after 10 years, you will still die, unless you break through and become a Saint King Master, otherwise, there is no hope. Lin Fei's words were like a basin of cold water poured over Xiong Batian's head. It made his whole heart feel cold. Xiong Batian was so happy just now that he really forgot that his lifespan was limited, and it was impossible for him to break through to the Saint King realm. His whole face immediately fell. But in the blink of an eye, he recovered. Senior, you have great divine ability, if I can help you obtain these things, then can you let me live longer? Xiong Batian was not afraid of losing face at this time. Chapter 4488. Xiong Batian's reaction was indeed fast because he was a smart person. He knew that if he wanted to extend his lifespan, he might have to rely on this senior in front of him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He knew that things that could increase one's lifespan were extremely rare. Pitifully few. Even his father might not have much on hand. Even if he had it, he would not take it out easily, let alone buy it elsewhere. In any auction, as long as these treasures of life appeared, it would definitely cause people to act like fools, and it might even cause a storm of carnage. This kind of thing was not unheard of, but it was very common. Although Xiong Batian's father was a Saint King, and his father was an expert among Saint Kings, it was impossible for him to obtain life energy. But this person in front of him had mysterious means, and in the blink of an eye, he had gained 10 years of lifespan. 10 years, he did not dare to imagine. It felt good to be alive. Therefore, Xiong Batian knew very well what he should do. I'm a little tired now. When I come out, I'll have a good chat with you. Think about what to tell me. Lin Fei naturally did not intend to waste time after obtaining the fragment of the Great Tao Heart, the heaven and earth herbs, and the most important divine wood. In the spiritual world, danger was everywhere, and improving one's strength was the best guarantee. Xiong Batian did not dare to ask any more, and left obediently. Even Hu Meili did the same. Daoist Lin, if you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to tell me. Hu Meili and Xiong Batian left, not daring to stay in the courtyard. President Hu, I'm really sorry for what happened before. I won't pester you anymore. People like me are not qualified. Xiong Batian also learned to bow his head at this time. He did not know what kind of relationship Hu Meili had with Senior Lin, but he had to admit that Senior Lin had a good impression of Humeli. Xiong Badian took out a box of pills. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it as my apology. I hope President Hu doesn't mind. When Humeli saw the box and smelled a trace of fragrance, she could not help but be shocked. This was a good pill. Even if you had the money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy it. Only saint rulers would have it. Who would have thought that Xiong Badian would be willing to give it to him? Humeli didn't have a good impression of Xiong Badian, but her impression of him changed a lot because of this gift. She knew that Xiong Badian had something to ask of her. Thus, he accepted the gift without hesitation. If he didn't accept it, Xiong Badian would probably be unable to eat or sleep well. Xiong Badian indeed had such thoughts. As long as Humeli didn't accept it, she would feel a little upset. Fortunately, Humeli finally accepted it, so there was nothing to worry about. President Hu, it's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know when I would have died. I hope we can cooperate well in the future. Xiong Badian was indeed very grateful to Humeli. If not for this matter, how would he have known that he had been schemed against? He even accidentally got to know such a powerful senior. Up till now, Xiong Badian still couldn't tell the origins of this senior. This senior was truly a little mysterious. At the same time, in the room, Lin Fei set up a series of techniques. It could be seen that the power in the room was hidden in the void for a long time. If someone came in at this time, they would definitely be killed instantly. Even an insightful emptiness realm expert wouldn't stand a chance, unless it was Tian Dongxiu. They might be able to hold on for a while, but other experts would definitely die if they came in. This was also one of Lin Fei's trump cards. He really wasn't afraid that someone would barge in. Moreover, this was the Dark Spirit Trade Association. He believed that Humeli would definitely arrange for people to keep an eye on this place. Initially, I thought it would take a long time to get the heavenly wood. I didn't expect it to be so easy. This Xiong Badian really has a background. These few drops of heavenly water of life were not wasted at all. Among these items, the heavenly wood was Lin Fei's favorite. It was definitely a really good item. Therefore, Lin Fei immediately let the tree of life refine the heavenly wood. From start to finish, it only took half an hour's time. This section of the heavenly wood was completely refined. The benefits were obvious. First, the tree of life had grown a lot taller, and its leaves were luxuriant. More importantly, it was producing more and more heavenly water of life. Originally, it was only a few dozen drops. Now, it had broken through to 200 drops. In other words, it could produce 200 drops of heavenly water of life a day. This was definitely a huge improvement. Looks like I still underestimated the heavenly wood's effect on the tree of life. It actually increased the production of heavenly water of life by a lot. It reached 200 drops in one go. That's a bit scary. This was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Being able to produce 200 drops of heavenly water of life a day would accumulate to a terrifying number over time. Whether it was in a fight or at any time, it could keep Lin Fei in peak condition. This kind of gain was definitely worth it. After refining the heavenly wood, Lin Fei began to refine the Heart of Tao fragment. Compared to other items, the Heart of Tao fragment was quite promising. However, its effects were much worse than the heavenly wood. The tree of life had also grown a lot taller. This did not increase the heavenly water of life. It only strengthened Lin Fei's foundation. His fleshly body had also become much stronger. Of course, the most important thing was the Heart of Tao condensed on the tree of life. In total, he had produced more than 2,000 Heart of Tao from 150,000 Heart of Tao fragments. Of course, they were all Tier 9 Heart of Tao. To Lin Fei, these Heart of Tao were really useless. He might as well fuse them. Over 2,000 Heart of Tao were fused together. Lin Fei's harvest was not bad. He actually obtained a Tier 3 Heart of Tao. There were also several Tier 5 and Tier 6 Heart of Tao. These Heart of Tao were clearly much better than the Tier 9 Heart of Tao. His power attribute had also become stronger. Of course, this was not perfect. Lin Fei still felt that it was a little lacking. However, if he sold these Heart of Tao, he could definitely fetch a good price. It's a pity that I'm walking the great Tao of body refinement, and there's also this life-sizer sword. So, these Heart of Tao really aren't of much help to me. After this round of fusing, Lin Fei also noticed some problems. The Tree of Life's fusion was completely random. It would not be like what Lin Fei imagined at all. Hence, this was all dependent on luck. However, looking at it now, Lin Fei's luck was not very good. Chapter 4489. Lin Fei did not continue researching as there was no point in doing so. Fortunately, he had already obtained a rank 3 Heart of Tao. This was a good item. No matter which nascent soul cultivator refined it, they would definitely be able to create a powerful enlightenment stage expert. At the very least, they would be in the middle stage of enlightenment stage. This was the benefit of the Heart of Tao. The higher the grade of the Heart of Tao, the stronger it would be. After all, the higher the attributes, the stronger the Heart of Tao was. What Lin Fei needed to do was simple. He needed to find out from Xiong Badian where the heavenly wood came from. That was the most important thing. It was indeed a huge improvement for the Tree of Life to produce 200 drops of God Water of Life. How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? It was absolutely impossible. Therefore, he had to find out from Xiong Badian what was going on. He definitely could not miss it. He knew that Xiong Badian would definitely know. 3 days passed in a row. Xiong Badian had been waiting for this senior to come out. He did not dare to leave. He had 10 years of lifespan now, but the moment he fought, his lifespan would be depleted faster and faster. Deep in his heart, he thoroughly hated his brothers and sisters. If they hadn't schemed against him, he wouldn't be in such a terrible state. Senior Lin has come out. He wants you to go over. Just like that, he waited. Xiong Badian finally saw Hu Meili. She was still dressed in a red robe, looking strong and beautiful. Xiong Badian hurriedly stood up. Thank you, President Hu, I will go over now. Oh right, how is Senior feeling? Can you tell me about it? Xiong Badian knew that he had to get close. Although he did not know what this senior was going to do with so many Heart of Tao fragments, Xiong Badian still had to think about it. If the senior was in a bad mood, he would have to talk to him. Hu Meili gave him some face this time. My mood is all right. With that, Xiong Badian was completely at ease. As long as the senior was in a good mood, then everything else wouldn't be a problem. Xiong Badian kept his arrogance and came to the courtyard of the senior. Senior, I heard that you were looking for me. What instructions do you have for me? Xiong Badian was very proactive. He had to take responsibility for this matter first. Lin Fei glanced at Xiong Badian. This guy had 10 years of lifespan, and his complexion had recovered quite a bit. He wasn't as ugly as before. He pointed to the side and said, sit down and talk. How would Xiong Badian dare to sit in front of Lin Fei? I'll just stand. After all, you're my senior. It wouldn't look good for me to sit next to you. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. Tell me, where did you get the Great Tao Heart Fragment and the Heavenly Wood? Xiong Badian had already guessed it, but he never thought that he would actually ask about the fragment of the Great Tao Heart and the Heavenly Tree. Fortunately, he had already thought about it. I obtained this fragment of the Tao Heart and the Heavenly Divine Wood from Chaos City. That's the place with the most items, as it's a special place in our spirit realm. Xiong Badian did not hide anything and spoke honestly. He was very detailed, as if he was afraid that Lin Fei would not know. Lin Fei really didn't know that there was such a place in the spirit realm. Chaos City. Once he heard these 3 words, he knew that this place was very different. This Chaos City was built by a holy king. This holy king is called the Holy King of Chaos. He's not the only holy king in the entire Chaos City. There are 3 other holy kings who are very powerful. And this Holy King of Chaos is said to be breaking through to a higher realm. He'll become a top-notch powerhouse in the spirit realm with just one more step. After searching in the river of memories, Lin Fei really found records about Chaos City. He really did find a record of Chaos City. There was indeed such a place in the spirit realm. This Chaos City was very special. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, they were all wary of this Chaos City. This was because this Holy King of Chaos was very powerful. He was considered a top-notch powerhouse among the holy kings. He had always been guarding Chaos City. That place was a chaotic place, and if one wanted to stand firm there, one would need to have strength. Without strength, one couldn't stand firm at all. If one went there, one would be killed. As such, anyone who was wanted in Chaos City would head to Chaos City. Because they could protect their lives there, anyone who entered Chaos City had to abide by the rules. Otherwise, they would be killed. Even the major forces on the human race's side didn't dare to offend this Holy King of Chaos. Fortunately, this Holy King of Chaos didn't have any ambition. Other than this Chaos City, he had no interest in anything else. Therefore, this Chaos City became a special place over time. After looking through the information, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Are you sure that place still has the Heavenly Divine Wood and the Great Tao Heart Fragment? Although Lin Fei knew there was a place called Chaos City, he wasn't very clear about the specific situation. It seemed like Xiong Badian was very clear about this matter. Xiong Badian hurriedly said, Chaos City is a very special place. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce has countless things. Most of them are treasures obtained by killing and burning. They are all sold there. I bought the Heavenly Divine Wood there. Not only can you buy these things there, but you can also buy slaves. Whether it's golden core or nascent soul, or even a crippled paradise realm, you can buy them as long as you have spirit stones. Therefore, Chaos City has another name, the world of the rich. Lin Fei was not surprised at all by such a statement. As long as you have spirit stones, you can really live a life that ordinary people couldn't live anywhere. Lin Fei asked a few more things and was even more interested in Chaos City. According to Xiong Badian, Chaos City still had the Heavenly Divine Wood. This was something he knew, but it wasn't cheap. Xiong Badian spent more than half of his wealth to get these things. Therefore, it was impossible to go to Chaos City to buy spirit stones. Lin Fei pondered for a while. He really had to have some wealth to go to Chaos City. Although Lin Fei had quite a lot of wealth now, it might not be enough to go to Chaos City. Seems like I have to sell a few more Great Tao Hearts. Only then can I gather a large sum of money. Otherwise, I won't be able to survive in Chaos City. Sell the Great Tao Heart. The first thing Lin Fei thought of was Hu Meili. However, he had just sold a rank 9 Great Tao Heart. If he sold another one, he might be suspected by Hu Meili. Lin Fei quickly suppressed this thought. He already had layers of veils on his body. What was there to be afraid of if Hu Meili suspected him again? After all, his current strength wasn't that simple. Go and ask President Hu to come in. I have something to talk to her. Chapter 4490. It's here, Xiong Badian must be hiding here. I heard that there's a place called the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, a group of 5 people arrived outside the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. They were sizing up the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. These people were all dressed in black cloaks and their faces could not be seen clearly, but the cold aura they exuded was extremely cold. Everyone could feel it. If Xiong Badian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them. These were the 5 people who chased after Xiong Badian all the way. They had thought that they would succeed in what they were determined to do. But who would have thought that Xiong Badian was so cunning and had so many treasures in his hands, causing them to fail? After some investigation, they found out that this guy ran to the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce and hid there for a few days. They waited outside for a long time, but he did not come out. In the end, they decided to come to the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce to get rid of Xiong Badian. As long as they really got rid of Xiong Badian, they would be able to get 30 million middle-grade spirit stones. That would be 6 million middle-grade spirit stones for each person. No one could refuse such a huge temptation. They could not refuse. Outsiders could not either. My people have confirmed that Xiong Badian is in this Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. Let's go straight to him. Even if they react, they won't be able to stop the 5 of us. The 5 black-cloaked figures then disappeared. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, as if they had never appeared before. Hu Meili was a little surprised after hearing Xiong Badian's words. Daoist Lin wants to see me. This was a little different from what Hu Meili had expected. But on second thought, Hu Meili seemed to have thought of something. Maybe the matter of going in this time had something to do with Xiong Badian. This was something that Hu Meili had an intuition about. I'm guessing, maybe Senior is short of money. Xiong Badian hesitated for a moment, then whispered. Then he closed his eyes and rested. When Hu Meili heard this, she completely understood what was going on. She looked at Xiong Badian gratefully. She turned around and walked inside. These few days, Hu Meili had been in a good mood. The Heart of Tao had already been used, and it really allowed her nascent soul to break through to the Void Insight realm. Although it was only at the early Void Insight realm, she had mastered the power of the Tao, which was not something that nascent soul could resist. This was a huge chasm that not everyone could cross. Hu Meili could not help but feel a little excited. She seemed to have guessed it. When he entered the courtyard, he saw Lin Fei with a faint smile on his face. Senior Lin, I heard you were looking for me. Lin Fei also got straight to the point. I know that president who is a very smart president and a great beauty. I don't know if you're interested in the Tao heart, I've been short on spirit stones recently. Hu Meili suppressed the excitement in her heart. She knew it would be like this. He didn't expect Xiong Badian to be right. This Senior Lin Fei was really lacking in spirit stones. Senior Lin, it's Hu Meili's honor that you're interested in me. Isn't it just spirit stones? Don't hesitate to ask, I will definitely help you gather it. Not to mention anything else, the Dark Nether Chamber of Commerce can gather at least 80 million middle-grade spirit stones for you. If Senior wants more upper-grade spirit stones, I can also gather some, but not much, just 2 or 3 million upper-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei really didn't think that much. He didn't expect this Hu Meili to be so rich. No, it should be said that the Dark Nether Chamber of Commerce was a little rich, to actually be able to take out so many middle-grade spirit stones. Of course, they definitely had some reservations. Lin Fei didn't really care about this, he just wanted middle-grade spirit stones. It would be even better if there were upper-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei waved his hand and took out a few Tao hearts. They were all rank 9. As for the others, he didn't take them out, he was afraid that Hu Meili wouldn't be able to handle it. Even so, Hu Meili's expression changed. She was glad that she met a benefactor. Lin Fei was her benefactor in life. A Tao heart could create an insightful emptiness realm expert. These Tao hearts would be a few insightful emptiness realm experts. She didn't even dare to think about it. Thank you, Senior Lin, for thinking so highly of me. I will immediately gather 100 million middle-grade spirit stones for you. Hu Meili wouldn't take advantage of him. As soon as she saw these Dao hearts, she immediately raised the number of middle-grade spirit stones to 100 million. 100 million middle-grade spirit stones was considered a huge number. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Hu Meili's actions. She was indeed a person that he had a good impression of. And in the next second, a fluctuation came from the void. Xiong Badian, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, was suddenly attacked by 5 experts. The 5 black experts were very strong. The power of the 5 great Dao gathered together and formed a strange attack, instantly causing Xiong Badian to fall into a dead end. Xiong Badian was almost in despair. "Senior, save me." When the 5 black-robed men heard this, they couldn't wait to kill Xiong Badian. Whether there was a senior or not, they had to kill Xiong Badian first. The great Dao defense on Xiong Badian's body broke in an instant, not even a breath of time. Xiong Badian was scared out of his wits. Xiong Badian had seen the capabilities of these 5 people. Because he had been chased by them, he only had that little lifespan left. His heart was filled with hatred. He didn't expect them to still dare to chase him, and even attack him in broad daylight. This was something that Xiong Badian didn't expect. The only thing left in his mind was that Senior Lin, and only he could save his life. Seeing that the killer move was about to land on him, killing him, a ripple appeared and covered Xiong Badian. "You guys are a little too much to kill under my eyes." A voice that was neither soft nor loud rang in the minds of the 5 black-robed men. The 5 of them let out a muffled groan. After a gust of wind blew over, the 5 of them looked at each other and left in an instant. Drops of fresh blood splattered on the ground. The moment the 5 of them disappeared, Xiong Badian collapsed to the ground. Hu Meili rushed out too, and when she saw the pathetic Xiong Badian, her face was filled with anger. How dare they barge into the Dark Spirit Trade Union to kill people? I will definitely not let them off. This was equivalent to slapping Hu Meili in the face. If Xiong Badian were to really die in this trade union, Hu Meili would be in big trouble. Lin Fei didn't do much, and with just a light move, he forced the 5 of them to leave. Xiong Badian is really suffering, to actually chase us all the way here. No wonder he didn't leave, these people are probably guarding outside. Xiong Badian staggered in. He knelt in front of Lin Fei. "Thank you for saving me, Senior. I want to spend 100 million, please send me back." Chapter 4491. Xiong Badian's small request made Lin Fei a little surprised. In fact, he was not very surprised by this small request. He could also see that Xiong Badian must have been quite frightened. Otherwise, he would not have made such a request. The important thing was that 100 million mid-grade spirit stones really made Lin Fei have some ideas. Who asked him to be short of spirit stones recently? With spirit stones, things would naturally be easier. He could also get 100 million mid-grade spirit stones from Hu Meili. To Lin Fei, it was definitely not too much. He definitely had to go to Chaos City. The more spirit stones, the better. Xiong Badian seemed to be worried that Lin Fei had other ideas and added another sentence. "Going to my place in Chaos City is actually not contradictory. It can be said to be along the way. It's just a little detour." Of course, Lin Fei wanted to go to Chaos City. That place had the most primitive heavenly wood. No matter what, he had to make a trip there. "I don't believe that sending you back is worth 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. If you have any ideas, just say it." Of course, Lin Fei did not believe Xiong Badian's words. 100 million to escort, no matter who it was, would be tempted. There were a lot of dangers along the way. Of course, to Lin Fei, this little bit of danger was nothing. What he cared about was whether Xiong Badian was hiding something else. If Lin Fei couldn't figure this out, he wouldn't be escorting Xiong Badian. At this moment, Xiong Badian also gritted his teeth. I would like to ask Senior to help me complete a training mission while escorting me, so that I can sit on the successor's position. As long as I sit on this successor's position, not to mention 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, I can even help you get 300 to 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. In a forest outside the Dark Spirit Trade Union, 5 people fell out. These 5 people were the 5 people who attacked previously. At this moment, there was a sword wound on their bodies. As it swept across their bodies, drops of fresh blood continuously dripped down. These people were all overshadowed, and their faces were filled with fear. I didn't expect Dark Spirit Trade Association to have such an expert. He managed to injure us with just one move. If the 5 of them worked together, they wouldn't have to be afraid even if they encountered someone in the middle or late stage of the insightful Void Realm, unless the person had cultivated 2 great Daos. Up until now, they really hadn't encountered such a thing, but this young man made them feel the aura of death the moment he attacked. This was something that hadn't happened before, so they couldn't sit still. After all, they had accepted the mission to eliminate Xiong Badian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on the Spirit Stone. What do we do now? That guy is very strong. Even if we joined hands, we still wouldn't be a match for him. We were just a little bit off. Speaking of this, they gritted their teeth. It was indeed a pity. If they were given a little more time, they would definitely be able to heavily injure Xiong Badian. After all, they knew that Xiong Badian did not have much lifespan left. As long as Xiong Badian dared to resist, they wouldn't even need to kill him. It was a pity that they failed at the last moment. It was a pity. That Xiong Badian can't possibly hide here forever. He will definitely go back. You should know that the successor selection of the Xiong clan is about to begin. Unless Xiong Badian is willing to miss this opportunity, we can just wait outside. But for safety's sake, we have to find some experts here. That way, we will have a chance to eliminate Xiong Badian. As they recuperated, they sent a message to the organization. This wasn't a small matter, so they had to prepare for a rainy day. Lin Fei knew that Xiong Badian had some ulterior motives. He looked over coldly. Xiong Badian lowered his head. Senior, please help me. As long as you can escort me back and help me obtain the successor position, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Hu Meili, who was at the side, knew about this matter. Senior Lin, there are indeed rumors that the Xiong clan is going to compete for the successor position. This is no different from choosing a crown prince. However, Xiong Badian has a lot of brothers and sisters. He has 30 to 40 brothers and sisters. Each of them has a certain amount of power, so the competition is very intense. Lin Fei wasn't very surprised. However, he didn't like Xiong Badian, so he tricked him. It's not that I can't send you back, but 100 million is too little. I want 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and 50 million high-grade spirit stones. As long as you can afford it, I'll send you back and help you get the qualifications to be the successor. Lin Fei had nothing to do anyway. Moreover, he was going to Chaos City, so he naturally hoped to have more spirit stones. With more spirit stones, he would be able to do well in Chaos City. Now, it was up to Xiong Badian to take out something that could move him. Even though 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and 50 million high-grade spirit stones weren't a lot, they could stop 90% of the people if he wanted to take them out. Even Hu Meili secretly sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing it. Xiong Badian also took a deep breath. Senior, don't worry. As long as I can become the successor, I will help you gather 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and 50 million high-grade spirit stones. This is my promise to you, Xiong Badian. Xiong Badian also threw caution to the wind. This time, he had suffered a heavy loss. However, if he had the help of a senior, he might be able to turn his luck around. Therefore, he was prepared to take a gamble. Lin Fei laughed. If you can't get the successor position, wouldn't I have come here for nothing? Xiong Badian shook his head. Even if I can't get the successor position, I will return my life to you. Anyway, it's all thanks to you that I'm still alive. Lin Fei looked at Xiong Badian. You're quite straightforward. You even know to return my life. However, I like what you said. I'll accompany you then. However, not now, but in a few days. Hu Meili vaguely guessed something. Senior, could it be that you want to catch all the assassins outside in one fell swoop? Lin Fei poured himself another cup of tea. I heard that assassins are quite rich. Now that I'm a pauper, I naturally have to have some ideas. I can only say that they're unlucky. Xiong Badian, who was listening at the side, also felt relieved and said, they will definitely come. He took the spirit stones from us brothers and sisters, so he will definitely gather his men. At most, in 3 to 5 days, they will definitely be waiting outside. Hu Meili also broke out in cold sweat for these people. They had really offended someone. Now that he was being targeted by someone, if he left now, he could still live. However, if he really stayed outside, he would definitely die. Hu Meili felt that those people would definitely be guarding outside. Then I'll arrange for someone to watch their every move. Lin Fei shook his head. No need. As long as they stay outside, it doesn't matter if they watch or not. Anyway, they're still here. Chapter 4492. Lin Fei stayed at the Black Spirit Chamber of Commerce for another 5 days. During these 5 days, the entire Heiyu Mountain would be quiet. Hu Meili was also very busy. She gathered 100 million mid-grade spirit stones for Lin Fei and successfully obtained the Great Path Hearts. After obtaining the Great Path Hearts, Hu Meili disappeared again. No one knew what Hu Meili went to do. Lin Fei was not very interested in this. He already knew that there were people outside. There were quite a few of them. There were more than a dozen of them, and they all hid their auras very well. However, after they were hit by Lin Fei's sword, they had already left behind Lin Fei's means. They could clearly sense the traces of those people. Okay, everyone is here. We can go now. After all, I still have to go to Chaos City. Lin Fei came out of the courtyard. Xiong Badian had been waiting outside. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. After all, none of those people outside were easy to deal with. Now, he was a commander without an army. These people could make him suffer a lot if they attacked. Now that they were leaving, Xiong Badian was finally relieved. Nothing could make him feel more relaxed than this. Because the day was getting closer and closer. There was a forest outside the Black Spirit Chamber of Commerce. At this time, there were more than a dozen experts hiding outside the forest. These people were all here to kill Xiong Badian. Some of them were especially good at defense. They were the best to use them to stall that young man. They knew that Xiong Badian would definitely come out. He would definitely not wait that long. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to be the successor. One had to know that Sage King was the top powerhouse in the spiritual world. There were only a few Sage Kings in the entire spiritual world, but any Sage King had great influence. And the Xiong family's influence was naturally not small. Therefore, the selection of the successor was even stricter. Therefore, as long as Xiong Badian wanted to be the successor and lead the entire Xiong family, he would definitely come out. Once he became the successor of the Xiong family, he would definitely become a Sage King within 100 years. Otherwise, he would not be able to lead the family at all. This situation was not only happening in the Xiong family. It was the same in other families. I can feel Xiong Baishan's aura. He's coming out. Everyone, keep a close eye on him. Lin Fei and Xiong Badian came out. He could sense those auras. As for Xiong Badian, he was filled with confidence. He had really met a benefactor. Lin Fei laughed as he walked into the woods. Since you're already here, why bother hiding? Isn't this unnecessary? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Xiong Badian stood beside Lin Fei, and in the next breath, the dozen experts instantly took action. A huge formation came crashing down. At the same time, a huge bell came crashing down. Clearly, they wanted to trap Lin Fei first. The remaining people immediately charged towards Xiong Badian. It was another close-range assassination. Their teamwork was very good, and the power was even greater than the last time. No matter who saw it, they would secretly suck in a breath of cold air. Xiong Badian wasn't as flustered as before. After all, Senior Lin was here. With Senior Lin here, he definitely wouldn't be in trouble. Xiong Badian was filled with confidence in Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at them calmly. It's fine if you guys left, but it's a pity that you guys aren't smart. I can only say that you guys are unlucky. Coincidentally, I'm in need of money, so I can only think of something from you. When the people who attacked heard this, they were all stunned. They thought for a long time. They didn't understand why this person would say such a thing to them. They were all assassins. Was he going to rob them of their belongings? Wasn't that a little too much? No one had ever dared to speak to them like that. However, as soon as this person made his move, they felt a dangerous aura blow past them. It was chilly. Immediately, they felt that something was wrong. That was because they didn't feel such a chilly feeling usually. When they lowered their heads to look at themselves, they realized that they had been split into two and were falling off one by one. They didn't even see how he did it. In the end, they were just corpses. Plop plop plop. One by one, the corpses fell onto the ground. The scene was filled with the stench of blood. Xiong Badian took in a breath of cold air. He knew that Senior Lin was strong, but he didn't expect him to kill all the assassins in the blink of an eye. Since I've accepted your money, I naturally have to help you vent your anger. I wonder if my price is acceptable? Lin Fei laughed and teased. World Dominator nodded subconsciously. Senior Lin, you're really mighty. These assassins are famous for being cruel. I didn't expect them to be defeated. Xiong Badian said, and his actions didn't slow down. He took all the rings off their bodies. Even the treasures he had on him were stowed away, not missing a single one. He placed them in front of Lin Fei. Xiong Badian didn't expect that the people who were chasing after him would die just like that. This feeling was really great. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept the rings. He then checked them. Needless to say, these people were quite profitable. He had earned a total of 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a profit. The matter is settled. Lead the way. Lin Fei and Xiong Badian left the Dark Spirit Merchant Union. When Humeli returned and heard the news, she sighed. Looks like this Xiong Badian is really lucky to have encountered such an opportunity. I'm afraid he might even have the chance to become the future successor of the Xiong clan. Even he himself is a little surprised. Humeli's intuition had always been accurate. She felt that the possibility was quite high. No matter what, Xiong Badian was really lucky this time. With Xiong Badian leading the way, Lin Fei passed through a few counties and finally arrived at Tianxia County. Tianxia County was one of the stronger counties. Xiong family was located in Tianxia County. However, this Saint King wasn't the ruler of Tianxia County. There were a few Saint Kings in Tianxia County. After Lin Fei entered Tianxia County, he felt a few strong auras. If they weren't Saint Kings, what else could they be? It gave one a palpitating feeling. As for the rest, there wasn't anything else. It seems like this county is quite strong. It's much stronger than the one I brought back then. Lin Fei laughed. After reaching Tianxia County, Xiong Badian felt more at ease. Although there were some troubles along the way, they were easily resolved. Therefore, Xiong Badian was very grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Without him, he would have been finished. Not to mention appearing here, he wouldn't have been able to deal with those assassins. Senior, that is my family. Chapter 4493. Xiong Baishan's clan was very big, unlike the other clans, which were all in a big city. Xiong Baishan's clan built a big city. The name of the city was Xiongfeng City. It was also very big in Tianxia Prefecture. When he entered within 1,000 miles of Xiongfeng City, Lin Fei felt waves of pressure. It turned out to be a super formation. Senior, we can only walk on the official road because there are formations set up within 1,000 miles. The deeper we go, the greater the pressure. Also, there are people from my clan who are constantly patrolling. Even if you are a disciple of the Xiong clan, you have to obey the rules. As long as you come within 300 miles of Xiongfeng City, you will be attacked by the Xiong clan. Xiong Badian said apologetically. After entering this place, Lin Fei knew that this Xiongfeng City was quite strong. In this Xiongfeng City, Lin Fei felt a total of 2 strong auras. This meant that there were 2 sage kings in this Xiongfeng City. One was Xiong Baishan's father, and the other was a sage king who was slightly weaker. He could vaguely display the strength of a sage king. Therefore, this Xiongfeng City was very strong. With such a strong backing, Xiong Badian indeed had the capital to be arrogant. After all, no one was willing to offend a sage king. No, it was 2 sage kings. A sage king could destroy a first-rate force. As long as the first-rate force did not have a sage king, it would not have any ability to resist. But with a sage king, it was different. Of course, no first-rate force would be willing to offend a sage king. The revenge of a sage king was very scary. Therefore, under normal circumstances, sage kings would not easily attack each other. But if they were to attack, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Lin Fei landed. Xiong Badian took out his communication talisman. It didn't take long before another team arrived. When this team arrived, they half knelt in front of Xiong Badian. Senior, these are my people. Seeing that it was full, Lin Fei smiled. This guy had some foundation. No wonder his brothers and sisters wanted to attack him. This team was quite strong. The 5 people in front were all insightful emptiness realm experts. Even though they were both at the early stage of the insightful void realm, it was still not easy. After all, not everyone could grasp the power of the great Tao. When they came over and saw young master, they were all delighted. The time was getting closer and closer, but their young master had yet to return. They had also heard rumors that they wanted to assassinate their young master. However, when they saw the young man beside him, they understood. Perhaps it was this young man who protected her all the way back. Xiong Badian personally brought over a demonic beast mount. Senior, please take a seat first. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. After that, Xiong Badian sat on another mount. He headed for Xiongfeng City. The 5 insightful emptiness realm experts behind Xiong Badian looked at each other. Do you know who this young man is? I really don't know. However, it looks like young master is very respectful towards this person. I can't tell how strong this person is. The 5 of them were the most outstanding people by Xiong Baishan's side. She had always brought them with her. This time, he actually brought a young man with him. This made them a little unhappy. Especially since this person seemed to be a golden core realm cultivator. This made them even more confused. However, in front of young master, they didn't dare to show any changes in their expressions. Not long later, Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of Xiongfeng City. This city was built with black stones and looked like a ferocious beast. It gave a strong visual impact. Just from this, Lin Fei could tell that as a king sage, he was ambitious. Of course, it wasn't a small matter to be able to build a city in the Tianxia province. He entered Xiongfeng City. Lin Fei realized that it was very lively here. When Xiong Badian returned, he was as relaxed as a tiger returning to the forest. The pressure on his body also disappeared. Xiong Badian kept introducing information about Xiongfeng City. Not long later, a residence appeared in front of him. This is my residence. It's absolutely safe. So Xiong Badian had his own residence and didn't live with his family. At this moment, there was a long queue at the entrance of the residence. The news of Xiong Badian returning to Xiongfeng City spread immediately. After all, Xiong Badian was loved by the king sage. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to seeing if they could become the successor. However, when they heard that he hadn't returned for a long time, they couldn't help but worry. Everyone knew that the king sage's brothers and sisters weren't easy to negotiate with. They would play tricks from time to time, but the king sage allowed it. Therefore, when Xiong Badian didn't return, everyone thought that something had happened. Now that he was back, they realized that the fight would become more interesting. Lin Fei stayed in one of the courtyards in the residence. The courtyard was very quiet. No one would disturb him. Ever since he came, Xiong Badian had been busy with things and going in and out of the residence. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. He just needed to help Xiong Badian when the time came. Since he was paid to do things, and since Lin Fei didn't have any money on him, he naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. While Xiong Badian was busy, the few insightful Emptiness Realm experts had some ideas. This was because Xiong Badian had treated this young man with the highest level of hospitality. It was something that they had never enjoyed before. Therefore, they naturally had some ideas in their hearts. On this day, Xiong Badian wasn't at home, so they came together to have a good chat with the young man. Actually, they were just testing him. If he was really a golden elixir expert, they wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. After all, they were the most important people to the young master, not an outsider. They had no choice. Following young master Xiong Badian gave them a good life, good benefits, good resources, and fast cultivation. If someone else had the upper hand, they would want to kill them. Therefore, they came together today. Once they entered the courtyard, they saw Lin Fei sitting under a tree and drinking tea. He wasn't in a hurry and was very calm. The more he was like this, the more they disliked him. This was because they could smell the fragrance. This was a spiritual tea that was worth 1,000,000 per gram. Even they couldn't bear to drink it, let alone a whole pot. Not to mention a whole pot of it. This kind of differential treatment made them even more angry and unwilling. Why? They wanted to come in even more. Chapter 4494. When these people came in and saw the scene in front of them, they were even more unhappy. Even for them, it was rare for them to have a chance to drink such good tea. On the other hand, this brat could drink a pot of it leisurely. He was simply mocking them. After Lin Fei drank a cup of tea, he put it down. I see that you guys are not very friendly. Could it be that you want to have a good chat with me while Xiong Badian is not around? What kind of person was Lin Fei? He could tell what these people were thinking with one look. It was nothing more than jealousy and envy. Ever since they came to Xiong Badian's residence, they had enjoyed the best service and hospitality. Naturally, these insightful emptiness experts had their own thoughts. Brat, I don't know what method you used to confuse Xiong Badian, but in front of me, you are still too inexperienced. An older insightful emptiness expert walked out. This insightful emptiness expert had already reached the intermediate stage of the insightful emptiness realm. He was also the most powerful expert by Xiong Badian's side. His words naturally carried some weight. He stared at Wang Xian. Yes, you are a newcomer and you don't even know how to greet us. You are still enjoying yourself here. Do you really not care about us? I think you should quickly stand up and give up your seat. Obediently wait for us to punish you. Don't act like you are the most powerful person in the future. Each of them took a step forward and stared coldly. It seemed that if Lin Fei did not make a decision, they would attack. Just their aura alone was quite frightening. Who was Lin Fei? They did not care about him at all. You want me to lower my head in front of you? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Fei slammed the table lightly and a sword light swept over. The 5 insightful emptiness experts looked at him with disdain. How could he make them lower their heads with such a method? However, when the sword light landed on their defenses, after a crisp sound, the 5 of them instantly groaned. The sword light landed on their bodies, pierced through their treasured armor, and sent them flying. All of them fell at the door. I'm not interested in playing any tricks with you. I'll let you suffer a little today. If there's a next time, I don't mind killing the 5 of you in front of Xiong Badian. The 5 of them fell at the entrance of the courtyard. The sword wound on their bodies had directly cut through their flesh. They were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. If the power was just a little bit stronger, wouldn't they have died on the spot? Terrifying. They finally realized that the person in front of them was not a gold core cultivator at all, but a gold core cultivator in the insightful void realm. He hurriedly got up. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. They were all unbelievably well behaved. They all knew that some powerful insightful emptiness experts could kill people in the same realm as them alone. That was the case for the 5 of them who were in the insightful void realm. Even if they were in the middle stage of the insightful void realm, it was nothing at this moment. They had never felt that the power of a sword light could be so strong. It was unbelievable that it could actually pierce through their flesh. It was a little unrealistic just thinking about it. After the 5 of them left, Lin Fei took another sip of tea. This top-grade spirit tea was indeed quite good. As for these 5 people, Lin Fei did not take them seriously at all. If they were not the subordinates of Xiong Badian, they would have died just now. Now, Lin Fei's sword skills were shockingly fast. They could not block it at all. If he went all out, they would definitely die with one sword. What Lin Fei wanted to do was to complete this task so that he could go to Chaos City. He was most interested in Chaos City. He had a lot of time now. The training task of the sky-reaching church required him to cultivate to the insightful void realm. Although it only gave him 3 years, of course, in Lin Fei's opinion, it did not need 3 years at all. He could break through to the insightful void realm at any time, but he felt that the current gold core realm was pretty good. He could deceive many people. If he could survive in Chaos City, Lin Fei did not intend to return to the sky-reaching church. After all, although the sky-reaching church had a lot of resources, it was not easy to get sky-reaching divine wood. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to put it aside first and take a look at Chaos City first. From the moment he entered the sky-reaching church, Lin Fei had never thought of becoming a disciple for life. It was nothing more than those benefits. If there was a place with more benefits, Lin Fei naturally would not mind. That night, Xiong Badian knew about this matter. He rushed over as soon as possible. Senior, I'm really sorry. I didn't know those bastards dared to find trouble with you. Thank you for being merciful and not killing them. Xiong Badian was very clear about Lin Fei's strength. Killing 5 insightful void realm experts was as easy as eating and drinking. Xiong Badian's heart was full of cold sweat. I don't care about those people. After all, they are also your people. If they were others, they would have been dead by now. When will your successor selection begin? Don't waste too much of my time. Lin Fei was indifferent. Xiong Badian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Senior Lin did not look very good, it seemed that he was not really angry. If he was really angry, those people would not be alive. I have already scolded all of them. In the future, they will not find trouble with you anymore. As for the successor selection, it will be completed in 5 days. 5 days was not a long time. Lin Fei could afford to wait. Then come back in 5 days. Lin Fei waved his hand, gesturing for Xiong Badian to leave. Xiong Badian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior, I just received a piece of news regarding the heavenly tree. I think you should know about it." The heavenly tree. Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched slightly. He seemed a little surprised. "Tell me about it." When he was in the heaven-reaching church, Lin Fei already knew that there were many heavenly trees left outside. Although the heaven-reaching church had taken back a lot of them, not all of them were actually taken back. Some of them were kept as a collection by some experts from time to time. Therefore, they would appear outside from time to time. Xiong Badian said, "In our masculine wind city, there is a training field called the Life and Death Field. This is a place where you can spend a lot of money to gain experience. But today, there is a young master from another place who has brought along a heavenly tree. He has even arranged for an expert to defeat many of our masculine wind city's experts. As long as he is defeated, he will be able to obtain the heavenly tree as well as a lot of spirit stones." Chapter 4495. The Life and Death Arena was a special place in the Xiongfeng city. It was not opened by the Xiongfeng city, but by a stronger force. It existed in many places. A life and death arena like this was usually used to resolve conflicts. Of course, it was also used for training. Anyone who wanted to improve their strength would come to the life and death arena. If he won, he would live. If he died, he would die. It was very simple and clear. Of course, it became a place for many young masters to spend their time. Most of them would bring their subordinates, the so-called death warriors. Ordinary people would not be able to afford to fight with others and place heavy bets on them. Therefore, when Lin Fei heard about the heavenly wood, he was definitely interested. Therefore, he asked Xiong Badian to bring him here. The moment they entered the life and death arena, it was very noisy. The life and death arena was no different from the fighting arenas that Lin Fei had seen before. It was divided into 2 levels. The lower level was filled with ordinary cultivators, while the upper level was filled with private rooms. One could see what was below. Xiong Badian brought Lin Fei to a private room upstairs. This was a private room that Xiong Badian frequented. After entering, one could see what was below from above. The people below could not see what was above. The person in the arena was Ma Ku's man. He was quite strong. He actually cultivated 2 great Dao, one for attack and one for support. He was very strong. God knows how many people he stopped. Xiong Badian said from the side. Lin Fei also looked over. There was indeed an inconspicuous person standing on the arena. He looked very ordinary. If Xiong Badian had not mentioned him, Lin Fei would not have known. This guy actually cultivated 2 great Dao, one for attack and one for support. This way, his strength increased very quickly. He's so strong that he managed to come up here. Lin Fei chuckled. Not just anyone can deal with a person like this. Xiong Badian laughed bitterly and said, Ma Ku is purely here to humiliate the Xiongfeng city. He even allowed 1 to 3 insightful emptiness realm experts to fight together. Unfortunately, none of them could defeat him. Xiong Badian pointed towards the distance. Do you see that? His heavenly wood and spirit stones are over there. In fact, Lin Fei had already noticed the heavenly wood just now. After all, once the heavenly tree was placed there, it would be hard not to notice it. The tree of life in his body was already restless, itching to devour this heavenly tree. As for the card beside it, it was the Spirit Stone card. This Spirit Stone card was golden in color. As for the golden Spirit Stone card, one must have at least 10 million mid-grade Spirit Stones stored in it. Only 100 million mid-grade Spirit Stones and above could have a purple color. Since there's no one else going up, I'll go meet this guy and earn some money. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he had a belly full of anger today. He almost offended Senior Lin Fei. How was he supposed to explain this? For a moment, he even wanted to kill those 5 guys. Of all the people he could have offended, he actually offended Senior Lin. Was he not afraid of being killed by Lin Fei? As soon as Lin Fei came down, he heard a voice coming from one of the boxes. Are there no experts in Masculine Wind City? That's too disappointing. Didn't I just find a decent underling? That's too disappointing. What a miserable day, I'll be the one getting the prize. Lin Fei knew that this was marked the moment he heard this. He should be showing off on purpose. Isn't that the hobbies of these young masters? The person on the stage patted his chest with an expressionless face. Who else wants to come up and try? I can let him have 3 moves first. I promise I won't fight back. Many people in the surroundings were furious. As people of the masculine Gale City, they really couldn't keep their faces. However, this person was extremely strong. He was not someone ordinary people could deal with. This guy already had the strength of an intermediate Void Realm cultivator. Yet, his offensive and defensive abilities were much stronger. He was a very unique existence. Therefore, he was not easy to deal with. I heard that you're going to let him have 3 moves first. Lin Fei's voice could be heard. He walked towards the life and death ring. At this moment, everyone noticed this person. However, when they saw this person, they were slightly stunned. Isn't this the person that Xiong Badian brought back? I heard that he's Xiong Baishan's new underling. It can't be. He's just a golden core cultivator. Could he be at the peak of the golden core realm? So what if he's at the peak of the golden core realm? Could he still be a match for this person? You're thinking too much. Masculine Wind City wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. Therefore, when Xiong Badian brought someone back, everyone knew clearly. Although they didn't find out the details, they knew that this person was definitely recruited by Xiong Badian. He was a golden core cultivator. Even if he was at the peak of the golden core realm, it was nothing. If he was at the nascent soul realm, he might be able to do it. However, in this place, the nascent soul realm was useless. Many people in the private rooms were talking about it. Of course, some of these boxes were Xiong Baishan's brothers and sisters. When they saw a golden core cultivator going up, they sneered. This younger brother is really interesting. For the sake of face, he actually sent a golden core cultivator up. Is he not afraid of losing face all the way to his grandmother's house? Lin Fei didn't think too much this time. With such a person purely seeking death, Lin Fei was really happy to send him on his way. In any case, he could earn some money first. When this person saw that it was a golden core cultivator, he was even more disdainful. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. I'll give you 3 moves. If you can't kill me after 3 moves, then you'll fall on this arena. I only need 1 move. This ordinary young man raised a finger. Lin Fei said very seriously, 3 moves should be enough. In any case, I'm also an expert who uses a sword. When this was said, it was unknown how many people laughed. Even Maoka's laughter could be heard from the boxes. You guys are really powerful. You actually sent a golden core cultivator who uses a sword. Do you really think that a sword expert is invincible? Everyone was very angry with Ma Ku, but they couldn't do anything. After all, Maku had a considerable background. There was also a Sage King expert behind him. Lin Fei walked onto the life and death ring. Ripples appeared. The array was activated. Okay, now I'll give you 3 moves. Remember, only 3 moves. If you still can't kill me after the 4th move, then I'll kill you. Lin Fei took a step forward and slashed his sword at the other party's body. A layer of defense appeared on his opponent's body, and his entire body turned golden. Lin Fei slashed a second time. This time, like before, his opponent shook it off. My defense is a metal defense. It's terrifyingly strong. You want to kill me with just this bit of strength? You're really thinking too much. Now, you only have 1 move left. Lin Fei took another step forward and slashed with his sword again. Then, he returned to his original place. It seems that your metal defense isn't that great. As soon as he said this, the person opposite him fell to the ground with a thud. The ground was covered in blood. Chapter 4496. Silence. The whole place was silent. No one would have thought that the guy who defeated a few experts in Xiongfeng City would be killed in 1 move. In fact, this sword looked very ordinary to everyone, as if it had no power at all. But under such circumstances, Maku's men were killed just like that. That scene instantly gave them a great shock. Almost every box was in a state of shock. Of course, only Xiong Baishan's box. That was not surprising at all. Xiong Badian knew Senior Lin's strength. No matter how strong Maku's man was, how could he resist? Senior Lin's attack was simply wishful thinking. After a short while, Maku's angry voice was heard. Xiongfeng City, I didn't expect there to be such a swordsman expert. I have learned something new. Everyone could hear the anger in Maku's voice. There was no doubt that Maku wanted to kill someone. Who knows who is on the inner platform? He is quite strong. He is obviously in the Golden Core realm, but his swordsmanship is outstanding. I really don't know. Could it be a rogue cultivator? If it is, it will be a great deal. Whoever recruits him will definitely make a lot of money. I think this person came with Xiong Badian. Could he be Xiong Baishan's man? Oh yes, I heard that Xiong Badian was being chased outside and almost couldn't come back. In the end, he came back. Maybe it was this young swordsman who helped him solve the problem. Those who could sit in the box were naturally people from Xiongfeng City. They were all well-informed people. Soon, they came to a conclusion. This person was Xiong Baishan's man. Therefore, everyone admired Xiong Badian even more. He went out at this time and actually found such an expert. No wonder he let him fight. They were happy to give Maku a hard slap in the face. At this time, in another box, Maku was in a bad mood. His body was filled with demonic energy and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. There were 3 experts standing next to Maku, and each of them was terrifyingly cold. Master, let me go down and fight with him. No matter what, I have to chop off his dog head. One of the more sturdy experts stood out. Maku glanced at him coldly. If you don't chop off his dog head, I'll be the first to destroy you and your family. Maku was indeed quite angry. He also had a Saint King behind him. Therefore, he was also a tyrannical overlord in the Tianxia province. However, he just couldn't stand the people of Xiongfeng City. Therefore, he would come here to show off when he had nothing to do. This time, he had recruited a few experts and was originally in a good mood. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation. Xiongfeng City had unexpectedly produced such a powerful swordsman, which was really hard for him to accept. Therefore, Maku had to get his face back. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed. Once he left the masculine Wind City, all kinds of rumors would spread. They said that he, Mark, had suffered a loss in masculine Wind City. This was naturally not what Malka wanted to see. Malka's voice resounded in the life and death arena again. Kid, your swordsmanship is not bad. I wonder if you have the guts to fight me again. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as Malka's voice came out, the people in the other private rooms were stunned. Everyone could see that Malka was not willing to give up. Lin Fei had already taken all the spoils of war. How fragrant. He did not expect to get another piece of heavenly wood here. After hearing this voice, he laughed coldly. I heard that young Master Malka is the son of a saint king. How can you take out 10 million mid-grade spirit stones? That is too little. After all, if I am killed by you, all the things on me will be taken back by you. Lin Fei said with a smile. At the same time, he searched the dead expert's body for a while and took away a storage ring. If you want to fight with me, you need at least 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, I will not fight. Lin Fei was not a fool. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones for a fight. How could that be possible? No matter what, it would at least be 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. He could see that Malka was definitely a rich man. Since he was a rich man, he definitely had to fish for it. It did not matter if you were the son of a saint king. In this Xiongfeng city, even the son of a saint king had to be obedient. This was something that Lin Fei knew better than anyone else. When the people in the other boxes heard this, they secretly took in a breath of cold air. They did not expect young Master Xiong Baishan's new subordinate to be so arrogant. Just like Xiong Batian, he actually had the cheek to offer 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was an addiction. On the other side, Malka's expression did not change. Isn't it just 50 million mid-grade spirit stones? No problem. However, it is not one fight, but 3. Do you dare to fight? Malka was also quite smart. If this person was not a match for him, then he would let the second expert go. If not, then he would let the third expert go. After 3 experts, the unlucky one would still be Lin Fei. At that time, he would definitely be able to kill Malka. Don't think that just because Malka was the son of a saint king, he was not stupid. He was still very smart. 3 fights, that's 150 million mid-grade spirit stones. As long as you can afford it, I naturally have no objections. I don't like other things, but I like mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei's words spread in the life and death arena. In an instant, everyone remembered this young man. These words were indeed a little too arrogant. After taking so many mid-grade spirit stones, he still dared to set his eyes on the 150 million mid-grade spirit stones. How strong did he think he was? They did not think that Malka was a fool. At that time, the unlucky one would definitely be this kid. Since you want to court death so much, then I shall fulfill your wish. 3 fights, 150 million mid-grade spirit stones. From one of the boxes, a paper card flew out and landed on the notary table. When the crowd saw this scene, they all took in a breath of cold air. Malka was indeed a rich person. He actually took out a purple card. The minimum was 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. After the notary checked it, he confirmed it. The bet is established. That's enough. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, a figure flew out of the private room. No, it was 3 figures that flew out in a row. One of them landed on the life and death arena. The remaining 2 people stood below with cold gazes. Even though they were just standing there casually, everyone could feel a terrifying killing intent from them. Malka really brought experts, and he even brought several of them. This was beyond everyone's imagination. The son of a sage king was indeed arrogant. I see that your sword technique is very powerful. If you have the ability, you can kill me in one move. Chapter 4497. The person who came up had an ugly face. One look was enough to shock people's souls. Lin Fei was a little curious about Ma Ku. As expected, the people around him were all powerful. Especially this ugly person who actually knew how to use mental attacks. He began to cultivate this technique. Therefore, anyone who fought with such a person would be able to imprint their ugly appearance in the depths of their soul before they even started fighting. It would affect their state of mind. It would affect their combat ability. It could be said that this person was a little vicious. Lin Fei laughed. It's very easy to kill you with one sword. However, just you alone won't be enough. The other two should come together too. After all, I think it's easier to take 150 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go. What do you think? Lin Fei's words undoubtedly provoked the person opposite him. Even the two people below the stage were the same. Of course, this included Ma Ku, who was in the private room. Ma Ku had never seen such an arrogant person who dared to say such words to him. He hadn't heard such words in a long time. The last time someone was so arrogant in front of him, he had already turned into a pile of dirt. After that, he didn't even dare to fart. It seems like you're really looking for death. Then, I'll fulfill your wish. The two of you come together and kill him. The judge of the life and death platform naturally wouldn't have any objections. Anyway, this was a place for life and death training. If they won, they would win. If they lost, they would just be a corpse. It was a very easy thing to do. The other two went up too. After the two of them came up, the three of them instantly formed a formation. When the formation appeared, the surrounding people exclaimed. 3 Origin Formation. What the hell, there's actually such a formation. Once the formation is activated, their strength instantly soars. I'm afraid they have the strength of a late-stage Void Realm expert. The three of them all released their Dao and seemed very shocked. Everyone felt that they wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. The three of them also made their moves. The 3 moves merged into one and a huge shadow was summoned. A palm slapped down. In the face of the power of this palm, everyone held their breath. It's a pity that Xiong Baishan's newly recruited subordinate definitely can't withstand it. That's for sure. With his strength, how could he possibly withstand it? I reckon he'll be done for in one move. Ma Ku is really shameless. He just said that, and he actually has the cheek to send all 3 of them up together. Many people in the private room were filled with hatred towards Ma Ku. After all, no one liked Mark. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had a faint smile on his face. He turned around and sent a palm strike. They collided heavily. Then, a ray of sword light that was like a bright moon directly flew past the 3 of them. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably fast. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and then the arena became quiet. The formation formed by the 3 of them had already disappeared. The 3 of them knelt down with a thud. In an instant, the entire life and death arena became quiet again. It was unbelievably quiet. They found it even more difficult to accept and stood up one after another. Heavens! How is this guy so strong? Just how did he do it? When did his swordsmanship become so strong? He can even kill an insightful emptiness realm expert so easily. Seems like Xiong Baishan's brothers and sisters are in trouble this time. This guy is too strong. Even I can't see through him. At this moment, many people in the other private rooms also stood up. They didn't even see how this guy attacked. This was the scariest thing. Xiong Badian had found a powerful helper. If he could take down the successor, he would probably have a higher chance of winning. If he had a 50% chance of winning, he might have an 80% chance now. This guy was too strong. In fact, in a private room on the left, a young man stood up. His face was similar to Xiongbaishan's. He smashed the table with a palm strike. Bastard! Where did Xiong find such a powerful helper? This is bad. I have to tell my brothers and sisters about this. Just now, no one thought that Xiongbaishan's subordinates could withstand the attacks of the three of them. However, the outcome was unbelievably fast. The three of them were killed. In Ma Ke's private room, he was filled with anger. After a path flew out, everything in the private room was smashed into pieces. Ma Ke pushed the door open and walked out. His face was filled with anger. He strode out of the life and death arena and stared coldly at the young man. You're good. Really good. You actually dared to kill so many of my men. You must be satisfied with the 150 million middle-grade spiritual stones. Lin Fei had already taken 150 million middle-grade spiritual stones. In addition to what he had obtained previously, he now had more than 300 million middle-grade spiritual stones. In addition to what he had just received, he had more than 400 million middle-grade spiritual stones. It could be said that he was a pretty good nouveau riche. Lin Fei smiled. I have to thank young Master Ma Ke for giving me such a big gift. In fact, I've been very poor recently. If there's such a good thing in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely help you settle it. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost rolled their eyes. Can't you see that Ma Ke has gone crazy? He almost wanted to kill someone. How dare you say such things in front of him? At this time, Ma Ke was so angry that he started to laugh. I quite like what you said. I'll give you 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. How about you be my subordinate? With your strength, it's not worth it to follow others. But if you follow me, I can help you earn more mid-grade spirit stones. No one would have thought that Ma Ke would offer a price that no one could refuse in the blink of an eye. 200 million middle-grade spiritual stones. It would be good if his subordinates could get 10 to 20 million at most. Now that it was 200 million middle-grade spiritual stones, many people even wanted to jump out. They were very willing to serve young Master Ma Ke. However, when they thought about his strength, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Hence, they could only be envious and jealous. When would such a good thing happen to them? In the private room, Xiongbaishan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Ma Ke to be so evil. He even had the cheek to offer money to take Senior away. For a moment, he wanted to rush down. In the end, he held back. He knew that he had promised Senior that once he became the successor, he would definitely receive more than this amount of spiritual stones. Lin Fei laughed. As expected of young Master Ma Ke, you are very generous. You gave me 200 million medium-grade spirit stones right off the bat, but I am not in need of money now. When I am in need of money, I will definitely look for you. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4498. Ma Ke's gaze became even colder. No one knew better than him that the other party had rejected his offer. This was the first time he raised the price to 200 million medium spirit stones. As the son of the Sage King, Ma Ke was very favored. A mere 200 million mid-grade spirit stones was nothing to him. After all, the experts around him were all recruited at a price of 30 to 40 million medium-level spirit stones each. It was still every year. Because of this, Ma Ke never lacked experts around him. However, the swordsmanship of the young man in front of him was very powerful. At least, Ma Ke could not tell. He was also very clear that even if he fought with this guy, unless he used the Sage King's treasure, he would not be able to withstand the other party's attack. This guy must be a fast swordsman and his strength must be very strong, which was why he could kill this expert. 500 million medium spirit stones is the highest price I can offer. As long as you follow me, you will definitely have a good life. Even if you like the daughter of a rich family, I can get her for you. Ma Ke was not willing to let this young man go. No matter what, such an expert had to follow by his side. Only then would he have enough face. As for the people who died, it was nothing. It could only be said that they were not strong enough and died in vain. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. 500 million medium spirit stones. Even for them, it would take a very long time before they could earn that much. It was very rare to see someone like Ma Ku, who could casually throw out 500 million medium spirit stones to recruit someone. They could not wait to come up, so everyone looked at the young man to see what he would choose. Many people in the private room were even more looking forward to this expert being poached by Ma Ku. In that case, it would be difficult for Xiong Badian to inherit the position of the Sage King. After all, the competition was very fierce this time and everyone was looking for external help. And an external expert like Xiong Badian would definitely make them fear him and they could not wait for Ma Ku to poach him. Lin Fei also underestimated this Ma Ku. He was actually so generous and willing to take out 500 million medium spirit stones. It was a pity that Lin Fei still rejected. He shook his head. Young Master Ma Ku, you're really generous. You can't even get me 200 million middle-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, I don't lack spirit stones now. I can only apologize. Ma Ku coldly stared at him, then turned around and left. No one would have thought that Xiong Baishan's subordinate would be able to reject the temptation of 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't have been so quick to refuse. They wouldn't have been able to remain so calm. Of course, they also understood one thing. This person had completely offended Ma Ku. Who is Mark? That was the son of the Sacred King. Offending the son of the Sage King would not end well. It might disappear at any time. This kind of thing was not rare, and they were all very clear about it. After Ma Ku left, Xiong Badian also walked down. Many people congratulated Xiong Badian. Young Master Xiong, you've really found yourself a good helper. Where did you find this helper? Do you have any other fellow disciples? Introduce them to us. This sword technique is too powerful. As a sword expert, even I can't see through it. How would Xiong Badian dare to say anything else? His face was full of smiles. He came to Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei shook his head slightly, gesturing for him not to greet him. After all, he didn't want people to think too much, because the harvest this time was definitely big enough. Xiong Badian knew this as well, so he said a few perfunctory words and left the life and death arena with Lin Fei. Back in the mansion. Congratulations, Senior, for obtaining so many spirit stones. I'm afraid that Ma Ku is going to cry from anger. Although Xiong Badian didn't say anything, everyone subconsciously thought that he would definitely get the qualifications to be the successor this time. And it was the kind that had a high chance of winning. Therefore, ever since he returned, Xiong Baishan's expression was very good, and he was always smiling. Something like this hadn't happened for a very long time. This is also a good thing that you've done. If not for you, I wouldn't have gotten so many spirit stones. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get the successor's position. Lin Fei said with a smile. Xiong Badian was also very tactful, and didn't disturb Lin Fei's rest. He turned and left. When he went out, he was in a very good mood. And after Xiong Badian left, Lin Fei also smiled. I didn't expect to obtain so many mid-grade spirit stones in Masculine Wind City. Ma Ku is really a good person, even better than Xiong Badian. Lin Fei had already broken through the 500 million middle-grade spirit stones mark. With such a sum of spirit stones, he could buy a lot of things. Therefore, this trip to Chaos City was definitely a big harvest. Lin Fei let the Divine Tree of Life absorb the Divine Tree of Life again. This time, after the Divine Tree of Life absorbed the Divine Tree of Life, Lin Fei was slightly stunned. This Divine Tree of Life actually had a little change. A technique landed in Lin Fei's mind. After looking at this technique, Lin Fei frowned slightly and smiled. I didn't expect the divine tree of life to have such a magical use. To actually give me a technique, and an offensive one at that. Although Lin Fei's strength had improved very quickly and he had a strong physical body, he was still delighted after seeing this technique. This technique was called Holy Strike. Just the name itself sounded very domineering. As long as this Holy Strike was used, it could instantly mobilize all the power of the divine tree of life and turn it into a terrifying attack. No one would be able to withstand it. This Holy Strike was not an ordinary attack. When it was used, it could instantly explode with a power that was 100 times stronger. That was the most terrifying thing about it. Lin Fei had never expected the divine tree of life to give him such a generous gift. That's right. This was a truly generous gift. No matter who received this technique, they would not be able to sit still. Fortunately, Lin Fei was experienced and knowledgeable. Even though he was excited, he still managed to suppress his emotions. Initially, I was still worried that I didn't have any killing weapons on me. With this Holy Strike, I'll be able to kill gods and Buddhas if they come. There's nothing to worry about anymore. With such a generous gift from the divine tree of life, Lin Fei also realized one thing. He had been constantly obtaining this divine tree of life. Perhaps he might even obtain more techniques. Even when Lin Fei was at his peak, he had never obtained a technique like this. It was simply too different. Therefore, he had to go to Chaos City. As long as there was a divine tree of life, Lin Fei would not miss it. If that was the case, the number of high-grade spirit stones he had on him would seem a little small. It would be an astronomical figure. Chapter 4499. Peng 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 peng. In a courtyard, everything in the room was smashed into pieces. The decorations in the courtyard were very high class. It could be said that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Be it the decorations or anything else, they could not withstand the force and were smashed into pieces. The person who was angry was none other than Ma Ku. It was Ma Ku. Ma Ku had never thought that he would be unable to recruit a person after offering 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. He had also heard that this person was Xiong Baishan's subordinate and that he had just been recruited. If not for this person, Xiong Badian would not have been able to return to Masculine Wind City and would have been killed by his brothers and sisters. But it was this person who had a huge impact on Ma Ku. The few subordinates that he had brought along were all annihilated and he had even lost a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. Of course, to him, the loss of spirit stones was nothing. Ma Ku was a little embarrassed and that was the thing that made him feel the most uncomfortable. If he was recruited, it would be good to have such an expert by his side. But now that he was unable to recruit this person with 500 million middle-grade spirit stones, Ma Ku had a crazy idea. He had to destroy this guy. He definitely could not let this guy continue to grow. No matter what, he had always been in the Golden Core realm but his swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. If he was allowed to continue to grow, he would become very terrifying in the future. He could kill an insightful Void Realm expert so easily. If he reached the insightful Void Realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the insightful Void Realm? As the son of a sage king, Ma Ku was still very rational. Therefore, he knew that this person had to be destroyed and he could not let Xiong Badian become the successor. Everyone knew that Xiong Badian was arrogant and despotic. If he had such a subordinate, he would be able to hold his position in the future. In the long run, once Xiong Badian became a sage king, this young man would also become an existence comparable to a sage king. By then, he would be able to fight against a few sage kings and it would affect the situation of the Underheaven County. Therefore, this young man had to die. Your mission tonight is to kill this young man. No matter what you do, don't let him live past tonight. Ma Ku said softly. There was a fluctuation in the void. A figure walked out. Young master, are you sure you want to do this? If you do this, you will be completely against Xiong Badian. Ma Ku laughed heartily. Xiong Badian, that brainless guy, what can he do if I kill him? Do you think he can take revenge on me? Even if I let him use a finger, he's still not my match. Ma Ku did indeed have this confidence because he had already cultivated 3 great Daos. No one knew that he had cultivated 3 great Daos. Because in front of outsiders, he had always shown that he had 2 great Daos. Xiong Badian was simply too far off from him. There was no comparison at all. An old man with a head full of white hair walked out of the void. However, it was precisely this person who was extremely terrifying. He was an expert who cultivated 3 great Daos. These 3 great Daos were all rank 6 great Daos and had already protected Ma Ku for several decades. No one had ever been able to defeat him, which was why Ma Ku had asked the old man beside him to kill him. Since young master has said so, I'll bring this person's head back today for young master to see. Night fell. The entire Xiongfeng city became silent. It was the same for Xiong Baishan's residence. A shadow silently passed through the formation and came into the residence. This old man was like a ghost. Without any hesitation, he entered a room. This old man was good at breaking formations, which was why normal formations couldn't stop him. For formations like Xiong Baishan's, it was even easier for him to pass through. After entering, he saw the young man. He sighed softly in his heart. Who asked this young man to reject Ma Ku's good intentions? If not, he would definitely have a bright future if he followed Ma Ku. Even when he got close, he couldn't see through this person's strength. Other than speed, there was nothing else. Of course, this strength was also very strong and a little shocking. He couldn't imagine what kind of accumulation this Golden Core Realm fella had. However, from the moment he killed those few Paradise Realm experts, he knew that this person was really strong. For such a person, once he stepped into the Paradise Realm, he would definitely be able to achieve the miraculous abilities of the Paradise Realm experts. The more that was the case, the more such a person couldn't exist. If not, it would definitely have a huge impact on the Underheaven County. There would also be a huge change in the situation. Such a person had to die. After thinking for so long, do you feel that it's a little regretful to kill me? Just at this moment, the person in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. His lips curled up and he smiled. The old man didn't mind, seems like you are quite vigilant. Of course, Lin Fei was very vigilant. He was much more vigilant than most people. Especially since his strength had improved by quite a bit. In fact, after his god of life grew taller, there was a magical effect. Lin Fei would be able to detect the presence of any powerful life forms within a certain range of the Tree of Life at the first possible moment. It didn't seem like much, but to Lin Fei, he would know what kind of experts there were in his range. No one could hide it. After all, if a person was strong, his life force would naturally be strong too. This was the best proof. That was why Lin Fei knew that the old man was here when he came in. No, before he even came in. That was because his life god tree could only cover a slightly larger area than a mansion. Of course, that was enough. At the very least, no one would be able to assassinate Lin Fei while he was resting. I know who sent you. Isn't it that Ma Ku? He is not bad to have such an expert by his side. From the moment he rejected Ma Ku, Lin Fei knew that Ma Ku would definitely come to deal with him. As a disciple of a Saint King, he would definitely be smart. One could imagine that if he couldn't recruit such a person, he would definitely become a terrifying person in the future. So Ma Ku would definitely have some thoughts. After all, he wasn't from Masculine Wind City. If he missed today, then it wouldn't be easy to deal with Lin Fei in the future. So someone would definitely come tonight. Who knew that it would be an expert? It seems like you know too much. The old man pointed. 3 grade 6 Daos flew out and turned into a finger which tapped onto Lin Fei's body. This finger was really quick and it pierced through space. There were even threads of laws within. Chapter 4500. This old man was very strong. He attacked. The power of the 3 great paths swarmed over. Other than being domineering, it was still domineering. It was simply unbearable. It landed on Lin Fei's body as if it was going to completely destroy Lin Fei's physical body. It was simple and straightforward. To the old man, this finger was called the heaven-shocking finger. Under this finger, the physical body would cease to exist. However, when his finger landed on Lin Fei's body, nothing happened as he expected. Instead, Lin Fei's lips curled up into a faint smile. As expected of an expert by Ma Ke's side. The power of this finger is really strong. Ordinary insightful emptiness experts would have their physical bodies destroyed by this finger. It's a pity that I can't do anything else, but my physical body is quite strong. Lin Fei laughed. When the old man heard this, his expression changed slightly. He knew that the power of his finger was unable to destroy Lin Fei's physical body. Lin Fei had completely withstood it. Lin Fei's physical body was as strong as a rock. He knew that this person definitely had a great background. There were not many people in the spiritual realm who could cultivate such a physical body. He knew that he was in trouble. Lin Fei was definitely a hidden expert. He definitely had a strong background. Maybe, he had at least a few sage kings supporting him. The void rippled and the old man was ready to enter the void. He had to tell Ma Ke about this and bring him away from Masculine Wind City. He definitely couldn't stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, he might get into trouble. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Since you have already attacked, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I haven't even used my ultimate move. Whoosh whoosh. In the void, many green vines instantly wrapped around the old man. The old man's expression changed again. He kept destroying these vines. However, these vines became very strong. One after another, he couldn't break them in time. Even the defense of the Great Path couldn't stop these vines. In the blink of an eye, he was tied up tightly. He was dragged away. This was also a skill that Lin Fei had just learned. It allowed him to control the divine tree of life and capture powerful life force within a certain range. The old man was indeed very strong, but he was truly unable to withstand the attacks of the tree of life. As such, he could only obediently become nourishment. Looks like this Ma Ke is quite highly regarded by the Saint Ruler to have arranged for such an expert. Looks like I'll have to have a good chat with him. Lin Fei also walked into the void. Ma Ke moved to another courtyard. There was a cup of top-grade spirit tea in front of him, and he drank several cups in a row. However, he was still unable to completely suppress the irritation in his heart. He was waiting for the news now. The only thing that he was looking forward to was that once the experts beside him made a move, that young man would regret it no matter what. Who wouldn't be tempted by 500 million mid-grade spirit stones? Unfortunately, he had met such a guy who was not moved by his middle-grade spirit stones. This made him a little unhappy. Since he was displeased, he could only kill the other party. He had also solved a problem for Underheaven County. Drinking tea alone, don't you feel lonely? Why don't I drink with you? Suddenly, a person appeared in the courtyard. Ma Ke's heart shook. He turned around and gave off a strong attack. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, causing the void to explode. This was Ma Ke's strongest technique, 3 heads and 6 arms. There weren't many people who grasped it in the entire spiritual world, and it was even harder to use it. This was also a technique that Ma Ke wouldn't use unless it was necessary. The void in front of him was indeed broken. But a hand was placed on Ma Ke's shoulder. An endless amount of power pressed down on him and he knelt on the ground. The entire ground turned into ruins. Lin Fei sat in front of him. He opened a teacup and poured a pot of spirit tea before drinking it slowly. Kid, you aren't bad. You actually tried to assassinate me after losing the spirit stones. I really don't know what your brain is thinking. After all, you are the son of the Saint Ruler. Lin Fei smiled. But to Ma Ku, he was in a state of shock. His head felt numb and his back was covered in cold sweat. You are actually fine. Ma Ku was clear about the person beside him. He had taken care of him for decades. Who knew how many problems he had solved for him? But now, Lin Fei actually appeared here. Needless to say, the person he sent was definitely dead. The winner takes all. I, Ma Ku, have lost. You can do whatever you want to me, but I have a Saint Ruler's treasure on me. If you have the determination, then I don't mind taking you down with me. Ma Ku was direct. His face was a little ashen white but his attitude was okay. Now, Ma Ku was regretting. Why did he make such a mistake? If he knew that this fellow was hiding his strength, he definitely wouldn't have sent someone. In the blink of an eye, all the experts around him were dead. Even his own life couldn't be guaranteed. Lin Fei put down the teacup. Don't worry. You are the son of a Saint Ruler. Why would I kill you? I don't want to be hunted down by a Saint Ruler. But you arranged someone to assassinate me. I am in a bad mood and my spirit has been affected. What do you think I should do? Although Ma Ku looked very calm, he was actually very flustered in his heart. It was true that he had a sage ruler's treasure, but the other party had this kind of ability. If he also had a sage ruler's treasure, then if they were to fight, the one who would die might still be him. Ma Ku didn't want to die here. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and threw the ring on his hand over. All my treasures are here. I don't know if it's enough. Lin Fei didn't expect Ma Ku to be so decisive. This was the best person he had seen in the spiritual realm. Lin Fei glanced at Ma Ku's ring. There were quite a lot of things inside. Not to mention other things, there were 100 million high-grade spirit stones and 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. There were also many other scrolls. There was even an item that emitted the aura of a Saint Ruler treasure. It should be those Saint Ruler treasures. Lin Fei nodded. You're quite a clever person. Seeing how clever you are, I won't kill you. I'll also return this Saint Ruler's treasure to you, just in case you get killed when you go out. That Saint Ruler treasure was thrown back in front of Ma Ku by Lin Fei. For a moment, Ma Ku wanted to cry. This was a Saint Ruler treasure. You don't even want it. This fellow must have a Saint Ruler backing him up. It wasn't as simple as 1 or 2. Did he have to bully people like this? Chapter 45:01. Ma Ku's strength was indeed very strong, especially with his 3 heads and 6 arms. It was not something that just anyone could stop. Especially that frontal attack, it was like a torrential storm. If he couldn't block it, he would be killed. Of course, meeting Lin Fei was Ma Ku's bad luck. After Lin Fei left, Ma Ku left in the middle of the night. Ma Ku left without saying anything. No one knew why Ma Ku left in the night. Because Ma Ku knew that if people found out that he didn't have any helpers by his side, he would definitely be in big trouble. If he was unlucky, even returning to his own territory would be a difficult thing. Don't think that he could do whatever he wanted in the World County, but there were many people who wanted to deal with him in the dark. For example, his brothers and sisters. Although they wouldn't kill him, it was very possible that he would be bedridden for 3 to 5 years and his strength would regress. He also hated this fellow in his heart. He was actually so strong that he thought he was just an ordinary expert. He was really taken aback. If he knew this would happen, he would have left this masculine wind city and wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. His net worth was stripped in a night. Luckily he still had a Sage King's treasure. Otherwise, he would really have no place to reason with. Lin Fei got what belonged to him from Ma Ke without anyone noticing. One had to say that this Ma Ke was really a piece of fat meat. If he met other people, he wouldn't dare to make a move at all. But who was Lin Fei? He really didn't care. If he could rob him once, he could rob him a second time. Lin Fei had that much confidence. This also caused Lin Fei's family to become extremely wealthy in an instant. His desire to head to Chaos City became even stronger. And the only thing he had to do now was to help Xiong Batian obtain the rights to be the successor. Other things were just a small matter. In the next few days, Xiong Batian was considered to be famous in masculine Wind City. Everyone knew that he had an expert who defeated Ma Ke's underlings, and Ma Ke left in the middle of the night. Of course, this news only spread the next day. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Although they didn't do it themselves, it was definitely something worth celebrating to be able to make Ma Ke leave overnight. Who didn't know that Ma Ke had always swaggered around in the masculine Wind City? Very few people made him leave in a sorry state. Xiong Batian was one of them. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Xiong Batian's influence inexplicably rose. Even Xiong Batian himself was a little confused. When did he become so popular? Especially when he saw his brothers and sisters, their faces were a little ugly. Xiong Batian grew happier and happier. He had to show off in front of his brothers and sisters. It made them feel as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Senior Lin, tomorrow is the qualifier. Xiong Batian came to Lin Fei's courtyard. A pot of herbal tea was served. This was the best, and Xiong Batian would send it over almost every day. He wanted to take the opportunity to pull some strings. Fei was quite satisfied with the spiritual tea. He poured himself a glass. Do you know what the selection is about? Lin Fei had taken a huge piece of meat from Ma Ke and the heavenly wood. Therefore, he was in a good mood recently. He had a faint smile on his face. Xiong Batian shook his head. I have no clue about this matter. After all, my father never lets others guess what he is doing. I can only wait until tomorrow. Lin Fei was just asking casually. No matter what the test was, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Since you don't know, then forget it. Go back and have a good sleep. After tomorrow, you will be the future heir. Xiong Batian nodded and left. After Lin Fei refined the heaven and earth herbs and the heavenly wood, his physical body improved by a huge amount. Now, his physical body was already at the hollowness realm. On the second day, Xiong Batian came when the sun rose. That night, Xiong Batian didn't sleep well. After all, the position of heir was quite important. He never thought that one day he would get the position of heir. And right now, Senior Lin was his greatest helper. He had also received some news that his brothers and sisters had paid a huge price this time. They had found quite a number of experts to assist them. As for finding external experts, the family had no objections. Being able to find external experts was also a kind of ability. Being able to find external experts was also a kind of performance. Lin Fei had been sitting in the courtyard for a long time. After staying for so many days, I can finally leave. Lin Fei stood up. He followed Xiong Batian to the Xiong family's ancestral home. The residence of Xiong Feng City was located in the center of the city. It was a very special place. It was an ancient house. According to Xiong Batian, the people of the Xiong clan all came out from this ancient house. Lin Fei hadn't even walked into the ancient house, but he could already feel that it was different. There were already quite a number of people standing in the ancestral home. The most eye-catching ones were Xiong Baishan's brothers and sisters who were around the same age as him. All of them stood up straight and their expressions turned solemn. When they saw Xiong Badian enter, their expressions changed. Especially when most of their gazes fell on Lin Fei. They had been investigating Lin Fei for the past few days, but no matter how much they investigated, they couldn't find any clues. It was as if Lin Fei had appeared out of thin air. The only thing they knew was that he came from a faraway county. There were only 10 county cities in the entire spiritual realm, but the distance between them was very far. Therefore, they were very afraid of this young man and did not investigate him clearly. But they knew that it was extremely rare for someone to be able to kill Ma Ku and the other 2 experts and make Ma Ku leave in the middle of the night. More importantly, this person stayed in Xiong Baishan's courtyard and didn't come out. That was the most annoying thing. They were all prepared to talk to this person. If they could successfully poach him from Xiong Baishan's side, it would definitely be something to be proud of. At that time, they would be able to obtain the position of heir with half the effort. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. As for the higher-ups of the Xiong family, they also noticed this person. Everyone knew how strong the experts around Ma Ku were. Now, they actually couldn't see through this golden core guy. He was clearly just a golden core, but his swordsmanship was quite outstanding. He came and went without a trace, and his strength was so great that they couldn't withstand it at all. This was something that they had analyzed after the fact. Hence, they were really looking forward to the heir selection this time. Would Xiong Badian become the heir, or would it be someone else? Chapter 4502. Xiong Badian brought Lin Fei to the side and didn't squeeze towards the crowd. The surroundings seemed empty too. Right now, Xiong Badian seemed to have been pushed out by his siblings. But this time, Xiong Badian wasn't too bothered. After all, he had a high chance of winning. Hence, he secretly sent a message over. Senior Lin, that loud voice is my eldest brother, Xiong Wudi. This name was given to him by my father. He is also the most talented person in the Xiong family and has cultivated 2 great Daos. Beside my eldest brother, Xiong Wudi, is my second brother, Xiong Tianxia. He is also talented and has cultivated 2 great Daos. The one on the left with long hair is my third brother, Xiong Sihai. He has also cultivated 2 great Daos. Xiong Badian introduced them one by one. One had to admit that the sons of the Sage King had terrifying potential. Especially Xiong Baishan's eldest brother, second brother, and third brother, all of whom had cultivated 2 great Daos. They were all of high quality. Compared to them, Xiong Badian couldn't be any more ordinary. Only Xiong Badian looked more like a Sage King. This was an advantage that his siblings couldn't compare to. Hence, Xiong Badian was quite popular in the family. But because of this, he was targeted by his siblings. Now, all of them seemed to be standing together against Xiong Badian. They had no choice. Who asked Xiong Badian to recruit such a powerful expert? With such a powerful expert around, if they didn't do anything, then they would have wasted their status as the sons and daughters of the Sage King. Lin Fei glanced at them indifferently. It's fine. They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Although the people around them are very strong, the position of successor will still be yours in the end. No one can take it away from you. Lin Fei had already seen that these people were strong. But no matter how strong they were, they couldn't be stronger than him. But Lin Fei was different. As long as he controlled the God Tree of Life within a certain range, he could devour a person's essence, spirit, and life completely. He didn't see the expert beside Ma Ku being devoured just like that. Other than that, the God Tree of Life could also confine people. After being confined within a certain range, they would no longer be able to fight. At that time, Lin Fei would be able to decide whether he wanted to live or die. It couldn't be any simpler. Therefore, Lin Fei quickly closed his eyes and rested. When the siblings looked at Lin Fei, they all had strange expressions on their faces. At a time like this, he still closed his eyes and rested. He really didn't take them seriously. Don't worry, young master. No matter how strong that golden core kid is, can he snatch what I have in my hands? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. His cold gaze swept across Lin Fei. Xiong Wudi didn't care much about his younger brother, Xiong Badian, but he didn't expect his younger brother to bring him such a gift. Of course, the most important thing was that this mysterious golden core kid was very rich. According to their estimates, he had at least hundreds of millions of mid-grade spirit stones on him. Just the thought of it was a big fat fish. When we kill him, we must take his ring. Don't let anyone else take it away. Xiong Wudi had already sentenced him to death. Because the siblings had already discussed in private, their biggest enemy now was the golden core expert besides Xiong Badian. His swordsmanship was outstanding and powerful. Therefore, they had to deal with this mysterious swordsman first. As for Xiong Baishan's younger brother, he just cultivated a great path. Such a great path could be easily dealt with. There was no need to worry at all. Young master, don't worry. It's easy for me to kill this kid. It just so happens that I've cultivated a new kind of poison. It's extremely poisonous and can kill insightful emptiness experts. It's just the right time to try it on him. Similar words kept happening around the few young people from the Xiong family. None of them looked up to the golden core kid. They had already done some research. As long as they had the right medicine, there was nothing they couldn't solve. And now, they were just waiting for it to start. An hour later, a white-haired figure walked in. After the white-haired figure came in, the ancestral home became quiet. Xiong Badian sent a voice transmission over. Senior Lin, this is the great elder of the Xiong family. He's in charge of everything in the family. Today's assessment should be announced by the great elder. Lin Fei looked at the great elder with a little surprise. This great elder was actually an expert who had cultivated 5 great Daos. That was a little impressive. The great paths were quite well proportioned. They were all rank 4 great paths. No wonder he was able to hold the position of the great elder. The great elder had a lot of influence in the family. When he came over, everyone quieted down and no one spoke. Their expressions were filled with respect. He came to the front. I see that almost everyone is here today. Let's start the selection of the successor. After all, you are the geniuses of the clan, the proud sons of heaven. However, the clan can only have one successor, so you have to show your abilities. Whoever wins will be the successor. This is the rules set by the clan head. The great elder was obviously referring to the Sage King. After all, they rarely showed themselves after becoming Sage Kings. No one knew where these Sage Kings were usually. Therefore, the great elder's position in the family was self-evident. Now, let me announce the contents of your assessment. This was decided by the family head himself. Everyone's heart tightened when they heard this. While they were looking forward to it, they were also a little nervous. The great elder flipped his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. After the scroll was opened, a mountain river diagram appeared in front of everyone. However, when the mountain river diagram appeared, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Great Elder, could this be the Immortals' Ruins battlefield left behind by the family head? The Great Elder said calmly. That's right. This is the Immortals' Ruins battlefield left behind by the family head. This is a battlefield that was refined by the family head using a supreme mystic art. There are actually quite a few Immortals' Ruins battlefield like this in our spiritual realm. Many families have them, but they are rather rare. When everyone heard about the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, their expressions changed. The Sky Pride started to get nervous. After all, everyone had heard of the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Xiong Badian explained immediately, this Immortals' Ruins battlefield is actually a place where immortals fought a long, long time ago. However, their deaths brought about a huge change and formed a place similar to a forbidden zone. However, there are many things in the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Therefore, many experts would refine these places into treasures and use them for training. Chapter 4503. Lin Fei had learned something new. He didn't expect the Xiong clan to have such a treasure. It was actually called the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. However, such a treasure did give Lin Fei a lot of feelings. This was because he felt a dangerous and terrifying aura from the mountain and river diagram. It was more terrifying than any other place. This was unexpected. I didn't expect such a thing to be so powerful. As expected of a treasure that only a sage king would have. Such a thing could probably be used to suppress people. Lin Fei was extremely interested in such a place. He naturally wanted to take a look. He wanted to see how powerful these people were. The Great Elder continued, the content of your assessment is to enter the Immortal Ruins battlefield. In the central region of the Immortal Ruins battlefield, the family has already left behind a clan medallion. Whoever obtains the clan medallion will be the successor. As for how you find it, it's up to you. During this period of time, killing is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, you'll be abolished. The Great Elder's last sentence was a little cold. After all, these were the sons of sage kings. They were the hope of the clan in the future. Naturally, they didn't want to see any casualties in such a fight. Therefore, they had to take precautions. Everyone's faces lit up. Looking at the external helpers, they were all elated. Fortunately, they had found helpers this time. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult. There would probably be dozens of people entering this time. When the time comes, the fight would be even more intense. Alright, I will now send everyone into the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Inside the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, there are techniques and mystic arts left behind by the previous Immortals. You have to be careful. Although they won't kill you, they will injure you and disqualify you. You have to be aware of this. After the Great Elder's gaze swept across them, everyone nodded. The Great Elder cast a spell. The tri-river diagram moved and expanded infinitely. Instantly, an entrance of flowing light appeared. Next, a series of light beams shrouded over and landed on everyone's bodies, sucking them in. Even Lin Fei was the same. He didn't need to resist at all before he was pulled into the mountain-river diagram. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei landed in the Immortal Ruins battlefield. This ruined battlefield was very big, and it was filled with the danger of death. Xiong Badian and Lin Fei just stood there alone. The others seemed to have disappeared, and at this moment, the Great Elder's voice came from the mountain and river diagram. I've already placed all of you on the periphery. That way, everyone will be fair. Now, all of you can move, because you only have one day. Whoever can last until the end will be the family's successor. The last sentence seemed to be filled with endless temptation. Senior, I'll be counting on you this time. Xiong Badian looked around before speaking respectfully to Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled and said, it's fine. It's just a family medallion. One day is more than enough. However, we have to be one step ahead of them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to chase after them. Xiong Badian naturally wouldn't say anything, I will listen to Senior Lin. Xiong Badian did not have much confidence in his own strength. Therefore, he could only rely on Lin Fei. With Lin Fei around, there was nothing for him to panic about. Not long after the two of them flew, they saw a series of lightning bolts crashing down on them. Lin Fei was fine, but Xiong Badian's body was emitting black smoke. I don't think we can fly over. This should be a mystique left behind from the previous fights, and we touched it. Xiong Badian laughed bitterly. He swallowed a few pills. Just as he finished his sentence, there were quite a few energy waves coming from the Immortal Ruins battlefield. Seems like their luck is about the same as mine, to encounter these mystiques. Lin Fei laughed. If there weren't these mystiques, how could it be called the Immortal Ruins battlefield? There must be something special about it. Therefore, he gave up on flying. He rushed over on the ground. There were more traps on the ground, and from time to time, a bunch of mystiques would pop up. There were even some moves that came without a trace. There was almost no time to stop. There wasn't even a chance to breathe. One after another, they blotted out the sky and covered the earth, just like a killing array. Xiong Badian had never seen such a scene before, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Senior, hasn't this Immortal Ruins battlefield been in the past for a long time? Why is it still so strong? Xiong Badian swung his arm, and it felt a little numb. Just now. He had endured more than 10 rounds of attacks, and he almost couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, Lin Fei intervened, otherwise, he would be finished. Lin Fei didn't expect the Immortal Ruins battlefield to have so many dangers. It could be said that every 10 steps was a huge danger. It was no wonder that the elder said it so casually. It seemed like it wasn't going to be easy to get to this place. Then, he could only charge forward bravely. This method was quite good, and it wouldn't give you any time to think. Either you give up, or you just charge forward. It was just that simple. From now on, just follow behind me. Otherwise, with your speed, it won't be easy for us to reach the core region. Lin Fei could tell. They could only charge forward in this place. Lin Fei didn't have any problems, but Xiong Badian did. Based on this efficiency, he would have been injured before he reached the core region, and wouldn't have a chance at all. Therefore, Lin Fei had to do it himself. Indeed, Xiong Badian was feeling the immense pressure. Even though he had cultivated out a great Tao, it was still not enough in a place like this. Therefore, he could only follow behind Lin Fei. Even so, he could only heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei simply summoned a Sword Intense Storm and attacked. As the Sword Intense Storm moved forward, the killer moves that were lying in ambush were activated one by one, and instantly landed on the Sword Intense Storm. The Sword Intense Storm was also incredibly ferocious, and it was able to block the attack with just 2 of them. Even though it was just a storm of sword intent, it wasn't very long, but it was very effective. There were practically no other moves that could be used. This caused Xiong Badian, who was at the back, to be even more impressed by Lin Fei's methods. With such methods, it was indeed much faster than before. However, this wasn't enough, and his speed was still much slower. Lin Fei struck out another Sword Intense Storm. He charged through the Sword Intense Storm, and it was like he was walking on the path of death. Chapter 4504. Xiong Family's Ancestral Home. Everyone was paying attention to the situation at the Celestial Ruins. Most of them were the talented ones like Xiong Wudi, Xiong Tianxia and Xiong Sihai. They had a high chance of getting the family token. Although they said that they wanted to hold on until the end, they brought many helpers because they were only allowed to bring 1 to 3 helpers. They basically brought 3 helpers. They weren't like Xiong Badian who only brought a young man in. He was an expert swordsman. Young Master Xiong Wudi's subordinates are not bad. They actually know how to use formations and probe before advancing. I think young Master Xiong Tianxia is not bad too. He actually found a guy with invincible defense. It's really surprising. The upper echelons looked over one by one. But when they saw Xiong Badian, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Good fella. His sword intent was really fierce. He actually had such a method. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. One by one, the sword will storm swept over. Just as the sword will storms touched these moves, they passed through the gaps, and their speed was getting faster and faster. After a comparison, it seemed that they were running at the forefront, which really surprised these higher-ups. The elder who had been watching was also surprised. He had heard about what happened recently. He was really curious about this person. He had observed him just now, but what surprised him was that this guy was actually a golden core expert. He wasn't someone who was hiding his strength. There was no way he was wrong about this realm. Who was the great elder? He was someone who cultivated 5 Daos, so he could see everything clearly. When he saw the situation, he was even more curious about Lin Fan's sword technique. There were many people in the spirit world who were good at sword techniques. It was rare to see someone like him who could move at will and be so powerful. Unknowingly, Xiong Batian gave his brothers and sisters a huge amount of pressure. Senior Lin, your sword intense storm is the best. We don't need to fight head-on with these killer moves at all. We just need to analyze the past. Lin Fei and Xiong Baishan's speed was very fast, and they were able to traverse through the forest without any mishaps. The deeper one went, the more powerful the killer move and divine art would be. The storm of sword intent could still be blocked. More importantly, Lin Fei could also raise his own strength, so it was not difficult for him to fight head-on. You just stay behind and pay attention to your surroundings. Don't get ambushed. With that said, Xiong Batian didn't dare to let his guard down. He was afraid of being ambushed. 4 hours later. Lin Fei and Xiong Baishan's speed became slower and slower. Because the killer moves here were getting stronger. Once the storm of sword intent was unleashed, even though it could form a small gap, it wasn't easy to cross it. Thus, he could only slow down. At this moment, it seemed like they were the fastest. Senior, look. That's the core region. Xiong Baishan's eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed to the front. There were also ruins in front of them, but there was a building that was very eye-catching. That was because there was a statue placed there. This statue wasn't short at all, it was a full 300 zhang tall. It was extremely dazzling to be placed there just like that. When they came here, they all knew that the core area was based on a statue. This statue was 300 zhang tall. That was the best proof. Looks like we should be at the core region. We should be the first to arrive. Xiong Batian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Because there was no movement in the surroundings, so it was without a doubt that it was the first to arrive. Lin Fei also noticed the situation in front of them. At the same time, he also knew where the clan token was placed. Do you see that statue? Your clan token is placed in that statue's hand. With Lin Fei's words, Xiong Batian also noticed it. It was really placed in a palm. It was very eye-catching. There was no need to look for it at all. Xiong Batian suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Senior, please help me get the clan token. Lin Fei immediately retracted the storm of sword intent and performed the deadly sword technique. The sword technique was untraceable. It had become even faster. Because his physical body had become stronger, when he performed the deadly sword technique, he instantly entered the second level from the first level. He was already infinitely close to the third level. After a series of crackling sounds in front of him, the killing techniques that filled the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the ancestral mansion sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not see the sword technique at all. It was as if it had never been used. It was really unbelievable. The Grand Elder's eyes also lit up slightly. What a powerful sword technique. What a fast sword technique. I did not expect there to be such a person. This time, Xiong Batian has a higher chance of becoming the successor. The Grand Elder's eyes were still very sharp. Therefore, he could tell that this Lin Fei was really very strong. In fact, he was a little ridiculously strong. Lin Fei knew that the Grand Elder would be sizing him up. However, he was not too worried and continued to perform the deadly sword technique. As he approached the huge statue, the closer he got to the huge statue, the more powerful the killing techniques would be. The powerful techniques were extremely terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This bit of power was nothing to Lin Fei. It was not too dangerous. He reached out and grabbed the family crest. However, just as he was about to get close to the family crest, the palm exploded with a brilliant light, as if it was going to pierce through Lin Fei's palm. Lin Fei's 5 fingers were not pierced by this brilliant light. It directly pressed down, and the light collapsed. The family crest also fell into Lin Fei's hands, and he casually threw it to Xiong Badian. Now that the family crest is in your hands, the rest will naturally be waiting for your brothers and sisters to come to you. Xiong Badian felt like he was dreaming as he held the family crest. He had done it so easily. Although he had paid a huge price for it, although he had not given it to Yi Shiwen, he had really obtained the family crest. All that was left was to hold on until the next day. At that time, he would be the successor. He would be high and mighty, and he could even become a holy king in the future. He knew that there was a secret in the family that could cultivate to become a holy king. However, this secret could only be known by the future family head. Outsiders did not know about it. Therefore, the Xiong family had always been able to preserve it. They had almost 2 holy kings. They had stabilized their position in masculine Wind City. Otherwise, they would have long been targeted by others. If we plan to leave, it will be even harder for them to find us. Xiong Badian asked. Lin Fei smiled and said, if we leave now, how can I get some benefits from them? There are not many fat pigs like them. Chapter 4505. When Xiong Badian heard this, he knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. His brothers and sisters were probably going to be out of luck. But for some reason, his mood became very good when he heard this. He knew that his brothers and sisters didn't have any good intentions. Just like this time, when they entered the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Each of his brothers and sisters had brought 3 experts with them. These experts were invited from outside and they had paid a huge price. It could be said that they were all quite wealthy, and he couldn't wait for Lin Fei to sweep them clean. When that happened, his brothers and sisters would have to live a hard life for at least 10 years or even a few decades. Without spirit stones, it was equivalent to having no cultivation resources. This meant that after he became the successor of the Xiong clan, the resources would be greatly tilted to him, and he would become a sage expert. Therefore, his brothers and sisters would have to live very miserable lives. There was nothing more delightful than this. Senior, this is a good idea. Just these middle-grade spirit stones alone should be worth hundreds of millions, or even more than 1 billion. As for high-grade spirit stones, it should be more than enough to get tens of millions. At this time, there was a continuous stream of people coming in this direction. Waves of energy fluctuation spread out in the vicinity. The first to arrive was Xiong Wudi. Just like his name suggested, he took the lead, and the 3 experts beside him were very powerful. The first thing he did was kill his way here. When he saw the statue, he was overjoyed. It seems that I am the first person to arrive. No one can snatch the clan token from my hands. Xiong Wudi laughed, but as soon as he finished laughing, his pupils shrank. To his surprise, he saw 2 people standing under the statue. One of them was his younger brother, who was looking at him with a smile. My big brother, you're a step too late. The clan token is in my hands. Xiong Badian waved the clan token in his hand, showing off. When Xiong Wudi saw the young swordsman standing beside him, he felt like his heart was about to collapse. He was actually a step too late. He had clearly gone all out to come here, but why was he still a step too late? This wasn't the result he wanted. Didn't you always think that you were the strongest? Then come and get this clan medallion. Otherwise, if I become the successor, you won't have a good time. Xiong laughed again. These words were like a slap to Xiong face. Xiong had always thought of himself as the strongest in the family. In fact, he was indeed talented, and his cultivation speed was also the fastest. Unfortunately, he seemed to be stuck in recent years, which was why his younger brothers had caught up to him. In the end, they were almost at the same level, which was a great humiliation for Xiong. His face turned cold and gloomy. The three of you go and deal with that young man. I'll deal with Xiong. We need to end this quickly. Xiong gave the order. The other brothers hadn't arrived yet, so he had to be a step ahead. As long as he could stall for time, he would naturally be able to snatch the family medallion. The three experts immediately took action after receiving the order. Each of them released the great Tao behind them, forming various rings. He threw himself at Lin Fei. Xiong, on the other hand, had his eyes on Xiong. Just as they were about to get close, a sword mark rushed over like a ripple. It disintegrated all their tricks. It turned out that at this time, Lin Fei had already made his move. The sword was light, and the waves were like water, and the water was like arrows, directly slapping over. The defense of the great Tao around them was collapsing one after another. The flowing light was like the sea, directly crushing them. In an instant, they were sent flying. Even Xiong was the same. After landing, he couldn't even stand properly. Just the four of you really can't do it. Let's wait for your brothers and sisters to arrive first. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Even though it was just a light sword, the power of the sword gave Xiong and the other three a great deal of pressure. Again. Xiong didn't dare to admit defeat. He released his two great Tao again. The three experts also attacked at the same time, but they were still defeated by Lin Fei with a single sword strike. They were no match for him at all. I advise you to save your energy. Wait for your people to arrive, then it will be more interesting. Xiong also laughed. Did you hear that? Take a rest first. You can't beat him anyway. I don't mean it. The family token is in my hands. You have no hope. The people in the ancestral mansion were also paying attention to the situation. When they saw the situation, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed that the situation was much worse than expected. Even a young master like Xiong was no match for this young man. This young man's sword technique was too powerful. They couldn't see it at all. If this kind of sword technique was used to kill insightful emptiness realm experts, wouldn't it be easy? Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat again. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. At this age, he was in the Golden Core realm and had accumulated so much. It was rare in the entire spiritual realm. Where did he come from? They had no idea at all. They couldn't imagine. Great Elder, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know where this person came from? Someone asked. The Great Elder was also filled with curiosity as he shook his head. I can't recognize this either, but only the top 10 or top 100 powerhouses of our spiritual realm can nurture such a sword principle expert. Apart from them, there is no one else in the spiritual realm. The top 10 experts were recognized as the strongest, but there were still the top 100 experts behind them. These were all powerful people that people were very afraid of. Of course, there were also a few special places, which was what the Great Elder cared about the most. Since when did Xiong find such a helper? Now, he was even more convinced that this should be Xiong opportunity. An expert like this couldn't even be invited. Even the Great Elder felt that if he didn't use his 5 Great Tao, he probably wouldn't be able to resist the other's sword technique. This was because the other party's sword technique had exceeded the limit of ordinary experts. Unless one was extremely powerful, there was no way to defend against this sword. The other party didn't kill Xiongwudi, which was already giving the Xiong clan a lot of face. Of course, if that was the case, the Great Elder wouldn't say it out loud. He just had to know. At the very least, this young man had a considerable background. After being defeated countless times, Xiongwudi finally gave up. Sword wounds were left on his body. Chapter 4506. Xiongwudi had never expected that he would be defeated by someone brought by Xiong. After countless attempts, it was to no avail. Instead, his body was covered in sword wounds. Did he really have to wait for his brothers and sisters to arrive before attacking? Was this person really that strong? Xiongwudi started to doubt himself and stopped attacking. He just stared coldly at Xiong and the young man. My good brother, did you see that? I told you not to attack. You're just asking for trouble. Xiong face was also filled with pride. He could finally look down on his good brother and say such words. This was something he had never dared to say in his entire life. Even though Xiong was usually arrogant, he didn't dare to do as he pleased in front of his brothers in the family. But now, he could finally turn the tables and take charge. He shouted 3 times. The future belongs to me. Xiongwudi was frustrated. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. If possible, he really didn't want this to happen. Everyone knew that this young man was strong, and even Ma's experts weren't a match for him. They were mentally prepared, but they still couldn't accept the situation. Was the gap really that big? You don't have to be too happy. When your brothers and sisters are all here, you'll be the one crying. Xiongwudi decided to wait for everyone to arrive. Xiong laughed out loud. All right then, we'll settle the score together. He had absolute confidence in Lin Fei. After Lin Fei made his move, he did not make any more moves. There wasn't much difference between one more and one less. As time passed, more and more people rushed over from all directions. After all, everyone wanted to be the first to arrive. But when the first person appeared, he saw Xiongwudi. Then, he saw Xiong and the family crest. He immediately understood what was going on. His big brother was probably at a disadvantage. He knew just by looking at the sword wounds on his body. Hence, he decided to wait and see. If even his big brother's men weren't a match for him, he would just be asking for trouble. Xiongwudi quickly conversed with his brother. Not long later, more and more people arrived. There were a dozen of them. They brought reinforcements and the scene was bustling. All of them had different expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that Xiong Baishan's unremarkable younger brother would be the one to take away the clan medallion? Moreover, the other party had only brought along a single expert. Brothers and sisters, this is our chance to work together. Let's get rid of this guy first. Otherwise, none of us will get the house medallion. When that happens, our good little brother will take over. Invincible Xiong was quite charismatic. After all, he was the eldest brother. After that, World Dominator and World Dominator also agreed. After all, no one was a fool. They weren't a match for this young man in a one-on-one fight, but now that they had so many people, they naturally had a chance to defeat this young man. Xiong didn't say anything and left everything to Lin Fei. He believed that he would be able to protect the family medallion. The higher-ups in the ancestral mansion were also watching this scene. Everyone wanted to know what the final outcome would be. In fact, they hadn't expected such an outcome. That Xiong actually had such an advantage. With just a foreign expert, he was able to gain the upper hand. However, the geniuses of the family weren't to be trifled with. Don't forget that they all had some Sage King's treasures in their hands. Although they didn't use them because they didn't think it was necessary, they were forced into a difficult situation. Once the Sage King's treasures were used, even a simple attack would be able to make this young man suffer a great loss. Lin Fei glanced at these people indifferently. Since everyone is here, let's cut the crap. Let's just do it together. After I get rid of all of you, I can go home and sleep in peace. As soon as these words came out, they were all infuriated. Could it be that they were so incompetent? Do you really think you can do it? Let them go home and sleep. You'll regret it later. World Dominator added. You're an outsider. Don't think that you're great just because you defeated an expert like Ma Ku. This isn't your territory. Xiong Sihai also stood out. Yes, this is our Xiong clan. It's not your place, and it's not a place for you to behave atrociously. With them taking the lead, everyone started to move in an instant. One by one, the treasures gathered. There were a total of 30 to 40 treasures. The sky seemed to darken all of a sudden. A terrifying pressure swept over. Even Xiong Badian trembled, but he forced himself to take a deep breath. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Senior Lin is here. Xiong Badian had never seen such a lineup before. But he knew that these brothers and sisters of his had a certain amount of wealth. Naturally, they didn't lack treasures. It seemed to be true. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he also smiled. It was true that these people were very capable. That also proved that these people were fat from head to toe. Of course, Lin Fei was interested. After all, he already had 500 million mid-level spirit stones. Plus the spirit stones that he had seized. But he didn't mind having more spirit stones of his own. Who knew how many spirit stones he would have to spend in Chaos City? Swoosh! The sword intent emerged and turned into a huge ripple. It directly blocked all of these attacks. As soon as the attacks made contact, crackling sounds were heard. Layer after layer of ripples were continuously broken. But when it was only a few inches away from Yi Xian, it could no longer go any further. It was forcefully blocked. Although these people had all cultivated the Great Path. But Lin Fei's methods were not that simple. Naturally, they couldn't defeat him. As soon as the sword in his hand was drawn, a huge storm was formed instantly. This sword intent storm was also unprecedented. Everyone was enveloped in it instantly. No one knew why this sword intent storm was so huge. But as soon as it appeared, everyone was enveloped in it. That sword intent turned into countless attacks. It directly turned Yi Xian from a passive position to an offensive one. The expressions on these people's faces changed drastically. The people in the ancestral mansion outside also sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect this foreign aide to be so resourceful. He had quietly laid out a plan, and everyone was carrying out a comprehensive attack. Under such a comprehensive attack, the advantages and disadvantages were very obvious. They could see it immediately. And in fact, these disciples of the Xiong family were indeed a little dumbfounded by these sword intents. Because there were too many of them. They were so densely packed that they couldn't see the end. Chapter 4507. This method didn't last for long. One by one, the experts of the Xiong family were sent flying. Their bodies were densely covered with sword wounds. It was a ghastly sight and they instantly lost their ability to fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In just a short period of time, most of the experts were sent flying. The rest also lost their ability to fight. They all fell to the ground. After all, this was Lin Fei's killer move. Although he didn't use the so-called Holy Strike, it wasn't something these people could withstand. Therefore, all the people who were lying on the ground could not stand up again. Lin Fei smiled, look at how simple it is. Just kill them all in one fell swoop. Naturally, no one will fight with you for the family token. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, so many of his brothers and sisters made a move. With so many treasures, it was terrifying to look at. As for his brothers and sisters who fell to the ground, their faces were naturally pale. Their armors were on the verge of collapsing. This was only because Lin Fei had been lenient. If he had gone all out, the armor they wore would not have lasted long before shattering. As for them, they would definitely die. Now, apart from losing their ability to fight, they didn't suffer too much damage. It could be considered lucky. Fortunately, they were in the immortal ruins. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the sun. After Xiong Badian suppressed the excitement in his heart, he actually did something that made everyone in the ancestral mansion dumbfounded. Xiong Badian walked over and took the rings from their bodies. Even if he couldn't, he forcefully took them away. Xiong Badian wouldn't give his brothers and sisters a chance to make a comeback. Now that they were all seriously injured, although they wouldn't die, there was no need for them to keep their rings. Xiong Badian, what are you doing? Return our rings. What are you trying to do? You bastard, this is my net worth. Return it to me. It's mine. Those who resisted were all knocked unconscious by Xiong Badian. Sorry, it's mine now. He took away the rings. In a flash, all the rings were taken away by Xiong Badian. Lin Fei, who was watching from the side, was also quite satisfied with this scene. If you let Lin Fei make a move and take out these rings, it would be a little inappropriate. In the eyes of outsiders, he would be an expert in foreign aid. However, it was different if Xiong Badian made a move. This was an internal matter of the family. As for whether they could take it back in the future, that was another matter altogether. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was basically impossible for them to retrieve these rings. At that time, Xiong Badian would be the successor of the clan. With the accumulation of resources, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had also obtained the recognition of a holy king. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over these things. Therefore, they could only blame their own bad luck. Xiong Badian really knew how to handle matters. Now that his brothers, sisters, and brothers had all been defeated, and their rings had been taken away, they were no longer a threat to him. At the same time, he did a good deed for Senior Lin. He was a smart person. Naturally, Xiong Badian knew that this ring was completely different from the one he was holding, so he tactfully kept the rings. At this moment, a figure suddenly struggled to get up. It was none other than Xiong Wudi. His face was deathly pale, as though he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Xiong Badian, my good little brother. To think that all of us would be defeated by the helper you invited. Xiong Wudi gritted his teeth and said coldly. Xiong Badian had nothing to fear from his big brother now. His rings had been taken away, and his strength had taken a huge hit. Was there anyone who could go against him? I can only say that my luck is better than yours. Speaking of which, I have to thank you guys. If not for you guys, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Once I become the family head, I will definitely let you have a good life. This is my promise to you. Xiong Wudi spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body swayed, and he almost fell. Xiong Badian, you won't get your way. This immortal's ruins isn't as simple as you think. Upon hearing this, Xiong Badian felt that something was amiss. He had a feeling that his big brother seemed to know some secret. I have it. If I can't get it, you can forget about getting it either. Xiong Wudi suddenly became agitated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Use my blood to draw the power of heaven and earth, and summon the body of an immortal. The sudden scene made everyone feel incredulous. The great elder's face changed slightly. Not good. Xiong Wudi has gotten his hands on some tricks. He wants to summon the remnant soul of an immortal. He's trying to kill Xiong Badian. The Great Elder was knowledgeable, and he had heard many rumors. But he didn't expect Xiong Wudi to have such tricks up his sleeves. Something big was about to happen. Even though the battlefield of the Immortals' ruins wasn't too dangerous, it was still a place where immortals had fought. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be some tricks left behind by the immortals. If they were to be activated, not many people present would be able to survive. This was the reason why the Great Elder was so shocked. But the Great Elder couldn't do anything. He couldn't even get them out. The battlefield of the Immortals' ruins had been set up. They would only be transported out after a day. Unless a Sage King made a move, there was nothing they could do. Swoosh! The canopy collapsed in an instant, and no one could see what was going on inside. Everyone's heart sank. Something had really happened. When Xiong Badian realized that something was wrong, the first thing he wanted to do was to knock out his big brother. But he couldn't do it. Because Xiong Wudi's big brother seemed to have been drained of all his blood, and he was lying on the ground. But the battlefield took on a new look. A suppressive force came crashing down. In the face of this pressure, Xiong Badian knelt on the ground with a thud. His brothers and sisters fainted immediately, and none of them were conscious anymore. The only one who remained conscious was Lin Fei. Sword intent spread out. This pressure was extremely terrifying, and it collapsed again and again. It attacked all the way to Lin Fei's body, forcing Lin Fei to use his life force to withstand this attack. Then, Lin Fei saw a shadow appear. He couldn't see the face clearly, but this shadow gave off an aura that made Lin Fei wary. Could this be the remnant soul left behind by an immortal? But it was activated by Xiong Badian. What is going on? Chapter 4508. When the illusory figure appeared, Lin Fei knew that he was in deep trouble. This Xiong Wudi really had some tricks up his sleeves. To think that he would send out such a huge gift at the end. One could only imagine how powerful this gift was. Everyone around him had fainted one by one. Lin Fei was the only one who was still holding on. Xiong Badian could not hold on any longer and fainted as well. This situation was truly out of Lin Fei's expectations. The illusory figure's features could not be seen clearly as it pointed a finger at Lin Fei. The moment it pointed down, Lin Fei knew that there had truly been a battle between immortals here. This was because this was no longer just a simple technique of the Great Tao. There were laws within it as well. However, because this was just an illusory figure, its power was not at its peak. Therefore, Lin Fei was still able to take it. He sent out a punch as well. He did not use any sword techniques. To Lin Fei, his strongest point was his fist techniques. Using all of his physical strength to form a single strike, he used the sacred strike that he rarely used. All this while, Lin Fei had never used this sacred strike. Wasn't it just an illusory figure of an immortal? You have no right to be presumptuous in front of me. This was the first time Lin Fei used this sacred strike. He did not know what the outcome would be, but defeating this illusory figure should not be too much of a problem. Instantly, Lin Fei could feel the power within the tree of life being sucked dry and converted into a terrifying strike. This strike crushed the other party's consciousness. In fact, the immense power even pierced through the illusory figure of the immortal. It was so fast that one could not even catch a glimpse of it. The illusory figure that had just formed crumbled instantly. The immense pressure disappeared as well. Turning into droplets of special energy, they dissipated into the air. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as he opened his mouth. All of you, get over here. Since you dare to attack me, you should at least compensate me a little. Lin Fei opened his mouth wide. Like a bottomless pit, he sucked in all of the dissipating energy. Just now, Lin Fei sensed that this energy seemed to be a very pure kind, without any attributes. This gave Lin Fei an idea. so he started to absorb it crazily. The surroundings turned into a storm. In the blink of an eye, the special energy that was defeated dissipated completely. Of course, most of them were swallowed by Lin Fei. After the special energy landed on the Divine Tree of Life, the originally somewhat withered Divine Tree of Life instantly recovered significantly. Lin Fei thought to himself. Looks like I can't casually use this divine strike anymore in the future. Originally, Lin Fei thought that this divine strike would only use a portion of its power. But now, he realized that this divine strike was different from what he had imagined. He had used all of his strength, not just a small part of what Lin Fei had imagined. That was why his life energy had undergone such a change. Naturally, this caught Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, he had successfully defeated the immortal. Even though it was just a phantom, it allowed Lin Fei to see how strong the immortal was. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head. There was a ripple in the air as a figure descended. As this figure descended, a strong aura appeared. This aura was far beyond the void realm. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that this should be the aura of a sage king. The aura of a king could dominate the world. If he couldn't even tell this, then Lin Fei's eyesight wasn't good enough. Lin Fei knew who this person was. He should be the Sage King of Masculine Wind City. This phantom doppelganger was also very strong. This doppelganger was indeed the doppelganger of a Sage King. However, as soon as it arrived, the immortal's aura disappeared. It looked a little surprised. Then, its gaze fell on Lin Fei and it couldn't help but laugh. So you are also a Sage King expert. With your help, my son has indeed had many opportunities. The Sage King of Masculine Wind City was called Xiong Tianfeng. Xiong Tianfeng had always been in charge of Masculine Wind City. However, it wasn't his main body, but a doppelganger. His main body was traveling outside, so having a doppelganger was definitely enough. After knowing that something had happened in the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, Xiong Tianfeng's doppelganger immediately arrived. However, it was a step too late. The phantom of the immortal seemed to have disappeared, and there was a trace of the immortal's aura remaining in the surroundings. This was why Xiong Tianfeng recognized him at a glance. This young man should be a Sage King expert. Because the remaining power at the scene made him feel terrifying and powerful, he was even more glad that his son had found such a helper. Although he did not know why the other party would help his son, not everyone could understand the thoughts of a Saint King. Lin Fei knew that the other party had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain. Your Xiong clan's Immortal Ruins battlefield is quite interesting. It can even condense the image of an immortal. If this old man wasn't here, your clansmen would be finished. Xiong Tianfeng controlled the Immortal Ruins battlefield. Just now, he had already seen through everything. His eyes turned cold. Saint Ruler, thank you for saving the disciples of the Xiong family. Why don't we go outside and have a drink? We can talk about this. Lin Fei naturally had no objections. Just from the fact that he was able to unleash such a powerful attack, although no one knew what level that attack was at. However, Lin Fei was sure that even a Saint King would feel threatened. This was a divine strike. With a wave of his hand, Xiong Tianfeng collected all the disciples and headed outside. Lin Fei also came out. At this moment, everyone in the ancestral residence was terrified and worried. Although the clone of a Saint King had gone in, no one could guarantee that the most unacceptable scene would not happen. Who would have thought that Xiong Wudi had mastered a secret technique and could even summon the image of an immortal? No matter what the final result was, Xiong Wudi would not have a good ending. Because he had caused great trouble. If a few of them really died, then his position as the big brother would come to an end. They knew this very well. As soon as Xiong Tianfeng came out, everyone knelt down. They were even trembling. After all, the family had almost caused great trouble. If this group of elites had died, then the Xiong family would have suffered great losses. At that time, no one would be able to withstand the fury of a Saint King. Xiong Tianfeng waved his hand, and all the people landed on the ground. Then the higher-ups and elders went over to help them up. They were fed pills. However, they could not guess what the family leader was thinking. They did not know how he would deal with Xiong Wudi. Because this matter had been caused by Xiong Wudi. Chapter 4509. Not long after. All of them had woken up, and with the help of elixirs, their complexions had recovered quite a bit. They weren't as pale as before, but when they looked at Lin Fei, they were much angrier. Among them was Xiong Wudi. He was prepared to die together with them, but he didn't expect to return to the ancestral home. Xiong Badian was fine. Lin Fei was fine too. He didn't dare to imagine it. How are you fine? That's impossible. That's an illusion of an immortal, it could have killed you. Xiong Wudi roared. However, right after he roared, he felt that something was amiss. A wave of anger landed on him. Then, a black shadow landed on him. Xiong Wudi cried out in pain as he was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Xiong Wudi could vaguely see that it was a dignified figure. A figure appeared in his mind. The family head, Sage King. He was in big trouble. Someone, take Wudi to the dungeon and lock him up for 10 years. A voice that was neither loud nor soft fell into Xiong Wudi's mind. He couldn't accept the result. Then, 2 figures appeared beside him. They helped him up and left. The higher-ups in the ancestral home were too scared to make a sound. They all knew that when the family head was angry, no one dared to say anything. Xiong Wudi was just unlucky. Of all the things he could have done, he had to use such a secret technique to attract the illusion of an immortal. Even if it was just an illusion of an immortal, not everyone could resist it. One wrong move and something big would happen. So many higher-ups had a bad impression of Xiong Wudi. Even those who were secretly supporting him shook their heads one after another. They really wanted to slap themselves. His eyesight was too poor. He actually chose such a supporter. If something big happened, all the higher-ups would be in trouble. The family was very powerful, and there were many people who wanted to rise up. They could kick out an elder today, and then they could support another one tomorrow. It was all because of the words of the Sage King. The young masters and young mistresses all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Who didn't know that this was the time when the patriarch's father was furious? They couldn't see it, but they could feel it. Now, I will announce that Badian will be the future successor of the clan. Xiong Tianfeng's gaze swept across these people. The tone had been set. On the other hand, Xiong Badian was exceptionally happy, and his breathing quickened. He had finally become the heir. It was easier and more relaxing than he had imagined. All of this was brought about by this young man. He was really grateful to this senior Lin Fei. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't even be able to think about it for the rest of his life. Just as Xiong Badian was about to thank Lin Fei, however, he discovered that Lin Fei and the Holy King had disappeared without any warning. There was a small ripple in the void, and it disappeared. It was unknown where it went. As for those upper echelon elders, they were even more surprised. No one knew where Lin Fei came from. Looking at the patriarch now, it seemed that this person's background was really great. He really wanted to get close to the other party, but the other party had already left. Thus, they could only turn their attention back to Xiong Badian. One by one, they came up to greet him passionately, and their attitude was much more proper than before. This was because everyone knew that from today onwards, Xiong Badian would be the successor of the clan. As long as Xiong Badian didn't cause any trouble, no one would be able to snatch his position away. This outcome was really out of everyone's expectations. Everything had changed because of that person. At this moment, Lin Fei and Xiong Tianfeng were sitting under a pavilion by the side of a mountain. This place wasn't in masculine Wind City, but in a mountain peak in the Underheaven County. This mountain peak was covered by a formation, and it was surrounded by clouds. Outsiders couldn't come up at all. I didn't expect the Underheaven County to have such a good place to drink tea. This is quite interesting. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of spiritual tea. This tea was even better than what Lin Fei drank, and it should be of the highest quality. If you like it, you can come here often in the future. After all, I am the only one cultivating here, and no one usually comes here. Xiong Tianfeng said with a smile. Until now, he hadn't found out where this person came from, but it didn't stop him from confirming one thing. That meant that this person was definitely a Saint King expert. That kind of power could only be unleashed by a Sage King. It was stronger, purer, and didn't contain any laws. Such a situation could only be found in the Sage King's super physique cultivators. Because physique cultivators were originally a very weak path. There were almost none who could reach the Sage King realm, but once they broke through to the Sage King realm, their strength would be extremely pure. It could be said that they walked the path of using strength to break through the heavens. However, he had never seen such a person before, so at the start, Xiong Tianfeng didn't recognize him. Later on, he recalled that there was such a thing. The person in front of him might be a super physique cultivator, and only then would he be so strong. Lin Fei laughed and put down the cup. If I have that time, that would be great. Unfortunately, I still have to travel around the world, and don't have that free time. Your Xiong clan's Xiong Badian is quite interesting. Although Lin Fei didn't reveal anything, it made Xiong Tianfeng realize one thing. This mysterious young man should be cultivating in seclusion. Things like this happened almost all the time in the spiritual realm. In order to break through to the next realm, some veteran experts would often control their strength to a certain level and travel around the world to break through. He didn't expect to meet one today. What made Xiong Tianfeng feel even more incredulous was that his son actually encountered such a good thing. He successfully obtained the family order and became the heir. It could be said that this matter really exceeded the entire clan's expectations. Even Xiong Tianfeng himself was very surprised. In fact, he was quite optimistic about Xiong Wudi and Xiong Tian, but unfortunately, both of them were defeated. It could only be said that their luck was not as good as Xiong Baishan's. Badian, this guy is usually quite hot-tempered. If he knew that you said that, who knows where his tail would go. Xiong Tianfeng laughed and scolded, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness. Just like that, the two of them started chatting. They finally knew this person. From the beginning to the end, Xiong Tianfeng only knew that this person's name was Lin Fei. It was a very common name, but his strength was indeed very strong. A Sage King physique cultivator was quite terrifying, and this kind of person was extremely difficult to kill. Anyone who saw him would be afraid. Chapter 45:10. Xiong Badian became the successor of the Xiong family. Everyone was surprised by this. Everyone knew that the reason why Xiong Badian was able to become the successor was all thanks to that mysterious helper. Unfortunately, this helper disappeared not long after. No one knew where he went, but everyone in Xiongfeng City knew that Xiong Badian was not without a backer. This was because there was a piece of news in private. The person beside Xiong Badian was very likely a Sage King expert. After this news spread out, it was unknown how many people were dumbfounded. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew, but no one dared to underestimate Xiong Badian anymore. Not long after that expert disappeared, Xiong Badian was sent into seclusion. When Xiong Badian came out again, his strength had greatly increased. Although he had not reached the Saint Ruler realm, he had already cultivated 5 great Daos. He had reached the great perfection of the insightful emptiness realm in one go. He had become a peak expert. Of course, this was what happened later. And where did Lin Fei go now? Of course, it was to Chaos City. This was the place that Lin Fei wanted to go to the most. Now, Lin Fei's net worth was ridiculously thick. He had a total of 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, plus 500 million high-grade spirit stones. Such an income was really not a small amount. It would take him about half a month to reach Chaos City. For Lin Fei, this journey was leisurely, and he would go in to taste the delicacies when he passed by the big cities. It took him about 20 days to reach Chaos City. Lin Fei finally arrived at Chaos City. Chaos City was located in a huge desert. This desert was very special. The heat waves here were monstrous, and the temperature was extremely high. Those who did not have a bit of strength would not be able to withstand it. After Lin Fei arrived at the periphery of Chaos City, he immediately became very interested in this city. It is indeed a place in the wilderness. No wonder people don't like it. The more a place like this was like this, the easier it was for a certain force to establish a foothold. No one would like it. Naturally, there were no resources to fight for. In addition, the heat waves here were billowing, and it was really too remote. Not long after Lin Fei came in, he met someone. These people were in groups of 3 to 5, and when they saw Lin Fei, they all surrounded him. Without any hesitation, he took out his treasure. As a result, Lin Fei killed all of them with a single slash. Of course, he left one alive, and after some interrogation, he finally figured out some of the rules of Chaos City. As it turned out, there had always been fights and robberies happening outside of Chaos City. This was especially true for outsiders. If they came here alone, it was highly likely that they would be robbed. Not only would they be robbed, but they would also be sold to Chaos City. There was a slave auction in Chaos City. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't he just a rogue cultivator? How could he encounter such a thing? After learning about this situation, Lin Fei kept bumping into groups of people, all of whom were targeting him. Unsurprisingly, these people were prepared to capture Lin Fei and sell him to the Chamber of Commerce. He could be sold for a good price, ranging from a few 100,000 to 1 or 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. In the desert of Chaos City, he could see some skeletons from time to time. These skeletons had been here for a long time, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were piled up with white bones. The closer he got to Chaos City, the more skeletons there were like mountains. Lin Fei was already used to this, so he didn't pay much attention to it. A few days later, Lin Fei finally stood at the gate of Chaos City. Chaos City was a huge city built from black stone, and it looked like a giant. Entering Chaos City, he didn't spend anything and easily arrived at Chaos City. When he arrived at Chaos City, he found that it was very lively, and everyone was a tyrant. Their eyes were frighteningly fierce, and their bodies were filled with endless killing intent. It was no wonder that those who committed crimes liked to come to Chaos City. Here, they could keep their lives, but outside, they could easily be hunted down. In Chaos City, no one would fight here. Lin Fei also felt countless tyrannical auras in Chaos City, and there were even a few auras that were definitely at the level of Sage King. They were faintly discernible. Lin Fei found an inn to stay, and for the sake of peace, he booked a small courtyard. Of course, the price was cheap, and it cost 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day. That would be 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones per month. Not everyone could afford to stay there. Now, Lin Fei was rich and overbearing, so it wasn't a big deal at all. Hence, he directly booked a month's time. Fellow cultivator, you should be new here, right? Do you want to buy information? Our information here is very cheap. After Lin Fei stayed in the small courtyard, the waiter secretly came to visit. From the beginning, Lin Fei noticed this waiter. He was skinny, but his eyes were very sharp, and he was a smart guy. When Lin Fei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. You even sell information here. Isn't it just an inn? This is, of course, an inn. However, selling information is also something we do along the way. After all, this is the first time many of you have come to Chaos City. If you don't know some information, you will be confused if you commit a crime. We have carefully collected this information for the benefit of all of you. Lin Fei waved his hand, and stopped the waiter from continuing. He had to admit that what the waiter said was quite reasonable. This place was different from other places, otherwise, why would it be called Chaos City? Then tell me about the price of your information here, the waiter said unhurriedly. The waiter calmly said, we have a total of 3 specifications here, bronze, gold and platinum. The prices are also different, they are 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 1 million medium-grade spirit stones respectively. After a brief introduction by the waiter, Lin Fei had to admit. This inn was quite good at doing business. The vast majority of people definitely lacked information. It would be best if they had detailed information in a new and unfamiliar place, just like Lin Fei. Lin Fei also understood the situation of Chaos City, but he wasn't very clear about the specifics. I don't know if 1 million mid-grade spirit stones is worth this price. What if it's not worth it? The waiter was very serious. If you think it's not worth this 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, as long as you mention it, we will return you 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Interesting. Lin Fei waved his hand and took out 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Then give me a platinum information. The waiter didn't expect this person to buy a platinum information at once. He paid 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Such a situation wouldn't happen even once in a year. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45:11. To Lin Fei, 1 million spirit stones was really nothing. It was just a drop in the ocean. However, this platinum news was indeed quite satisfying. The waiter told him the situation of Chaos City in detail. The most detailed information was explained clearly, which gave Lin Fei some understanding. The most powerful person in this Chaos City was the Holy King of Chaos. He was a top-notch powerhouse. After him were the 6 giants of Chaos City. These 6 giants were all in the Holy King realm. However, they were much weaker than the Holy King of Chaos. However, these 6 giants were the followers of the Holy King of Chaos. Therefore, they controlled 6 districts in Chaos City. There was a Holy King in every district, and they were clearly separated. There were 4 districts in total, north, south, east, west, and a central district. As a result, Chaos City was divided into 6 districts. With the 6 giants in charge of Chaos City became very stable. From start to finish, there hadn't been any changes. Other than Chaos City, there were some other forces here. However, the Holy King of Chaos didn't really care about them. He let them develop, so there were many forces that had powerful backgrounds. Of course, what made Lin Fei pay attention to was this Chaos Merchant Union. Because Xiong Baishan's things came from this Chaos Merchant Union. This time, Lin Fei was prepared to spend a lot of money in Chaos City. As for the forces in Chaos City, Lin Fei didn't really care, so he was prepared to leave after buying things. After paying 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Fei knew the situation here like the back of his hand. More than anyone else. He even knew that there were slaves being auctioned in the Chaos Merchant Union. These slaves were extremely powerful. However, they were tricked. As long as you had money, you could buy them. Even inside Void Realm slaves could be sold. However, unless you were an independent cultivator, normal people really didn't dare to capture inside Void Realm slaves. If the forces behind them were to retaliate, it would definitely be a nightmare for them. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this slave. He had many Dao hearts with him now, but he didn't plan to take them out yet. Therefore, he decided to go to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to take a look. After sending the waiter away, Lin Fei strolled around Chaos City. This Chaos City was very big and very lively. Lin Fei tasted the delicacies and went to a few famous places on the way. After walking around, he saw quite a few ruthless characters. Fortunately, there were rules in Chaos City. Fighting was not allowed during the day, and anyone who dared to fight would be killed by the Chaos City's law enforcement team. No one could help. At night, they could make a move on the streets, but they couldn't do it in the mansion. This formed a rather interesting scene. During the day, they could only watch as their enemies glared at each other, but at night, they were engaged in a fierce battle. This had become one of the sights in Chaos City. As long as you were brave enough, you could really harvest a lot of things at night. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After dinner, Lin Fei returned to his courtyard. He was prepared to go to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce the next day to see the situation. When he came, Lin Fei was prepared to sell the Dao Heart. Now, it seemed that he didn't need to sell the Dao Heart at all. He just needed to spend as much as he wanted. Early in the morning, Lin Fei headed to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. This Chaos Chamber of Commerce was indeed a little different. For example, to enter the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, one had to pay 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was used as a guarantee fee. This was to prevent people from bidding maliciously because they couldn't afford it. If that was the case, then the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be gone. Lin Fei paid 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and walked into the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Once he entered the first floor of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, he saw a huge hall. It was filled with cabinets. There were a lot of things in these cabinets. Lin Fei saw many interesting things along the way. There were all kinds of things sold here. As long as you could think of it, it could be found here. Lin Fei even saw a bounty mission, but he didn't know who had posted it. Anyway, there were a lot of people gathered here. These bounty missions were basically about killing someone or collecting something or even exploring together. It was a very public channel. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. However, Lin Fei didn't see anything that he liked after looking through all the layers. He also noticed that there was a second floor. When Lin Fei was about to enter the second floor, he was stopped. A young lady smiled and said, "Sir, if you want to go to the second floor, you have to buy a membership card of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It only costs 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. After you get our membership card, you will receive a series of services from our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It will make it easier for you to enjoy the benefits of our membership card." The smiling lady said very passionately. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Your Chaos Chamber of Commerce is quite interesting. You even have a membership card." The lady smiled and said, "It can't be helped. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce is too big. There are always some people with average quality, so we can only distinguish them." Lin Fei smiled and said, "All right, then get me a membership card." After paying the 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Fei got a membership card. "I think it's your first time coming to our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. You should be lacking a guide. How about I be your guide?" The lady recommended herself and said. Lin Fei didn't have any objections. He was still a little unfamiliar with this Chaos Chamber of Commerce, so he didn't know much about it. It would be best if he could have the woman beside him as a guide. Lin Fei could see that this lady should be a member of this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. She was responsible for receiving members. "Then you can be my guide. If you satisfy me, I will naturally give you a sum of spirit stones when you leave." Lin Fei smiled. This lady was called Bai Xiuxiu. "Thank you for your recognition." Bai Xiuxiu was also very happy. She hadn't received such a job in a long time. She didn't expect this ordinary-looking young man to pay 1 million mid-grade spirit stones in the blink of an eye. A membership card for 1 million mid-grade spirit stones wasn't expensive, but many people had to think about it before they decided to buy it. But this Lin Fei in front of her was a little rare. They went up to the second floor. Lin Fei felt that the second floor was indeed a little different from the hall below. I wonder what young Master Lin is looking for. The items upstairs are quite complete. Bai Xiuxiu took the initiative and asked. Shook House website. Chapter 45:12. Lin Fei's main purpose for coming here this time was to get the heavenly wood. He didn't really care about other things. Of course, it would be great if there was a fragment of the Tao heart. He would collect as many fragments as he could get. Now that Lin Fei was a nouveau riche, a few billion middle-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge number. Although there weren't many high-grade spirit stones, only 200 million, it was definitely a lot that most people couldn't earn. This Bai Xiuxiu was indeed very suitable to be a guide. As long as Lin Fei was interested, he would tell her everything in detail. Therefore, after a while, he had a better understanding of the situation here. Bai Xiuxiu invited Lin Fei to a private room. I don't know what young Master Lin wants. As long as you tell me, I will bring you a catalog. Because our Chaos Chamber of Commerce doesn't have much, we have a lot of catalogs. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this catalog. That's good stuff. It's simple and clear. I usually like to study some things, such as the fragment of the Tao heart, as well as some weird stuff. I don't know if you have the heavenly wood here. I want the most primitive kind that hasn't been refined. I'm interested in all of these. Of course, I'm also interested in natural herbs. After all, I'm also an alchemist. Bai Xiuxiu didn't expect this young master's hobby to be so different. One should know that many people's hobbies were skills, weapons, and armor. This was the first time she saw such a situation. Bai Xiuxiu maintained a smile on her face. Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. I'll bring you the relevant catalogs now. Oh right, our Chamber of Commerce has an auction today. I don't know if you're interested. We only have 2 auctions like this every year, once every half a year. This year will be the last one. When Lin Fei came, he didn't understand the specific situation, but hearing that there was an auction, how could he miss it? Auction? That's fine. But I have to look at the things on the catalog first. It shouldn't affect me, right? Bai Xiuxiu hurriedly said, It's fine, it's fine. There are still 2 hours before the auction. I will remind young Master Lin. Bai Xiuxiu pushed the door open and went out. Lin Fei leisurely drank the fragrant tea, waiting for Bai Xiuxiu to come back. I hope he won't disappoint me too much. At least he's so famous. It would be a pity if he's not as good as I imagined. This time, Lin Fei was filled with anticipation. After all, not everyone could come to Chaos City to spend money. Just the fact that there was no danger outside was enough to make a person suffer a lot. After some time, Bai Xiuxiu came back with a catalog in her hand. She put it on the table. Took out one of them, then turned a page. Young Master Lin, take a look for yourself. These are the things you want. I've already marked them for you. Take a look and you'll understand. Bai Xiuxiu was actually very nervous. This was a huge customer. Don't think that these Tao heart shards and herbs weren't worth much, but in reality, not everyone could afford them. If this young Master Lin could afford these things, then Bai Xiuxiu would have done a huge business. When the time came, she would be able to get more commission. Lin Fei didn't know what Bai Xiuxiu was thinking. He was looking at the catalog seriously. One had to say that this Chaos City was really famous and had some tricks up their sleeves. For example, the items in the Chaos Merchant Association were all made into catalogs and the prices were clearly marked at the back. No wonder it required so many spirit stones. It did touch the threshold. The first thing Lin Fei saw was the Tao heart shards. There were really many in Chaos City. More than 8 million fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. Of course, these 8 million Tao heart shards weren't cheap either. It directly soared to 100 million. If one calculated it, it was quite cheap. However, the quantity was too large. Based on what was written, he had to buy them all at once. This time, to Lin Fei, 100 million wasn't expensive at all. Then, his gaze moved. It landed on the herbs. There were quite a lot of herbs. Lin Fei even saw some special tree species that weren't cheap either. After looking through them, Lin Fei already had a rough idea of how much they would cost. If he bought all these things, it would be worth more than 1 billion medium spirit stones. That was definitely an astronomical number. Lin Fei also saw the sky-reaching log. It didn't seem very long, but it was the most primitive one. Just this piece of sky-reaching log was priced at 500 million. No wonder Xiong Badian spent half of his fortune. It really wasn't something that anyone could afford. Lin Fei's mood got better and better as he looked. Bai Xiuxiu was getting more and more nervous. The things listed were basically more expensive and weren't that easy to buy. If he could sell it for 100 million, Bai Xiuxiu would be ecstatic. According to the rules of the Chaos Merchant Association, if he sold it for 100 million, he would get a commission of about 100,000. That was quite a lot. Don't think that 100,000 was a small amount. In fact, it was a lot. Not everyone could earn so many middle-grade spirit stones. People like Bai Xiuxiu could earn tens of thousands of spirit stones a year at most. Most of them were low-grade spirit stones. Even if they earned a few million or tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones was still worth a lot of money. Everyone knew that. He put down the catalog. Then, he opened the second catalog. The last few catalogs didn't have what he wanted. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Bai Xiuxiu was observing too. She saw young Master Lin pick up the catalog, look at it for a while, then put it down and change to another one. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She didn't dare to ask. Bai Xiuxiu knew that whether these young masters wanted to buy or not depended on their mood. If they said one more word, it would affect the deal. Therefore, those who could be guides here were all people with good eyesight. Although Bai Xiuxiu was not the most powerful one, she had more or less grasped some experience after hearing about it. This Tao heart fragment, these heaven and earth herbs, the sacred wood, and this piece of sky-reaching log. I want them all. Lin Fei took out the catalog again and placed it in front of Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu was extremely nervous. Ah, you want them all. Chapter 45:13. Bai Xiuxiu was completely shocked and in disbelief. Luckily, they were in a private room. If they were somewhere else, who knew how many people would have been alerted? Young Master Lin, you really want to buy all of these? The price isn't cheap, it's not as simple as 200 million. Bai Xiuxiu tried her best not to be so nervous. But no matter how well she did, she couldn't help but be excited and nervous. This was definitely a big deal. He had never heard of a young master who could spend hundreds of millions of middle-grade spirit stones here in one go. What he bought were all these inconspicuous things. Lin Fei smiled. Do you think I'm someone who can't afford it? Or is it that your chaos shopping center can't take out these things? His words were neither light nor heavy, causing Bai Xiuxiu's heart to tighten. She quickly explained, you're mistaken, I'm just a little surprised. After all, so many things aren't cheap. Lin Fei smiled. As long as it's something that I'm interested in, what's this price? I want everything that's marked on it. Bai Xiuxiu picked up the catalog. There were already marks on it. After seeing these things, Bai Shuxiu took in a deep breath and said seriously, "Young Master Lin, please wait for a moment. I'll go find the manager now. After all, only the manager can bring these things over." She quickly walked out. Not long later, a male manager came over. The moment this manager came over, his face was full of enthusiasm. He had already seen the catalog and it was worth billions of spirit stones. This was definitely a super big customer. Such a big customer was something that their chaos shopping center didn't have, which meant that this was the first time this person came. This made the manager even more envious of Bai Xiuxiu's luck. Just from such a big deal, the commission she would get would be more than 1,000,000 spirit stones. "Hello young Master Lin, I'm the manager of this chaos shopping center. My name is Wang Yun." Wang Yun was very enthusiastic the moment he came over. Naturally, he put down his so-called attitude. A person who could take out so many medium-grade spirit stones in one go was definitely not someone he could offend. "I heard from Bai Xiuxiu that you want to buy all these things. I've already calculated it. It's a total of 158,080,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Since it's the first time you've spent so much, our Chaos Chamber of Commerce has decided to waive the 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. We'll give you a round figure of 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones." Wang Yun said with a smile. This was also a little unexpected. Lin Fei had quite an impression of Wang Yun's supervisor. It was indeed generous to waive 80 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go. Your Chaos Chamber of Commerce is really rich and overbearing. 80 million mid-grade spirit stones are waived just like that. Wang Yun said with a smile, "To be able to spend more than 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in our Chaos Chamber of Commerce, we will always give you a discount because you are our most distinguished customers." Lin Fei liked to hear this. It didn't matter if what he said was true or not. Since the Chaotic Chamber of Commerce dared to do this, it wasn't something that any other Chamber of Commerce could do. 80 million mid-grade spirit stones wasn't that easy to earn. "Then, let's trade. Let's get this done first." When Wang Yun heard this, he was even more surprised. Which rich family's young master was out? He actually spent 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. More importantly, the things he bought weren't eye-catching at all. That's right. In Wang Yun's eyes, these things weren't eye-catching at all. But this person bought them just like that. It seemed like he was going to make a move. The process of the trade was really simple and quick. This made Wang Yun completely believe in young Master Lin's wealth. As expected, he was a rich person. He bought so many things in one go. At the same time, he was glad that he had the right attitude just now. He had to rope in such a big customer. Don't think that just any young master could spend so many mid-grade spirit stones. To be able to spend tens of millions was already considered a big deal. 300 to 400 million was already considered a huge deal. It was definitely rare for someone like this to spend so many mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei successfully obtained the Great Tao Heart fragments worth more than 8 million, as well as some divine trees that weren't that high-leveled. With a wave of his hand, he kept them all. Lin Fei also sent them to the Tree of Life. There was nothing better for the Tree of Life to absorb and refine. After completing the transaction, Wang Yun backed out of the room. He looked at Bai Shuxiu. This was a look of approval. Wang Yun had never expected that Bai Shuxiu would be able to meet such a big customer. Bai Shuxiu's breathing was a little tight. A deal of 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones had been completed just like that. What a huge deal. There probably wouldn't be many people who could match up to her sales results this year. Young Master Lin, I wonder if you intend to head to the auction. I took a look at the time just now and it should be about time. Bai Shuxiu said with a smile. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and stood up. Of course I'm going. I'm not satisfied with just these things. I hope that your auction will have some good things. Bai Xiuxiu smiled again. You can rest assured about this. Our chaos commerce is different from other commerce associations. We have a very deep foundation here. Every time we hold an auction, countless people are satisfied. We have a slogan here, you can only think of it, there's nothing you can't buy. Lin Fei followed Bai Xiuxiu to the auction. The auction was on the 3rd floor. However, the 3rd floor was even quieter. There were many private rooms in the auction. One couldn't even feel any aura. Bai Xiuxiu said while walking, this is our Chaos Commerce Mall's auction. These private rooms are our customers this time. We will let the Commerce Association keep the guests' identities in the private rooms a secret, so you don't have to worry about being targeted after you buy something. This is because every private room has a way out of the Chaos Commerce Mall. Bai Xiuxiu brought Lin Fei to a private room. This private room was at the top and it didn't look low class. They walked into the private room and the decorations inside were very luxurious. Just like the blanket on Lin Fei's feet, it was like the fur of an insightful void realm demon. It was all over the floor. Stepping on it was like stepping on snowflakes. It was very comfortable. There was also a very comfortable big chair that faced the auction stage below. Young master, please take a seat. After Lin Fei laid on it, it was indeed very comfortable. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this Chaos Commerce Mall. Everything here cost a lot of money. It wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. For the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to have such a reputation, it seemed that they had worked their way up step by step. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45:14. Lin Fei felt that the private room was luxurious, so he was even more interested in today's auction. There was a reason why the Chaos Chamber of Commerce could be so big. It should be controlled by Chaos City behind the scenes. Ordinary people couldn't afford to run such a Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It didn't take long for the anticipated auction to begin. A middle-aged man dressed in white walked onto the auction stage. There was no one around, but there was someone in the private room. After the middle-aged man went on stage, he greeted everyone for a while. Although he didn't speak very loudly, everyone could hear him clearly. Today, there are some old customers and some newcomers. I'm very happy that you are here. I believe you will like the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, and you will like this auction even more. The opening speech was very simple. It was very pleasant to listen to. After the middle-aged man introduced himself, he started today's auction. Bai Xiuxiu said with a smile, this is our top auctioneer here. His name is White Cloud. He's from the same family as me. His auctions have always been very successful. Lin Fei also laughed. No wonder you two look so similar. So you're from the same family. The first item to be auctioned was just some ornaments. These ornaments were not ordinary. At least in Lin Fei's opinion, these ornaments weren't that easy to get. After the auction began, it quickly went into the warm-up exercise. Each of the treasures was not ordinary. The private rooms began to compete. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. Sure enough, there were quite a number of tycoons in Chaos City. All of them were very rich. The prices were much higher than what Lin Fei had expected, so he was mentally prepared. It seemed that it would not be easy to buy the Heavenly Divine Wood this time. Lin Fei had billions of mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't believe that he couldn't get it. Whoever bid against him, he would fight to the end. Lin Fei wouldn't miss this opportunity. After auctioning 20 items, the auctioneer from White Cloud clapped his hands, and another treasure was sent up. After this treasure was sent up, there was a commotion in the private room that Lin Fei was in. Because the Tree of Life had made a move. The commotion was not small. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. He thought to himself, this should be the heavenly wood I want. I just don't know how big this heavenly wood is. It would be best if it's bigger than the one Xiong Badian found. Perhaps White Cloud knew what Lin Fei was thinking. Everyone has heard of this auction item before. It is the primordial wood from the heavenly divine tree. We call it the heavenly divine wood, but this heavenly divine wood is a bit different, because this piece of heavenly divine wood is very special, because it has already been refined into a heavenly divine mountain by someone. As White Cloud spoke, he took out the auction item. Just like that, a treasure the size of a small mountain appeared in front of everyone. It was about 100 meters tall and 30 to 40 meters wide. It really looked like a small mountain, exuding a thick and pure aura of the heavenly divine wood. At this time, Lin Fei, who was originally lying down, squinted his eyes and sat up. He was full of anticipation for this trip to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. But he never thought that he would encounter such a huge piece of heavenly divine wood. He couldn't imagine how big this heavenly divine tree was. He always thought that the heavenly divine wood wasn't very big, even if it was ranked behind the tree of life, it had a certain range. But now it seemed that he was thinking too much. He was definitely thinking too much. This heavenly tree was absolutely inconceivably huge. Bai Xiuxiu, who was next to him, explained, the heavenly divine wood is said to be a towering tree in the spiritual realm. It was very wide and very big, but it was destroyed during the war and can no longer be restored. Many of the heavenly divine woods were lost, and no one knows who had them. This heavenly divine mountain was refined using pure heavenly divine wood, and our Chaos Chamber of Commerce paid a great price to buy it. Lin Fei listened to Bai Xiuxiu's words. His eyes were fixed on the heavenly divine mountain, and there was only one thought in his mind. No matter what, he must buy this heavenly divine mountain. No matter how much it cost, he definitely wouldn't let it slip away from him. Lin Fei knew very well that as long as he bought this heavenly divine mountain, it would be of great help to his tree of life. He might even learn a few new skills. This was the tree of life. The tree of life's skills were definitely very powerful. Therefore, he definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. This was also related to Lin Fei's strength, and he might be able to improve by a lot. At the very least, his physical body might be able to recover by a lot. By then, even a sage king wouldn't be able to do anything to his physical body. At that time, Lin Fei would truly be able to stand firm. The heavenly divine tree's bidding price was very high. The starting price was 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. Each increase in price was at least 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. This price was indeed not low. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly divine mountain's price soared. It reached 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Then 600 million mid-grade spirit stones. It rushed to 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. When it reached 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones, it gradually slowed down. There weren't many people competing anymore. Booth 6 has bid 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I wonder if there are any higher bids. Bai Yun, the auctioneer, had a smile on his face. Bai Xiuxiu stood beside Lin Fei and was a little curious. She could feel that this young Master Lin seemed to be interested in this heavenly divine mountain, but other than the first bid, he didn't bid anymore. Could it be that he didn't fancy this heavenly divine mountain anymore? For a moment, that was what Bai Xiuxiu thought. But in the end, she suppressed that thought. This person had spent a large sum of spirit stones previously, which wasn't something that just anyone could do. 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei finally spoke. His first bid was 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't want to increase the bid by 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it would give them a lot of pressure. After all, there were only 5 private rooms left to fight for. As expected. After Lin Fei called out 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. 3 of the booths completely gave up. After all, this heavenly divine mountain was not bad, but to be honest, it didn't have much use. They would just buy it to refine a treasure. It would be meaningless to spend an extremely high price. Bai Yun also raised his head and looked at the booth. He seemed a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. Booth 12 bids 2.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiuxiu was a little surprised. He actually bid 2.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Our Yi clan wants it. Chapter 45:15. When the words Yi family came out, Lin Fei could clearly feel that these private rooms seemed to have quietened down a little. He turned around and asked, "Is this Yi family very powerful?" Bai Xiuxiu's expression was also a little flustered. This Yi family is one of the 6 giants in Chaos City. Judging from the voice, it should be the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Wuhan. Hearing that it was one of the 6 giants in Chaos City, Lin Fei also understood what was going on. No wonder they dared to bid such a high price and even mentioned the Yi family. It really scared the hell out of him. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was not afraid of anything. Even if they were giants, so what? With such a heavenly mountain in front of him, if he didn't take it, he would miss a great opportunity. Maybe he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Who knew if he could find such a big heavenly mountain in the future? Just look at the excitement of the divine tree of life. Therefore, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. So what if he offended them? 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei continued to bid. As for the Yi family, I don't know them. I only know that this is the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. If you don't have money, don't come here to bid. It's that simple. When these words came out of the private room, the people in the surrounding private rooms were shaken quite a bit. When the words Yi family came out, they knew it represented the Yi family, one of the giants in Chaos City. No one would bid for this heavenly mountain just to offend the giant of the Yi family. To be honest, this heavenly mountain could only be said to be ordinary. It didn't have much use. Between offending them and not offending them, they would rather not offend them. Anyway, if they missed this opportunity, they would miss it. But if they offended them, they would never have a stable foothold in Chaos City in the future. Lin Fei increased the price by 500 million in one go, which really put a lot of pressure on the number 6 box. After all, 500 million mid-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. The total price suddenly reached 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, if they wanted to bid, they had to bid more than 100 million. That was not a small amount. Sure enough, the private room over there directly shouted out a price of 3.6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Clearly, this amount of wealth seemed to have reached its limit. It did not frighten the people in room 12. Lin Fei laughed again. Why is it only 100 million? Wasn't it amazing just now? 500 million. I'm 500 million higher than you, which is 4.1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I might not have much else, but I have a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei's words spread again. To everyone present, this was absolutely an inconceivable thing. They began to secretly ask around. Just what kind of person was in room 12? He actually dared to fight with the Yi clan over the heavenly mountain. Doesn't he know that the Yi clan can't be offended? Bai Xiuxiu, who was at the side, was even more flustered. The original 2.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones soared to 4.1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in an instant. That was a whopping 1.6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. No one would be able to withstand such a huge sum. On the other side, private room number 6 was silent for a while, and then a voice came out slowly. Our Yi family doesn't want it anymore. Even though it was just a few words, it was filled with endless hatred. Everyone could imagine that the Yi clan in the private room was definitely furious. However, this was the chaotic chamber of commerce. No matter how bad their temper was, they had to control their emotions. There was no doubt that the people in room 12 had offended the Yi clan in room 6. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the people in room 6 would bid again. Don't think that 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones was a lot. In fact, it was already an extremely high price. However, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. If it really fell into the hands of the Yi clan, although Lin Fei had many ways to get it back, it was hard to guarantee that he would not meet the big shot. At that time, it would not be a small problem. But now, he only needed to spend a few mid-grade spirit stones to get the Heavenly Mountain. Before everyone could react, he would refine the Heavenly Mountain. When that time came, even if the Yi clan came knocking, there would be nothing to be afraid of. At that time, Lin Fei's strength would increase by a lot. Congratulations young Master Lin for getting the Heavenly Mountain. Bai Xiuxiu congratulated him from the side. Lin Fei said with a smile, I think you must be scared out of your wits. You should go out later, lest they think of you. Lin Fei could see that Bai Xiuxiu was panicking. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head and said, Young master, it's okay. I am from the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Even the Yi clan would not dare to make things difficult for me. This made Lin Fei take a second look. Bai Xiuxiu knew that this was a big shot from the Yi clan. No matter who it was definitely not someone that anyone could offend. This was indeed a good way of speaking. When will the Heavenly Mountain be delivered? Lin Fei asked. Bai Xiuxiu said, in a moment, they will deliver the Heavenly Mountain to the box. As long as you take out 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones, you can get the Heavenly Mountain. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce redesigned it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this method. As long as the Heavenly Mountain was in his hands, even a big shot would not be able to take it away. At the same time, in box 6. The eldest young master of the Yi clan was indeed sitting there. This young master was called Yi Wuhan. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. However, at this moment, their expressions were terrifyingly dark. The people behind them also said, Young master, why don't we go to booth 12 and have them bring them away? They actually dared to fight with young master over Heaven-span Divine Mountain. Yi Wuhan turned around and shouted, a bunch of idiots. This is the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. If you dare to do anything, I can guarantee that you will be killed as soon as I make a move. Do you think this is a good thing? Yi Wuhan was indeed very angry. It was not easy for him to see a heavenly mountain made of heavenly wood. This thing was useless to him, but he knew that there was an expert who needed it. With this thing, he could move this senior. It would be of great help to him. But now, this thing had been taken away. Everyone knew that box 6 belonged to Yi Wuhan of the Yi clan. But someone was still fighting with him. So, there was no doubt that this person was definitely an enemy. Just find someone to keep an eye on room number 12. Since someone wants to give me a generous gift for free, how can we not fulfill their wish? A cold light flashed across Yi Wuhan's eyes. Then, she resumed her elegant smile. The people behind him understood that the person in box 12 was really going to die this time. No one could save the person in the private room. Because no one had ever been able to take something away from Yi Wuhan. Moreover, this was the territory of the Yi clan. It was a matter of one word. Chapter 45:16. Finally. When the person in room 12 bought the Tongtian Divine Mountain, many people started to pay attention to it. Who was so powerful that he dared to offend the Yi family, one of the 6 giants? It would be hard for him to walk out of Chaos City. Others might not know what Chaos City was like, but it could disappear at any time. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. He was focused on the Tongtian Divine Mountain. The treasure had been sent in. The person who sent it in wasn't White Cloud, but someone else. The person who sent it in was a little surprised when he saw Lin Fei, a stranger. It had been a long time since someone dared to steal someone else's things. That person was Yi Wuheng from the Yi family. Although this thing was useless to him, it would be very useful if he could buy it at a high price. He definitely wouldn't use it on himself. Lin Fei directly paid for 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Although it was a huge premium, it was worth it. But for Lin Fei, a premium was nothing. After he got the 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones, the person would leave and he would be completely relieved. After all, he was worried about such a high price. But the person in the room took out a few billion. He didn't care about spirit stones at all. Lin Fei had fished out so many medium-grade spirit stones. Naturally, he did not feel any heartache about using them. Lin Fei looked at the Tongtian Divine Mountain and was very satisfied. Bai Shusho said, "Young Master Lin, if you plan to refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain, I think you can do it in the secret room of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. The secret room of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce is very safe. Many people will refine or break through in our Chaos Chamber of Commerce after they buy things." Lin Fei was a little surprised when he heard this. It's rare for the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to have such a business. Bai Shusho said, because of this, many people like to go to the secret room to cultivate after buying things. These secret rooms are divided into high level and low level. I think someone like young Master Lin should really go in and cultivate for a while. This was a kind reminder from Bai Shusho. This piece of news would soon spread throughout the entire Chaos City. What kind of place was Chaos City? It was filled with vicious and evil people. If they knew that Lin Fei had such a treasure on him, they would definitely make a move. They would be like sharks that had smelled blood, unwilling to give up. The final result could be imagined. Lin Fei was not interested in the following things. After all, he only had a few middle-grade spirit stones left. Even if he met someone he liked, he might not be able to get her. He might as well refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain first. Then bring me to the secret chamber. After all, I might not be interested in what's coming next. Bai Shusho came out with Lin Fei. He walked towards the underground of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. When he reached the underground, Lin Fei discovered that there was another world below. It was actually built on top of an earth vein. He saw many secret chambers being built. It was very majestic. These secret chambers were carefully built by our Chaos Merchant City. There are 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones and above, 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and above, and 10 million middle-grade spirit stones and above. There are 3 grades in total. The 10 million middle-grade spirit stones have a certain time acceleration. Cultivating inside will be twice the result with half the effort, but the consumption is a little high. When Lin Fei heard about time acceleration, he couldn't help but be tempted. In the past, he had mastered space and time. Now that these 2 great Daos had disappeared, he knew that with time acceleration, the refining efficiency would be even faster. It was just 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. It really wasn't much. Then give me 20 days first. Lin Fei took out 200 million middle-grade spirit stones without hesitation. 20 days should be enough. Bai Shusho was shocked, but she quickly suppressed it and kept the spirit stones. She brought Lin Fei into a secret chamber. This secret chamber could only be entered but not exited. Unless one had a pass, no one else could enter. Bai Shusho took another pass and gave it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very satisfied and took out another 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Your service today is very good, I am very satisfied. Consider this as a tip from me, keep it. Bai Shuxiu felt like she was dreaming with 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones in her hands. Although he would usually get a certain amount of benefits, it was definitely very rare for him to get a benefit of 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones like this. Bai Shuxiu remembered that the most she got was only 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That person was not easy to receive. Compared to young Master Nian, he was a far cry. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. After entering the secret room, he closed the door. Instantly, he felt the effects of the time acceleration. It was no longer effective. Sure enough, I came to the right place. With this time acceleration, the efficiency of refining this heavenly mountain will be greatly increased. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to find a place outside to refine this heavenly mountain. He didn't expect the Chaos Shopping Mall to have such a function. Lin Fei wanted to give them a thumbs up. After checking that there was no danger and no one was watching, he released the vines. He pulled the heavenly tree into it. The God Tree of Life was very interested in the heavenly mountain. Lin Fei also closed his eyes to rest. Not long after Lin Fei entered the secret chamber, the whole Chaos City heard about it. An outsider actually bid against young Master Yi and took away the heavenly mountain with an inflated price of 1.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. He paid a total of 4.1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Once the news spread, the whole Chaos City was bustling. There was actually someone who competed with young Master Yi for this treasure. It was really rare. Of course, what made people more interested was that this guy took out 4.1 billion middle-grade spirit stones in one go. Moreover, he was alone. This made many people think about it. They started to look for him. In the end, they found out that this young master was actually hiding in the secret chamber of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. This made them a little surprised, but soon they didn't think much of it. Who didn't know that the secret chamber of the Chaos Shopping Mall was a money-squandering den? If you didn't have money, you wouldn't be able to stay there for long. Therefore, they just needed to wait outside. There were even people saying that young Master Yi had already released a reward. Whoever caught this person would be greatly rewarded. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, it was a big fat piece of meat for these evil people. Whoever took a bite of it would be elated. Bookseller website.